Chapter 1300. Encirclement and Suppression Before Leaving the Pure Yang Immortal Realm. Ningqi had already encountered more than a dozen groups of cultivators who suddenly attacked him. At first, they asked for directions normally, but then they suddenly threw a restrictive technique on Ningqi's head. More than a dozen people rushed out and attacked him. The lowest cultivation level of these cultivators was at the late-stage Eternal Life realm, and the highest was at the mid-stage Law Phase realm. Without exception, all of them died under Ningqi's saber. In less than a month, Ningqi had killed a total of 135 people, 59 Dharma characteristic realm demons, and 73 Dharma characteristic realm dragons. The number of Dragon Slayer crystals had skyrocketed from more than 1,500 to more than 6,000. He could draw 12 times in the Great World Roulette, but Ningqi planned to keep them for the time being. His World Devastator Immortal Bloodline True Body had already advanced to the advanced level. Above the advanced level, there were still 5 levels: Peak, Supreme, Creation, Eternal Immortal, and Eternal Immortal. To advance to the Peak World Devastator Immortal Bloodline, he needed 50,000 Dragon Slayer crystals. The Supreme level was 100 times more, requiring 5 million Dragon Slayer crystals. Ningqi didn't even dare to think about the even stronger Creation level. He needed 1,000 times more than the Supreme level, requiring 5 billion Dragon Slayer crystals. Ningqi reckoned that he would need to kill all the cultivators in the Azure Dragon continent who had a sin value. Perhaps he would be able to gather so many dragon-slaying crystals. However, this kind of thing could only be done by someone who had completely fallen into the demonic path. If Ningqi were to kill hundreds or thousands of people, he might not even blink. But Ningqi was not cruel enough to kill hundreds of millions or even billions of people. As for the Eternal Immortal Bloodline, Ningqi was too lazy to count the number behind it. It was tens of thousands of times more than the Dragon Slayer crystals required for the Creation level. At this level, the power of the World Devastator Immortal Bloodline could not even be compared to Little Six at his peak. Even in the Immortal Clan continent, it was enough to run amok. I can give it a try for the Supreme level, but for the Creation level, it will depend on the future opportunities, Ningqi pondered for a moment. At this time, the space-breaking boat had already traversed more than half of the Pure Yang Immortal Realm. In another month, he would be able to reach the Green Darkness Immortal Realm. Suddenly, the space-piercing ship seemed to slam into an invisible wall. An incomparably terrifying power shook the space-piercing ship. The runes of laws on the space-piercing ship were instantly destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Ningqi's immortal artifact had turned into a pile of scrap metal. In that instant, Ningqi retreated hundreds of feet, staring coldly ahead. Dozens of figures gradually appeared around Ningqi. Among them, the weakest was at the early-stage Transcendence Realm, while the strongest 3 were at the mid-stage Transcendence Realm. They looked at Ningqi with greed in their eyes. "Are you Bei Xian?" One of the 3 strongest intermediate Transcendence Realm cultivators looked at Ningqi with fear and asked. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. "No." Suspicion flashed across everyone's eyes. One of them said in a low voice, "According to our intel, Bei Xian has a flying instrument. It's the one we saw just now. Their appearances are similar, so how could it not be?" It seems that the rumor was exaggerated. You don't even dare to admit your name. The fear on the faces of the 3 cultivators in the intermediate Transcendence realm disappeared and was replaced with mockery. They thought that the rumor that Ningqi had suppressed the 4 experts with one move must have been exaggerated. At that time, the Glass Dragon Saint was present. Maybe the person who attacked was the Glass Dragon Saint. Actually, my real name is Ningqi. My pseudonym is Ning Bei Xian. Bei Xian is something that people close to me can call. You guys just call me by my name. Ningqi glanced at the top of everyone's head and smiled slightly. With his current combat power, he no longer needed to hide his life. Ningqi Ningbeishan? Everyone was slightly stunned. One of them cried out, "You're not from the Wang family? Your surname should be Wang." Another person said, "Wrong. He's the son of Feng Jiuxian. His surname should be Feng." "No matter what my surname is, you guys broke my space-piercing ship. How are you going to compensate me?" Ningqi smiled faintly. "Compensate? Hand over your Kuin Su Pagoda, and we'll give you 10 superior-grade immortal artifacts. You won't lose anything." A mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator sneered. "The Kuin Su Pagoda is only worth 10 superior-grade immortal artifacts? You're really black-hearted." Ningqi laughed mockingly. That guy was speechless for a moment. After 3 breaths of silence, a ferocious look appeared on his face, and he sneered at Ningqi. "Then don't take any of them. Everyone attack." In an instant, dozens of Transcendence Realm cultivators all released their Dharma forms. It felt like a group of demons were dancing in a frenzy. The majestic aura of laws swept directly towards Ningqi. At the same time, Ningqi's figure moved. He turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the dozens of Dharma forms. After a few breaths, Ningqi's figure slowly stopped. The dozens of Transcendence Realm cultivators besieging Ningqi had ugly expressions on their faces. Boom! 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 The dozens of Dharma forms suddenly turned into fragments and could no longer be condensed. The power of laws formed by the fragments also dissipated between heaven and earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. One by one, the cultivators were seriously injured and vomited blood. They looked at Ningqi in horror with a trace of disbelief on their faces. Their Dharma forms were destroyed just like that? Was he still an eternal life state cultivator? He was clearly a monster hiding under human skin, wasn't he? The rumors might not have been exaggerated at all. The 4 masters on the Azure Dragon Roll had really been defeated by him. Thinking of this, other than the 3 mid-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators, the rest of the cultivators immediately scattered and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Ningqi chased after them one by one to finish them off. After the Transcendence Realm cultivators lost their transcendence, their combat power was greatly reduced. They were harvested by Ningqi one by one like chickens. Some people regretted begging for mercy, but they were killed by Ningqi before they could even say anything to beg for mercy. In an instant, only the 3 mid-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators were left standing on the spot, dumbfounded, staring at Ningqi. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but they were locked on by an aura. If they moved, they would be smashed into pieces. The Dharma forms that they had cultivated for many years had been destroyed by Ningqi. Their cultivation had dropped to the level of eternal life state cultivators. The only chance for them to survive was probably ancestral patriarch Beishian. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Plop. One of them knelt in the air and kowtowed to Ningqi to apologize. The other 2 quickly followed suit. As for the dignity of a mid-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator, they had already thrown it far away. You want me to spare your lives just because you said you were wrong? You should have thought about what would happen to you before you came to me, right? Ningqi smiled. A saber light flashed, and 3 heads fell to the ground. The corpses, which had lost all signs of life, fell heavily to the ground. Another 500 dragon slaying crystals. Chapter 1301. Chapter 1301. Chapter 1301. Who do you think you are? Found it. It's him. He has the pagoda of Kungsu. Let's go. Oh no. Why is this guy so powerful? We're no match for him. Retreat. Ancestral Patriarch Beishian, please spare our lives. Similar scenes like the one above kept happening. Ningqi found that no matter which direction he went, there would be a swarm of flies staring at him. Even the cultivators in the Eternal Life realm were ready to make a move. I'll ask you a question and you'll answer it. Kill anyone who lies. 3 early-stage Transcendence realm cultivators knelt in front of Ning Qi. Their Dharma powers had already been destroyed. At the thought of thousands of years of cultivation being destroyed, their bodies began to tremble. After hearing Ning Qi's words, the 3 of them hurriedly nodded. Are all the cultivators in the pure yang, celestial realm looking for me? Ning Qi glanced at one of them and said plainly. That guy only hesitated for a moment before Ning Qi raised his hand and chopped off his head. When the remaining 2 early-stage Transcendence realm cultivators saw this scene, they gasped in shock and quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes." Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, not only are all the cultivators in the pure yang celestial realm looking for you, but all the elites on the green dragon roll are also looking for you. The 7 sages have gathered at the central ancient city and announced that whoever can get the pagoda of Kungsu from you will own it. The 7 sages gathered. Ning Qi's expression changed, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Why aren't they suppressing me themselves? As far as I know, the Pure Yang Grand Sage is in the Pure Yang celestial realm, right? If that's the case, it will cause a battle between the 7 sages. By then, the Green Dragon continent will be destroyed, so the 7 sages want us to fight for it ourselves. Actually, it's mainly the elites under the 7 sages, with ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian's strength. Only these elites stand a chance of getting the pagoda of Kungsu from him. The cultivator said with a fawning look. Elites? What kind of elites? Wang Wei. Ning Qi frowned slightly. He didn't expect that he would become a tool of the 7 sages. However, it was a daydream to seize the pagoda of Kuin from him. Even if the 7 sages came, they wouldn't be able to find a single strand of the pagoda of Kuin from him. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, when the cultivator saw Ning Qi frown, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He hurriedly told Ning Qi all the limited information he knew. After hearing this, Ning Qi sneered. Wang Lan is here too? Kuin Peng Saint Sun. Ao Long Saint Sun. After a pause, Ning Qi looked coldly at the 2 cultivators and said, "You can scram now." "Yes, yes." The 2 cultivators hurriedly got up and ran, but before they could run more than a few feet away, their bodies immediately stiffened. It wasn't that Ning Qi didn't keep his promise and attacked them again, but, "Wang Lan, I can smell you." Ning Qi's voice sounded indifferently. "How did you discover us?" Sikong's surprised voice sounded. 2 figures appeared in front of the 2 Transcendence realm cultivators. Wang Lan and Sikong gently waved their hands, and the 2 cultivators flew to the sides and landed heavily on the ground. Sikong looked at Ning Qi in surprise, as if he was extremely curious that Ning Qi could discover his whereabouts. Wang Lan, could it be? The 2 injured Transcendence realm cultivators didn't get angry. Instead, they looked at each other in surprise. If Wang Lan was really the person they thought she was, then they might be able to suppress Ning Qi this time. By then, even if they couldn't get the pagoda of Kuin, they could at least watch the guy who destroyed their Transcendence realm be suppressed by someone else and vent their anger. Ning Qi looked at Sikong and Wang Lan with a faint smile and said, "Just the 2 of you?" "Junior sister, I didn't expect him to be in this direction. We're lucky this time. Let senior brother suppress him and get the pagoda of Kuin for you." Sikong smiled at Wang Lan. "Wait." Wang Lan extended her hand to stop Sikong. She stared coldly at Ning Qi, a hint of astonishment in the depths of her eyes. She could clearly sense that Ning Qi's aura was vastly different from the last time they had met. If Ning Qi had been nothing more than an ant in her eyes at the time, then his aura now seemed like a threatening puppy in her eyes. "I'm asking you, where is my mother?" Wang Lan looked at Ning Qi coldly and said, "You don't know where your mother is?" Ning Qi's expression was a little strange. Xuanjin Great Sage suppressed Wang Shaoqing and didn't even tell his daughter? Tell me. Wang Lan saw Ning Qi's expression and knew that he definitely knew where Wang Shaoqing was. "I'll tell you just because you want me to?" Who do you think you are? Ning Qi smiled slightly and said, if it had been anyone else, Ning Qi would have told them. However, Wang Lan's attitude had always made Ning Qi unhappy. He just didn't want to tell Wang Lan that Wang Shaoqing had been suppressed by the great sage Xianzhen. How dare you? How dare you talk to Junior Sister like this when you're about to die? I'll give you a chance to tell Junior Sister where her mother is, and then give me the Kuan Su Pagoda. Otherwise, Sikong narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Qi coldly. His eyes seemed to be filled with an extremely strong killing intent. Otherwise what? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Otherwise, I'll skin you, strip you of your eternal realm cultivation, and bring you to the ninth heaven sword sect to be suppressed forever. You'll never be able to reincarnate. Sikong sneered. I'm so scared. Ning Qi smiled. Sikong and Wang Lan were slightly stunned. They obviously found that Ning Qi wasn't afraid at all. Instead, there was a hint of teasing in his words. The two of them suddenly felt a surge of anger. Boom! A Vajra Dharma form descended from the sky. Wang Lan was the first to attack Ning Qi. Ninth heaven, sword formation, Dharma form. Sikong shouted. 9 giant sword phantoms loomed in the air with an extremely fierce aura. They cooperated with Wang Lan's Dharma form and attacked Ning Qi. The 2 Dharma forms were both of the yellow rank and were about to break through to the lower rank of the profound rank. When they worked together, their power doubled. From the moment they attacked, Ning Qi could feel that their cultivation was a level lower than Wang Yan and Wang Shi's. If he reversed his origin and cooled down, it would be easy to deal with these two. But now he had to be extremely vigilant. He slashed down with his saber. The surging power of the law condensed into a saber momentum that was hundreds of feet long, as if it was going to cut through the sky. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided violently. The terrible aftermath was like a Category 13 hurricane, sweeping in all directions. Ning Qi's body flew backward, but the Vajra Dharma form and the ninth heaven sword formation Dharma form didn't have much of an advantage. The place where the Dragon Slayer saber slashed had a trace of a crack. How could this be? Chapter 1302. Chapter 1302. Chapter 1302. Idiot Ning Qi tumbled a few times in the air, then landed heavily on the ground. His legs left a 100-meter-long crack in the ground. Only then did he slowly dissipate the power of Wang Lan and Sikong's attack. So strong! The 2 early-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators, who had been hiding and watching the battle from afar, were dumbfounded. They already knew that Ning Qi was very strong. The few of them were suppressed in the blink of an eye, but this time they saw Ning Qi fight with a late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator with their own eyes. How could he not be defeated in one blow? Most importantly, he was facing 2 late-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivators at the same time, and one of them was the famous Wang family's strongest paragon. From the looks of it, the prodigies of the Wang family were still slightly inferior to the Wang family patriarch. Ning Qi didn't look as good as they looked. In fact, only he knew that the attack just now had taken away 1/30th of his HP. This kid! Sikong's face gradually became serious. Before the fight, he had been waiting for Ning Qi to take out the Kuan Su Pagoda. He wanted to see how strong the Kuan Su Pagoda was. However, Ning Qi didn't take out the Kuan Su Pagoda even after he had forcefully withstood their attacks. This surprised Sikong. What was even more surprising was that Sikong had already used 80% of his strength in that attack. He actually wanted to kill Ning Qi with a single strike, but he didn't expect that not only was Ning Qi still alive, he didn't even seem to be injured. How? How could this be? No wonder he is the son of Fengjiu. Wang Lan was silent for 3 breaths of time, then said lightly. Ning Qi grinned and said, "Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll leave." "You want to leave? Stay here." Sikong shouted and directly attacked Ning Qi. He couldn't let go of the opportunity that was already in his mouth. As long as he snatched the pagoda of Kungsu and gave it to Wang Lan, he believed that the window paper between him and Wang Lan could be completely broken. Boom! 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 Wang Lan's Vajra Dharma idol dashed towards Ningqi as well, covering dozens of miles with every step. More and more cultivators were attracted by the commotion. When they saw Ningqi fighting two late-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivators alone, they immediately guessed Ningqi's identity. It's Fengjiu's son. He has the pagoda of Kungsu. Let's go. The 7 sages have said that the pagoda of Kungsu belongs to whoever can snatch it. Even the sky prides on the Green Dragon leaderboard dare not disobey the 7 sages' decree. The cultivators, who were blinded by their own interests, no longer cared about how useful their cultivation could be in the battle. They all besieged Ningqi. However, most of the cultivators wanted to take advantage of the situation and see if they could land the final blow at the most critical moment. Wang Lan frowned slightly, and her eyes flickered with displeasure. However, seeing that Ningqi was getting further and further away, she couldn't care less about the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Together with Sikong, they surrounded Ningqi from different directions. Gulp. The Vajra Dharma idol smashed a heavy fist into Ningqi's back. Although Ningqi had an extremely strong defense, this punch still made his blood and qi surge, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood essence. He forcefully swallowed this mouthful of blood essence, maintaining a state where his blood and qi wouldn't leak out. He coldly glanced at Wang Lan, then turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the direction of the green nether wonderland. If he gave it his all, he might be able to injure his opponent. However, even Wang Lan had rushed over, which meant that the other sky prides were probably not far away. If this dragged on, Ningqi would be in a hopeless situation where he would not be able to escape. Trying to escape, Sikong roared and chased after Ningqi with Wang Lan. Quick! Inform the sect master that we found traces of Fengjiu's son. Tell him to send people over quickly. We'll continue the chase. Some of the remaining cultivators ran to inform the sect master, while others followed Wang Lan and Sikong's footsteps to chase after Ningqi. Ningqi's speed was very fast. With the exception of Wang Lan and Sikong, who were able to keep up with him, the other cultivators were left behind. However, more and more cultivators were rushing over from both sides. They would either bring out their magic artifacts to attack Ningqi or set up magic arrays to slow him down. Stop him. As long as we stop him, we'll have a chance to obtain the Kuin Su Pagoda. Several cultivators roared with fanatical expressions. Immediately, the nearby cultivators were bewitched by these words. Perhaps it was because they thought that since they had more people on their side, nothing would happen to them, so they all followed those guys and rushed towards Ningqi. Countless restrictive spells, mystic artifacts, and Dharma images flooded towards Ningqi. A cold light flashed in Ningqi's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile as he directly waved the Dragon Slayer's saber to meet the attack. With a flash of the saber radiance, the demonic, ape-like Dharma image at the front was instantly destroyed. When the saber radiance touched the restrictive spells and mystic artifacts behind it, the nomological patterns on them instantly collapsed. A faint line of blood connected from the waists of each cultivator. When Ningqi passed them and continued to fly in the direction of the green darkness wonderland, the bodies of this group of Transcendence realm cultivators suddenly split into two and fell to the ground. Their vitality faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they became cold corpses. Hundreds of Transcendence realm cultivators died, just like that. Some of them didn't even have time to react and died in a daze. However, there were still thousands of cultivators rushing over from outside. They were so scared that they stopped in their tracks. Among this group of cultivators, only a few dozen were Transcendence realm cultivators. The rest were basically Eternal realm cultivators. There were even Fighting Dan realm cultivators mixed in. Hiss! All the cultivators gasped and stared at Ning Qi in horror. Hundreds of Transcendence Realm cultivators were killed just like that? Is that guy at the Eternal Realm or the Transcendence Realm? There's no smoke without fire. The rumors are true. With the strength he displayed, even if he can't suppress 4 experts in one move, he can probably suppress a late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator if he takes out the Kuin Su Pagoda. But why is he running now? Many cultivators had a trace of doubt in their eyes. If Ning Qi really had the ability to suppress 4 late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. This guy's speed is too fast. Damn it. Sikong and Wanglan had already tried their best, but they still couldn't catch up with Ning Qi. However, they could clearly feel that Ning Qi's speed was slowly decreasing. A trace of anxiety flashed in Wanglan's eyes. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. Both sides ran and chased. After Ning Qi recovered his health, he would occasionally stop to exchange a few moves with Wanglan and Sikong. After he felt a little better, he immediately continued to run away. Don't run if you have the guts. What kind of man is running away? Sikong couldn't help but curse when Ning Qi ran away again. Idiot! Ning Qi scolded without looking back. Chapter 1303. A giant bird appeared above their heads. A giant bird appeared above their heads. The bird's feathers were a faint golden color, and its emerald eyes were staring coldly at the 3 of them. The 3 of them were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already traveled over 100 miles. However, this distance was not even a third of the bird's body. What a big bird! Ning Qi's eyes flashed with amazement. He suddenly remembered a legend from Earth's Huaxia. There was a fish in the northern underworld called the Kuin. The Kunping Saint? Oh no! Wanglan's face turned ashen. She stopped with Sikong. She knew it was useless to chase. The Kunping Saint's son's speed was only slightly slower than the Xuanjin Great Saint and the Kunping Great Saint. Even the other great saints couldn't compare to the Kunping Saint's son's speed. Ning Qi would definitely be suppressed. Chirp! The giant bird let out a very strange cry. It was not loud, but it was sharp and piercing. Ning Qi's body shook slightly as if he had been hit. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His health points were dropping rapidly. One cry took away 50 million of my health points? Is a half-step, great perfection, really that strong? Then how strong are Xuanjin and the others? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with fear. The lightning laws on his body seemed to be burning the air within dozens of miles. Ning Qi's speed instantly multiplied as he rushed forward. He's been running for so long, but he hasn't used his true strength? Sikong and Wanglan couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could they know that Ning Qi was actually planning something? He wanted to use his advantage to wear them down. If the bird didn't show up, Sikong and Wanglan would be in danger in another month. Sikong and Wanglan would be in great danger. A dozen breaths later, Ning Qi's speed gradually slowed down. In this short period of time, he had already flown a distance of more than 10,000 miles. With this kind of magical power and speed, if he were to be placed on Earth, he would be in existence akin to an Earth god. Unfortunately, when Ning Qi turned his head, the giant bird was still above his head. It was using its emerald eyes to size him up, and a hint of curiosity seemed to flash across its eyes. Ning Qi immediately stopped and stared coldly at the big bird. It didn't take long for Wanglan and Sikong to catch up. In addition to that, there seemed to be an enormous city down below. As soon as the cultivators inside saw the bird, they flew up into the air and looked at it in terror. When their gazes fell onto Ning Qi, they gaped for a moment before shouting, "It's him! Feng Jiu's son!" What? Feng Jiu's son? Is he really the son of Feng Jiuxian? I didn't expect that he would pass by our Huntian city. Could that giant bird be Kuan Peng Saint's son? All the cultivators were shocked as they stared at the giant bird in the sky. In their hearts, the Kuan-Pung saint was much more important than Ning Chi. Ning Chi was just a lucky guy who had obtained the Kuan-Su pagoda, but the Kuan-Pung saint was an expert who had been famous for thousands of years and ranked 13th on the Azure Dragon roll. Excluding the 7 sages, there were only 5 people who were slightly stronger than him. However, the Azure Dragon roll hadn't been updated in 100 years. Apart from the 7 sages, the mysterious cultivator ranked 8th, Jian Shilai, hadn't appeared in the top 10 for decades. The abandoned disciple of Jiuyu, who was ranked 9th, seemed to be cultivating some kind of demonic art and hadn't come out to kill anyone. On the other hand, the venerable Tian Gord, who was ranked 10th, was often seen in the Jianghu. It was the first time for most of the cultivators to be able to see the Kuan-Pung saint at such a close distance. It was like a commoner on Earth seeing a superstar. Why aren't you running anymore? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the large bird transformed into a handsome and elegant young man. However, there was a trace of cold arrogance in his light green eyes. You're too fast. If I keep running, you'll only exhaust my power of laws. Ning Chi said indifferently, You know what's good for you. Kuan-Pung Wu smiled and glanced at Wang Lan and the others. He smiled at Ning Chi and said, Give me the Kuan-Su pagoda and I promise that no one will be able to hurt you today. Although your cultivation level isn't high, you have a saint-grade divine soul and have condensed the power of laws to 9 million, right? You're only half a step away from breaking through to the Transcendence realm. It's rare to see such a genius in the Azure Dragon continent. Even Wang Lan will be far inferior to you in the future. Wouldn't it be a pity if she died here? Saint-grade divine soul? 9 million power of laws? The cultivators nearby gasped when they heard the Kuan-Pung saint's words. He was indeed the son of Fengjiu. His aptitude was so heaven-defying. If he had an emperor-grade divine soul, wouldn't he have broken through to the Transcendence realm long ago? He might even reach the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm. Some cultivators thought to themselves. The Transcendence realm cultivators who had been looking at Ning Chi with a trace of disdain gradually became serious. They didn't dare to underestimate Ning Chi anymore. Wang Lan was shocked when she heard this. She didn't realize that Ning Chi had a saint-grade divine soul. She only thought that Ning Chi's power of laws was stronger than ordinary people. But then a trace of anger flashed in Wang Lan's eyes, and she looked coldly at Kuan-Pung Wu. She couldn't tolerate Kuan-Pung Wu saying that she would be inferior to Ning Chi in the future. She was the top genius of the Wang family. How could she lose to a guy who had just returned to the family and caused trouble for the family? Kuan-Pung saint, I beg to differ. Sikong said coldly. Why? Why don't you agree? If I remember correctly, you've been chasing him for more than half a month, right? With your cultivation level, you can't even suppress a cultivator at the late stage of the eternal life realm? Kuan-Pung saint smiled faintly, but his words were sharp. Anger surged in Sikong's eyes. Other than running, would he dare to stay and fight with us? If I had condensed the law of thunder, he would have died 10 times. Uffed. Kuan-Pung saint glanced at Sikong disdainfully and ignored him. He looked at Ning Chi. So, the Kuan-Su pagoda isn't with me, Ning Chi said lightly. The Kuan-Su pagoda wasn't with him? Everyone looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. No matter how you argue, it's useless. The Kuan-Su pagoda belongs to the Wang family. If you give it to junior sister now, you'll be redeeming yourself, Sikong said coldly. Even if it's the Wang family's business, what does it have to do with you? Ning Chi looked at Sikong coldly and spat out a word. Get lost. You. Sikong was furious. He was about to attack, but he felt cold all over. He glanced at Kuan-Pung saint with fear and didn't make a move in the end. An imperceptible disappointment flashed in Wang Lan's eyes. You said that the Kuan-Su pagoda isn't with you. Then who? Chapter 1304. A deadly situation. Kuan-Pung Wu, you're getting more and more naive. How can you believe what this kid says? If the pagoda of Kuin isn't with him, how did he suppress the two brothers, Wang Yan, Wang Shi, and Wu Qingquan? A thunderous roar came from afar. The white clouds were shaken by the sound and rolled like waves. A huge body landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. The proud dragon berserk blade looked mockingly at Kunpengwuyu, after which his gaze landed on Ning Qi. His gaze seemed to contain a trace of saber intent. Ning Qi felt pain on his face when he was stared at by him. Ao Long Saint is here too. Seeing his signature red hair, the nearby cultivators immediately recognized the identity of the proud dragon berserk blade, and their eyes revealed a look of horror. You're really fast. Kunpengwuyu looked at Ao Long Manic Blade with a faint smile. Ao Long Manic Blade's eyes flashed coldly. Why? Do you think you're the only one with tricks up your sleeve? Do you think I can't sense anything that happens within 1,000,000 miles of the pure Yang Wonderland? Even you're here. They should be here soon, right? Kunpengwuyu smiled faintly. So what if they're here? Ao Long Manic Blade snorted coldly before looking at Ning Qi. Kid, hand over the pagoda of Kuin, and I'll spare your dog life. This guy is from the Dragon Clan. Ning Qi's eyes flickered and his lips curled into a smirk. He looked at Ao Long Manic Blade coldly. If you're so capable, come and take my dog life now. Let's see if your dragon life is harder or mine. Huh? Ao Long Manic Blade was slightly stunned and his eyes flashed with surprise. Are you courting death? Ning Qi looked at Ao Long Manic Blade with a faint smile. However, his smile was full of mockery in Ao Long Manic Blade's eyes. An inexplicable fire was ignited in his heart. However, just as he was about to make a move, Kunpengwuyu's aura locked onto him. It doesn't matter if he has the pagoda of Kuin on him. Apart from me, no one can touch him here. That includes you, Ao Long Manic Blade. Kunpengwu, you looked at the proud dragon Manic Blade and smiled. Wang Lan and Sikong exchanged a glance, then silently retreated a few hundred meters. Seeing this, the nearby cultivators quickly reacted. Kunpengwu and Ao Long Manic Blade were obviously going to fight for Ning Qi. Both of them were half-step consummation realm existences. If they were to really fight, it was estimated that the spherical sky city under everyone's feet would be destroyed. Kunpengwu, are you going to compete with me now? The proud dragon berserk blade looked coldly at Kunpengwu, and the saber intent on his body became increasingly intense. This guy is from the Dragon Clan, but he practices saber techniques. I wonder if his saber or my saber is stronger. Ning Qi coldly looked at the proud dragon berserk blade. He was a little afraid of Kunpengwu. He even felt that he might not be a match for him. However, proud dragon berserk blade was a member of the dragon race. He was the nemesis of the dragon race and could directly deal true damage. If they were to fight to the death, it was uncertain who would win. The two of you don't fight amongst yourselves. If you fight, won't this kid fall into the hands of others? A figure broke through the air. It was an old man who was smiling at Kunpengwu and Tian Gourdblade. The old man was carrying a huge gourd on his back. Supremacy Tian Gourd. This time, even Kunpengwu had a look of fear in his eyes. Wang Lan and Si Kong's faces turned even uglier. Supremacy Tian Gourd was an expert ranked 10th on the Green Dragon leaderboard. The gourd on his back was said to be his Dharma form and had extremely terrifying magical powers. After the shock, everyone reacted. Who was the other person that Supremacy Tian Gourd was talking about? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 figures appeared in front of everyone. When the nearby cultivators saw the appearance and attire of the 9 people, they quickly bowed and said, Junior greets the 9 honorable messengers. These 9 people were none other than the 9 servants of the pure sun, great sage. Even the cultivators of the spherical sky city did not bow to Kuin Peng Wuyu. This showed the status and reputation of Yang Yi and the 9 servants in the pure sun celestial realm. Yang Yi smiled faintly and nodded his head. He raised his hand and gestured for them to rise. Here comes another 9. Ning Qi's expression became more and more serious. If he did not take out the Kuin Su Pagoda today, he would definitely die. It's a pity that I only need 4 more to complete the advancement mission. With the Dharma form, at least I can definitely defeat the proud dragon manic blade. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. When no one noticed him, his mind was immersed in the dragon slaying maul. Ning Qi had lost count of the number of cultivators he had killed during this period of time. He already had more than 7,000 dragon slaying crystals. He should be able to buy something in case of emergency. In fact, if he was really in a desperate situation, Ning Qi planned to take out the 9 spiraling divine bell. Ning Qi had not tested its power before. Yang Yi greets everyone. Supremacy, Tian Gord. Yang Yi smiled and bowed to everyone. The 8 people behind him looked at Ning Qi, their eyes filled with killing intent. Brother Yang, you're welcome. Supremacy Tian Gord said with a smile as if he was a good person. However, no one looked down on him because of his smile. Even the proud dragon manic blade felt a tinge of fear when he glanced at the gourd behind him. Proud dragon manic blade, I'm afraid we'll have to work together today. You're from the dragon tribe and I'm from the demon tribe. We can't let the Kuin Su Pagoda fall into the hands of the humans, right? Kuin Peng Wuyu's voice rang in proud dragon manic blade's ears. The Supremacy Tian Gord's Dharma form is probably at the middle grade of the mystic class. If we don't work together, I'm afraid we're no match for him. The arrogant, proud dragon manic blade nodded slightly at this moment. The crowd did not know that the 2 of them had gone from being at odds with each other to being in an alliance. Just when the cultivators nearby were exclaiming that they could see so many legendary beings today, another 9 figures appeared in the sky. The 9 supreme talents of the Baxia dragon tribe? The cultivation of these 9 people was probably weaker than Yang Yi's group of 9. Therefore, their arrival did not come as much of a surprise to the crowd. When the 9 members of the Baxia dragon tribe, whose bodies were as huge as proud dragon manic blade, saw the people in the field, their expressions changed slightly, and they stood in the sky without saying a word. Hiss! Supremacy Tian Gord, proud dragon manic blade, Kuin Peng Wuyu, the 9 pure yang servants, Wang Lan, and the 9 supreme talents of the Baxia dragon tribe. The supreme talents of the 5 immortal realms have already gathered here. I'm afraid it won't be long before the supreme talents of the Green Darkness Immortal Realm and the Middle Earth Immortal Realm arrive, and Wang Lan is definitely not the only supreme talent of the Mystic True Immortal Realm. I'm afraid we can't protect the Celestial City any longer. The cultivators of the Celestial City looked a little gloomy. Many of them were based in the Celestial City. However, there was going to be a chaotic battle today. It would be great if they could avoid the aftermath and stay alive. So, what should we do with this guy? Chapter 1305. He's gone. What should we do with him? Everyone looked at each other. There was only 1 pagoda of Kungsu, but there were so many of them. How could they decide who Ning Qi belonged to without a fight? Let's ask him to hand over the pagoda of Kungsu first, and we will fight to decide the ownership of the pagoda of Kungsu. Tian Gord suggested with a smile. That sounds like a good idea. Yang Yi nodded with a smile. The 9 supreme talents of the dragon tribe had no objections. After all, the 9 of them could only be on par with Long Chung, the 100th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. Ao Long Manic Blade, what do you think? Kuin Pengwu, you looked at Ao Long Manic Blade with a faint smile. Before he could answer, Wang Lan suddenly exclaimed, "He's gone!" He's gone? Everyone was slightly stunned, but they immediately reacted and hurriedly looked in the direction where Ning Qi was. However, they discovered that it was empty and there was no trace of Ning Qi at all. Tian Gord's expression changed, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. How could this kid slip away under my nose? Ao Long Manic Blade's eyes were like a volcano that was about to erupt. When he realized that Ning Chi was gone, he immediately roared, "Which one of you is behind this? Hand him over, or you won't be able to leave today." Holy son of Ao Long, calm down. Who among us can suppress this child in front of everyone's eyes? Yang Yi said. Damn it. Ao Long Manic Blade felt that it made sense, but he felt humiliated that Ning Chi had escaped just like that. Gasp! The cultivators around the city gasped with disbelief in their eyes. The son of Feng Jiuxian had disappeared without a trace in front of experts, like Lord Tiangord. How could he do that? There was no sign at all. Looks like we have to split up and look for him. Tiangord smiled. After a pause, he cupped his hands at the crowd. I'll go first. After that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's split up and look for him. Yang Yi and the rest left. Little junior sister, here's your chance. Si Kong was not angry about Ning Chi's escape. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. If Ning Chi did not escape, they would not have a share of the pagoda of Kuan. Now that Ning Chi had escaped, they had another chance to obtain the pagoda of Kuan. Wang Lan's eyes flashed with joy. He nodded at Si Kong and transmitted his voice. This kid wants to go to the green netherworld immortal realm. Let's go after him. Kuan Peng Wu Yu, are we still going to join hands? After Wang Lan and Si Kong left, Proud Dragon Mad Blade said to Kuan Peng Wu Yu, let's work together before we get the pagoda of Kungsi. Kuan Peng Wu Yu nodded with a faint smile. Venerable Heavenly Gourd took out the gourd on his back when he was about 100 miles away from the city. The pale yellow gourd flew into the air and instantly expanded. It spun and rotated. After about 10 breaths, the mouth of the gourd suddenly pointed in a direction. So he ran over there. Venerable One Sky, Gourd smiled and the gourd returned to his back. Then he flew toward the direction pointed by the gourd. After a few moments, Kuan Peng Wu Yu and Ao Long Manic Blade appeared one after another. Sure enough, Venerable One Sky Gourd has left a mark on that guy. He can't escape. Ao Long Manic Blade sneered. We just need to follow Venerable One Sky Gourd. Let's go. Kuan Peng Wu Yu smiled. When they were about 70 to 80,000 miles away from the city, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. Ning Chi sighed inwardly. He had spent a total of 5,000 Dragon Slayer crystals to purchase an invisibility talisman that was said to be able to evade half-step creation. He did not expect that the talisman would only last for such a short time. However, at least it gave him a slim chance of survival. The Dragon Slayer crystals were well spent. Little guy, don't run anymore. A loud and clear voice rang out behind Ning Chi. Ning Chi did not look back and sped up. How did he get here so fast? Did he leave a mark on me? Ning Chi's expression was grave. He could tell that it was Venerable One Sky Gourd, ranked 10th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. Ning Chi did not even have the confidence to defeat Kuan Peng Wu Yu, let alone Venerable One Sky Gourd. You are indeed fast. You can be ranked in the top 80 on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. Venerable One Sky Gourd stepped on the gourd and arrived in front of Ning Chi. Ning Chi did not hesitate to swing his saber. The raging power of the law instantly condensed into a saber aura that was hundreds of feet long and slashed at Venerable One Sky Gourd. Child's play. Venerable One Sky Gourd smiled and gently waved his hand. Dozens of restrictive spells with strange patterns covered Ning Chi like an inescapable net. Break! The Dragon Slayer saber slashed at the restrictive spells. The saber aura did not stop and continued to slash at Venerable One Sky Gourd. Interesting. Venerable One Sky Gourd was surprised. His restrictive spells could withstand a full blow from a middle stage transcendence realm cultivator. How could it be so vulnerable in the hands of a late-stage Eternal Realm cultivator? The gourd under his feet suddenly expanded. In a split second, Venerable One Sky Gourd had put some distance between him and Ning Chi. The Dragon Slayer's saber slashed at his gourd. Boom! Like a thunderclap, a crack appeared on the gourd under Venerable One Sky Gourd's feet. The cracks spread in all directions. Venerable One Sky Gourd was slightly stunned. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. In such a short time, Ning Chi had taken advantage of the situation to escape and put a large distance between them. Venerable One Sky Gourd's face was gloomy. He waved his hand, and the power of the law sprinkled on the cracks on the gourd like raindrops. The cracks were instantly repaired. The saber in this kid's hand is not an ordinary weapon. A late-stage Eternal Realm cultivator can use it to break my sky gourd. I'm afraid its value is not lower than the Kungsu Pagoda. A trace of greed flashed in Venerable One Sky Gourd's eyes. At that moment, he noticed that the sky above him had darkened. Kuin Pongwuyu and the proud dragon manic saber had flown over his head and were chasing in the direction of Ning Chi. Please wait. Venerable One Sky Gourd smiled. The gourd behind him suddenly shot out a beam of light. A strong suction force was exerted, slowing down the speed of Kuin Pongwuyu and the proud dragon manic saber. Venerable One Sky Gourd, what do you mean by this? A long saber suddenly appeared in the proud dragon manic saber's hand. He slashed at Venerable One Sky Gourd. Kuin Peng Wu Yu also made a move. He knew that Venerable One Sky Gourd was deliberately stopping them from suppressing Ning Chi. Let's talk this out. Venerable One Sky Gourd smiled, but he did not slow down. Chapter 1306. Chapter 1306. Chapter 1306. Chapter 1306. As Kuan Pongwuyu and Ao Long Manic Blade were hindered by Lord Tian Gourd, the three of them failed to suppress Ning Chi. Instead, the group that was chasing Ning Chi grew stronger. Of course, the cultivators that arrived later did not dare to get close to Lord Tian Gourd and the other two. The 9 pure Yang servants, the 9 heavens prides of the dragon clan, Wang Lan Si Kong, and the others all caught up after hearing the news. Apart from these familiar faces, Ning Chi also saw some new faces. The aura of these new faces was stronger than that of Dragon Chung. Obviously, they were experts on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. Occasionally, when Ning Chi was obstructed by the cultivators up ahead, Wang Lan and the others would catch up to him. After fighting him for a bit, they would immediately flee again. Wang Lan and the others were simply incapable of suppressing Ning Chi. Every time they tried to capture Ning Chi, some other cultivators would interfere, causing trouble for each other. A great man once said that unity is power. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. The more chaotic the situation was, the more disunited the other party was. The more people there were, the better it was for him. In the blink of an eye, 3 months went by. During these 3 months, there was a small fight every 10 days and a big fight every 30 days. Ning Chi was covered in injuries, but Wang Lan Sikong and the others didn't have it easy either. Even the proud Dragon Berserk Blade was hit by Ning Chi's 18 subduing dragon palms. More and more cultivators who came for their dreams died under Ning Chi's blade. But before 100 died, there would be 200 or even 300 cultivators joining the group. On the ground, a group of Qi Refinement Realm cultivators looked up with their mouths agape. It was rare to see Eternal Life Realm cultivators and Transcendence Realm cultivators, but now they were like a swarm of locusts. Could it be Feng Zhou's son? It should be him. Hasn't he been the talk of the town recently? Unfortunately, we are not strong enough. Don't talk about us. Look at them. A Qi Refinement Realm cultivator curled his lips. Not far away, a large group of Dan Realm cultivators stood together and could only look up like them. Ning Bei Xiandai, Kong found an opportunity and rushed behind Ning Chi like a bolt of lightning. He punched at Ning Chi's back, but before he could punch, he was knocked away by a late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator. His punch missed. Ning Chi's real name had unknowingly spread to everyone. Damn it! Kong's eyes were filled with anger. He looked coldly at the late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator and continued to chase after Ning Chi. With your strength, don't bother chasing. Who can you beat? Kong was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to use the cruelest method to torture Ning Chi. He had 7 wounds on his body. 3 of them were caused by Ning Chi. The other 4 were accidental injuries caused by other cultivators. Ning Beixian, give me the Kuin Su Pagoda. Since you have the Wang family's bloodline, you shouldn't let the Kuin Su Pagoda fall into someone else's hands. Wang Lan was a bit anxious. The situation was getting worse for her. Although a lot of arcane true, celestial realm grotto heaven masters had arrived, they weren't very strong. Unless Wang Lin and his wife arrived, they might have a chance to turn the situation around. However, Ning Beixian was Wang Lin's grandson. Wang Lan knew that even if Wang Lin was still on the Azure Dragon continent, he wouldn't do anything to Ning Beixian. After hearing Wang Lan's voice, Ning Chi sneered and said, "Anyone can take the Kuin Su Pagoda, but you can't." Why? The anger in Wang Lan's eyes became even stronger. "Because you're not qualified," Ning Chi said in a mocking tone. "Then die for me." The King Kong punched Ning Chi's forehead. "It's not up to you whether I die or not." Ning Chi turned around and slashed, but his body was hit by the Vajra Dharma form's fist. However, Ning Chi took advantage of the momentum to increase his speed of escape, even though blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lan didn't feel good either. During this chase, her King Kong had suffered a lot of internal injuries. Ning Chi's attack had almost cut off her King Kong's arm, making her injuries even worse. "I'm going to kill you." Wang Lan's eyes revealed a hint of resentment. She had been preparing to break through to the peak of the late stage of the late stage. As long as she took the rank 9 Heaven Dragon pill and had a few hundred years, she would have a 30% to 40% chance of breaking through. However, now that her King Kong was damaged, it would take at least 100 years to recover. Another 3 months passed. If it wasn't for the terrifying recovery speed of the Advanced World Destroyer Immortal Tribe bloodline, Ning Chi would have been killed by the army. During this time, he was hit by Sky Gourd the Venerable 1 twice and Proud Dragon Manic Blade 3 times. Kuin Peng Wu, you did not attack him. Instead, he blocked the attacks of Sky Gourd the Venerable 1, Proud Dragon Manic Blade, and Yang Yi. More and more cultivators on the Azure Dragon list joined the chase. They seemed to have noticed Kuin Peng Wu Yu's actions and did not dare to attack Ning Chi. After all, they were not as strong as Sky Gourd the Venerable 1 and Proud Dragon Manic Blade. Kuin Peng Wu Yu's actions bought Ning Chi more time. "You're the only son of Wang Muting and Feng Jiuxian? You're really the father of the dragon worm. Why don't you acknowledge me as your father and give me the Pagoda of Kungsu? As one of the top 30 on the Azure Dragon list, I can definitely protect you. Kid, if you keep running, you'll definitely die. Hurry up and hand over the Pagoda of Kungsu. Otherwise, when this matter is over, I'll still fight you to the death. When that time comes, you'll die no matter where you go. Not only will you die, I'll find everyone related to you and send them to you one by one. In another 4 to 5 months, the cooldown time of God's Grace and Reverse Origin will be up. When that time comes, a cold glint flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. He had been chased for more than half a year, and he was extremely frustrated. When that time came, he wanted to kill 4 experts on the Azure Dragon list to vent his anger and condense his Dharma power. I'll kill the 4 with the worst mouths. Perhaps they wanted to use psychological tactics to defeat Ning Chi. During the long period of pursuit, Ning Qi not only fought hundreds of battles with them, but also had a lot of verbal battles with them. The final winner was, of course, Ning Qi, who is known for his unparalleled scolding. However, a few experts on the Azure Dragon list were angered by Ning Qi's scolding, and they cursed Ning Qi's family 24/7. Ning Qi glanced at those cultivators coldly, looked at their attributes, and memorized their appearances. These people did not belong to the 7 immortal realms, but they were rogue cultivators. In terms of strength, they were much stronger than Dragon City, who was ranked 100th on the Azure Dragon list. Speaking of Dragon City, the young cave masters of the various immortal realms had also participated in the pursuit. Ning Qi had already seen familiar faces like Long Rong, Wang Guichao, and Ruan Qinyan. Even the disciple of Dragon City, Yu Suiping, had joined the battle. He had originally hated Ning Qi because of the battle between Ning Qi and Dragon City, and now he was using all kinds of methods to harass Ning Qi. Days passed, and the battle had moved from the pure yang immortal realm to the green darkness immortal realm. The number of cultivators chasing Ning Qi had increased from hundreds and thousands to almost 10,000. More cultivators wanted to join in the fun and see what the final result would be. They only waited on the periphery. Unknowingly, a year had finally passed. God's grace's cool-down time was up. Chapter 1307. Outcast of the 9, Nether the Green Darkness, Celestial Realm had 6 desolates and 6 regions. In the desolate region, in front of the impassable mountain range, Ning Qi stood in the air with his saber in hand. In front of him was an endless number of cultivators, almost surrounding him. Behind him was the impassable realm mountain range. It was said that there were many ancient restrictions and mutated beasts. Even late-stage law, phase realm cultivators would be in danger if they entered this place. You're not running anymore? Proud Dragon Berserk Blade laughed sinisterly. I'm not running anymore. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. It's already rare for him to be able to escape to the wildlands under the pursuit of so many geniuses. If it wasn't for the Kuan Su Pagoda, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for him to be ranked on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. What a pity. I'm afraid he will die here today. That's not necessarily true. He is the son of Feng Jiuxian and has the blood of the Wang family flowing in his veins. The great Saint Xuanjin can't just watch him die here, can he? Did you see that female cultivator? The true prodigy of the Wang clan, Wang Lan, has already broken through to the late Dharma plane at such a young age. He has even joined the 9 Heaven Sword sect in the central mainland and has a master of creation as his backing. He is the true prodigy of the Wang clan. If Xuanjin Great Sage really thought highly of him, he would have made a move long ago. Have you forgotten? Why did Xuanjin Great Sage lay his hands on Feng Jiuxian and her husband? His appearance in the Azure Dragon continent is, in fact, a calamity for the Wang clan. The nearby cultivators whispered to each other. They were very far away from Ning Qi. Only Kuan Peng Wuyu and the other experts on the Azure Dragon role were the closest to Ning Qi. Everyone, I'll take him down and find the pagoda of Kungsu. Then we'll have a competition. Whoever wins will leave with the pagoda of Kungsu. What do you think? Proud Dragon Berserk Blade indifferently swept his gaze across everyone as he said, 80% of the experts on the Azure Dragon role, including Yang Yi, the 9 geniuses of the Baxia Dragon tribe, and the Grotto Masters and young Grotto Masters of the various Grotto heavens, nodded slightly after hearing Proud Dragon Manic Blade's suggestion. They felt that this was the only way to decide the ownership of the pagoda of Kungsu. That's good too. That way, we won't have to fight over it. Celestial Gord nodded with a faint smile. Ao Long Manic Blade glanced at him coldly. If it were not for the Venerable One, he would have taken down Ning Qi by now. Since all of you agree with this method, then Proud Dragon Berserk Blade sneered and was about to attack Ning Qi. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. This person was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression. His lips were incomparably black, and his long hair was like a waterfall. It draped over his shoulders and almost reached his waist. Abandoned disciple of the 9 Serenities? Tian Gord the Venerable One and the others were shocked. There were so many experts on the Azure Dragon list, but Tian Gord the Venerable One ranked the highest. He was calm at first, but when the black-robed man appeared, his eyes turned serious. Ranked 9th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, the abandoned disciple of the 9 underworlds. All of you get lost. The abandoned disciple of 9 Nether had his back facing everyone as he stared at Ning Qi and slowly opened his mouth. Kuin Peng Wuyu frowned and did not speak. Ao Long Manic Blade's expression changed slightly. The abandoned disciple of 9 Nether had a terrifying background. He was born in the 9 Nether Demon sect. Back then, a disciple of the Wang family accidentally killed an ordinary disciple of the 9 Nether Demon sect. Even Xuanjin, great sage, personally brought that branch of the 9 Nether Demon sect to the central mainland to apologize. Even though the abandoned disciple of 9 Nether was no longer a disciple of the 9 Nether Demon sect and seemed to have enemies in the central mainland, which was why he came to the Azure Dragon mainland to cultivate. However, no one dared to take the risk of offending the 9 Nether Demon sect and becoming enemies with the abandoned disciple of 9 Nether. Even Ao Long Manic Blade did not dare to make a sound. More than 100 cultivators at the scene stared at each other, and the tens of thousands of cultivators around them did not dare to make a sound. The scene was very quiet for a moment. Abandoned disciple of 9 Nether? Ning Qi and the black-robed man looked at each other. The other's eyes were cold and emotionless. Abandoned disciple of 9 Nether. You still have to abide by the rules. If it was anything else, I would have let you have it today. But I must have the pagoda of Kungsu. After a dozen breaths of silence, Lord Tian Gord smiled and said. The gourd behind him was faintly discernible lines of law. These lines seemed to be alive and kept swimming. You are no match for me. The abandoned disciple of 9, Nether said without turning his head. Not necessarily. A cold glint flashed in Lord Tian Gord's eyes. The gourd behind him suddenly soared into the sky and instantly grew 100 times bigger. A golden light shot out from it and landed on the abandoned disciple of 9 Nether. Divine gourd dharma power of middle grade of the mystic level. Kuin Peng Wuyu, Ao Long Manic Blade, and the other cultivators at the periphery had a trace of fear in their eyes when they saw Lord Tian Gord's attack. Lord Tian Gord's celestial gourd dharma power was of the middle grade of the mystic level. It was stronger than everyone present. Apart from the 7 sages in the Azure Dragon continent, only Lord Tian Gord's dharma power was of the highest grade. His true combat power was all in this dharma power. The golden light shrouded the abandoned disciple of the netherworld. He furrowed his brows and abruptly turned around to look at Tian Gord the Venerable One. Then he reached out and grabbed at the air. A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and the power of laws within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles surged toward him. Hundreds of strange beasts made of black gas appeared out of thin air and attacked Tian Gord the Venerable One and his Dharma form. Under the suppression of the strange beasts made of black gas, the golden light was pushed back. Together with the strange beasts, the golden light hit Lord Tian Gord at the same time. He screamed and was sent flying. The middle grade of the celestial gourd dharma power was also beaten back to its original form by the strange beasts. It was covered with dense cracks. Lord Tian Gord stopped in midair. The celestial gourd dharma power flew to the top of his head and spun continuously. Countless power of law gushed out of the void and merged with it to repair the cracks. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of Lord Tian Gord's mouth. He looked at the abandoned disciple of 9 Nether in shock. He had fought with him hundreds of years ago. At that time, he was only slightly weaker than him. But today, he realized that he was no match for him at all. There was a dead silence. Ao Long, Mang Dao and the others looked terrible. Even Lord Tiangord was injured by him. They were no match for the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether. We, the celestial realm of the Central Land, will not fight for the pagoda of Kungsu. The cave masters of the Central Land celestial realm looked at each other and chose to withdraw from the fight. Long Rong, Yu Suiping, and the others glared at Ning Qi with reluctance. Although they were geniuses, they were far inferior to Kuan Peng Wuyu and the others, not to mention the abandoned disciples of Nine Nether. We, the lower tyrant celestial realm, will not fight anymore. The 9 supreme talents of the lower tyrant celestial realm shook their heads and stepped back hundreds of feet to show their attitude. Yang Yi and the others followed. Wang Lan and Sikong looked at each other and sighed inwardly. They glanced at Ning Qi coldly and stepped back hundreds of feet. Just when everyone thought that the pagoda of Kungsu would fall into the hands of the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether, a sword light fell from the sky and attacked the abandoned disciple. Chapter 1308. Sword from the west, Jian Shilai. The abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether snorted coldly and waved his hand, seemingly planning to use the same trick again. However, the strange beast formed from his black aura was slashed into pieces by this sword. When the cultivators in the vicinity saw this, even Ao Long Quang Dao's eyes turned sluggish as they stared at this scene with their mouths agape. The number 1 person below Great Saint Jian Shilai? Wasn't it rumored that he went to the central continent? Why did you come back? I didn't come here for nothing. There's going to be a good show to watch today. Even if I wait 100 years, I might not be able to witness the battle between the 8th and 9th rankers of the Azure Dragon Roll. The nearby cultivators felt their blood boil as they watched this scene with great excitement. Jian Shilai was a legendary existence in the Azure Dragon continent. If one were to talk about the origins of the abandoned disciples of the 9 Nether sects, Venerable Heaven Gord, and the others, many people knew about the background of the 7 saints. However, Jian Shilai was even more mysterious than them. The first time he appeared in the Azure Dragon continent was 300 years ago. At that time, he challenged the great sage Xianzhen. Although he was defeated, he became famous because the great sage Xianzhen could not keep him. He appeared at the same time as Feng Jiuxian. After Feng Jiuxian and her husband disappeared, Jian Shilai appeared. Because of the battle with the great sage of Xuanjin, he was ranked 8th on the Azure Dragon list. After that, the abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether, Venerable Heavenly Gord, Kuan Peng Wuyu, Proud, Dragon Frenzied Blade, and other experts on the Azure Dragon list were not convinced. One by one, they came to challenge Jian Shilai. In the end, except for the abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether, everyone else was defeated. A tall and straight figure stood in the void. He stepped on a lotus as he walked towards the abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether sect. A gentle breeze blew past and lifted his long hair. Everyone immediately saw Jian Shilai's face. Hiss! The tens of thousands of cultivators nearby gasped at the same time. Was this a woman or a man? Even when Ning Qi saw Jian Shi's appearance, he felt that it was a little unbelievable. From his appearance, he looked no different from a woman, and he had a face that could topple the world. Even in Ning Qi's impression, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen could not compare to him. However, judging from his Adam's apple and the other characteristics of his body, he was undoubtedly a man. Proud Dragon Berserk Blade subconsciously touched his abdomen. There was a wound that no one could see. After seeing Jian Shi, he felt as if the wound was aching. Kuan Peng Wuyu's expression gradually turned grave. Just like the proud Dragon Berserk Blade, he subconsciously touched his ear. There was a gap below his earlobe. Apart from these two, the top 20 of the Azure Dragon leaderboard were all half-step consummate existences. Almost at the same time, they did the same thing as Ao Long and Manic Blade. They all had wounds left by Jian Shilai. Jian Shilai, what do you mean? The abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Abyss looked at the other party coldly. Your opponent is me. Jian, Shilai said indifferently. His voice was also very neutral. If one only listened to his voice, they would not be able to tell if he was a man or a woman. My Black Fiend demonic skill has reached the large success stage, so I'll use you to test it out. The abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Sect snorted coldly. With a bang, his body turned into a black aura and swept towards Jianxi. Jianxi's body moved slightly. As if he had teleported, he appeared hundreds of miles away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes instantly landed on Ningqi. The abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Sect was currently fighting with Jianxi, so he no longer had the time to suppress Ningqi. Their chance had come again. Suppress this child first. The proud dragon berserk blade let out a low shout and directly attacked Ningqi. When the others saw this, they were slightly startled. They looked at each other and stood on the spot with great tacit understanding. No one chose to stop the proud dragon berserk blade at this moment. They also wanted to find some time to find the Kuan Su Pagoda from Ningqi's body and decide the ownership of the Kuan Su Pagoda before the victor between the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Sect and Jian Shilai was decided. I told you to run. A trace of malevolence appeared in the eyes of the proud dragon berserk blade as he slapped his palm towards Ningqi's head. His huge body formed a sharp contrast with Ningqi's. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a trace of pity. After being hit by the palm of the proud dragon berserk blade, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. All the bones and internal organs in his body would be smashed into minced meat. Return to the source. Ningqi looked at the proud dragon berserk blade, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. In the next moment, his body swelled up against the wind. When the proud dragon berserk blade's attack was about to land on him, Ningqi's world devastator immortal true body was completely revealed. His body was hundreds of feet tall, and the proud dragon berserk blade, which was originally huge in front of him, turned into an ant. This is Kuan Pengwuyu's eyes moved slightly. The nearby cultivators were instantly shocked and looked at this scene with some surprise. 18 subduing dragon palms. An extremely firm and yang aura surged out of Ningqi's body. The violent power of the law condensed into 7 silver dragons, and in the blink of an eye, they collided with the proud dragon berserk blade's palm. Ningqi took a step back, while the proud dragon berserk blade rolled away. This palm strike reduced Ningqi's HP by about 30 million, and the HP bar above the proud dragon berserk blade's head was directly reduced by 1 bar. Without waiting for proud dragon berserk blade to react, Ningqi took the initiative to rush towards him and struck out palm after palm. Proud dragon berserk blade was stunned for a moment. Then he let out a furious roar and transformed into the true form of the dragon race. From his dragon head to dragon tail, there were countless sharp horns, and on the incomparably black dragon scales, there were law patterns all over. Boom! The 2 incomparably huge fellows collided with each other, and an extremely terrifying shockwave spread out. The nearby cultivators retreated dozens of miles again, looking at this scene with incomparable shock. The son of Feng Jiuxian can actually fight with the proud dragon berserk blade head-on. Haven't you heard? He once suppressed 4 late-stage law phase realm cultivators with 1 move. It's normal for him to have such strength, but he's just a late-stage eternal life realm cultivator. The crowd of cultivators suddenly fell silent. Is this his true strength? Wang Lan gasped, and a trace of surprise and doubt flashed in her eyes. Sikong, who was beside her, was a little dumbfounded. Sure enough, he hid his strength. Kuan Pengwuyu's eyes revealed a trace of fighting spirit. In the distance, the cultivators of the Central Land Immortal Realm gathered together. Long Cheng and the other masters of the major grotto heavens stood at the forefront, looking at Ningqi's figure in disbelief. Beside Long Qing, Long Rong and Yu Suiping looked at each other in horror. With the combat strength that Ning Qi had displayed today, if it was in the past, even if Long Cheng didn't set a 10 moves agreement with him, he would still be defeated. So that's why you don't want to be my disciple. Long Qing looked at Ning Qi and muttered to himself. Roar! The proud dragon berserk blade let out a roar. The guy who was originally an ant in his eyes was actually able to fight with him for dozens of breaths. This was a great humiliation for him. The most important thing was that the other party's palm technique could actually make him feel pain. How long had it been since the proud dragon berserk blade felt this way? After roaring, the proud dragon berserk blade turned back into a human. Suddenly, a large saber that exuded a cold aura appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Ning Qi. The violent saber intent seemed as if it wanted to tear Ning Qi apart. Saber come. Chapter 1309. Complete the advancement mission clang. A deafening boom rang out. Proud dragon berserk, saber stared at the broken saber in his hand, dumbfounded. His saber, which he had tempered for many years, contained the power of millions of laws and was about to advance to a high-grade magic tool. Was broken just like that? Ning Qi's saber momentum did not diminish. He directly slashed at proud dragon manic blade. A stream of pale, golden dragon blood spurted out from his body. Proud dragon manic blade is injured. He was injured by an eternal realm cultivator? The cultivators nearby looked at this scene in shock. Even Kuan Pingwuyu, venerable sky gourd, and the others were slightly moved. Perhaps it was because of the bleeding, or perhaps it was because of his rage, but proud dragon berserk blade's eyes were gradually filled with a faint layer of blood mist. He roared and once again transformed into his dragon true form. This time he didn't hold back. His dragon true form was several miles long, and it was filled with a shockingly thick blood energy. His life points have increased by 3 times? Ning Qi looked a little serious. Proud dragon manic blade's life points were originally similar to Baxia Zikuin, maybe even a little higher. After it had increased by 3 times, the densely packed life points made people's hearts palpitate. But what's the use of this? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. All the damage he dealt to the dragon was true damage. 3 times more life points, but it only cost him a little more effort. Proud dragon manic blade could not kill him in a second, so the result was already determined. The next scene of hand-to-hand combat made people's hearts jump. The cultivators in Celestial City fled because the battlefield between Ning Qi and proud dragon manic blade had moved to Celestial City. Boom! Proud dragon manic blade's incomparably huge dragon body was punched by Ning Qi and fell heavily in Celestial City. Dozens of streets were razed to the ground. Proud dragon mad blade roared out and attacked Ning Qi once again. The two of them exchanged blows and fought with great intensity. In just an instant, the entire Celestial Sphere City had been reduced to ruins. In order to avoid getting caught up in the battle, the nearby cultivators kept retreating. Originally, everyone thought that this battle would be a stalemate for a long time. But in less than 6 hours, proud dragon manic blade's life points had dropped to an extremely low level. Phew! Ao Long berserk blade panted heavily as he stared at Ning Qi. He was not in a good state as he had used up too much of his strength. Tired. Ning Qi smiled mockingly. Seeing Ning Qi's smile, proud dragon berserk blade's rationality was immediately overwhelmed by rage. He roared and pounced towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi's figure flashed and arrived behind proud dragon berserk blade. He hugged proud dragon berserk blade's tail with both hands. Could he be? Everyone looked at the scene in shock. Although Ning Qi's body was huge, compared to the current proud dragon manic saber, it was much smaller. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if a child had lifted an elephant. Boom! Ning Qi fiercely smashed the proud dragon manic saber onto the ground. Immediately, A terrifying mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Dust flew everywhere, and a dragon-shaped pit that was several miles long appeared on the ground. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes were extremely strange. An existence ranked in the top 20 of the Azure Dragon leaderboard was actually beaten up by an eternal life realm cultivator with such an insulting move. This was too unbelievable. Kuin Pengwuyu and the others' faces gradually turned ugly. Proud Dragon Berserk Blade was smashed until he was dizzy, but Ningqi did not let him go. He grabbed his body and flew into the sky before smashing it in another direction. Once, twice, thrice. With every hit, Proud Dragon Berserk Blade's HP would decrease by 1. Boom, boom, boom. The dust filled the air, making it impossible for the crowd to see the real situation in the field. They could only hear the sound. After smashing hundreds of times, the sound came to an abrupt stop. When the dust dissipated, Ningqi was already stepping on Proud Dragon Berserk Blade's head. His incomparably huge dragon eyes opened with difficulty. The humiliation in his heart almost made Proud Dragon Berserk Blade go crazy. However, he could not muster any strength in his body. "What, didn't you want my dog life before?" Ningqi used the Dragon Slayer blade to gently pat his head and said indifferently, "It seems that your dragon life is not as tough as my dog life." "You are dead!" Proud Dragon Berserk Blade opened his mouth and let out a hoarse growl. "I may die, but you will die before me," Ningqi said with a faint smile. Proud Dragon Berserk Blade's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. "You dare to kill me?" "Why not?" Ningqi sneered. He raised the Dragon Slayer blade and directly slashed at Proud Dragon Berserk Blade's neck. He only had a few million HP left. If the slash landed, Proud Dragon Berserk Blade would definitely die on the spot. "Have mercy!" A loud shout was heard, and a golden light instantly enveloped Ningqi's body. Ningqi looked coldly at Sky, Gord the Venerable One, and saw a few experts on the Azure Dragon list who had quarreled with Ningqi earlier standing not far away. Ningqi sneered. "Reverse. Reincarnation." A mysterious aura slowly emitted from Ningqi's body, and the golden light that enveloped his body seemed to have met its natural enemy and instantly shattered into pieces. "What kind of technique is this?" Kuin Pengwuyu's face revealed a trace of shock. The experts on the Azure Dragon list nearby also looked at this scene in shock. "It's that technique." Some of the cultivators who had seen Ningqi execute the immortal race's first-tier divine ability, God's Grace, shouted excitedly. "That technique? Could it be?" Wang Lan's eyes were filled with shock. "The technique that suppressed Wang Yan and Wang Shi? Why isn't it the Kuin Su Pagoda?" Si Kong exclaimed. The immortal qi on Ningqi made his heart palpitate. "Mind your own business." Ningqi smiled at Sky, Gord the Venerable One. Sky, Gord the Venerable One suddenly felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. He chose to believe in his sixth sense and immediately turned to flee. Boom! A huge palm fell from the sky, directly slamming Sky, Gord the Venerable One, and his Sky, Gord Dharma form into the ground. Those who were closest to Sky, Gord the Venerable One, suddenly looked up in shock before they could react. "Did you guys make me feel good when you scolded me?" Ningqi's voice rang in their ears. In the next moment, they were also slammed into the ground by the huge palm, just like Sky, Gord the Venerable One. Only then did everyone realize that there was an additional shadow behind Ningqi. Dharma form? Or was it a divine power? After the shock, the nearby cultivators quickly looked in the direction where Sky, Gord the Venerable One, and the others were. When the dust settled, loud cries could be heard coming from inside. "Wah! Wah! Wah!" A few chubby kids sat on the ground and wailed. Tens of thousands of cultivators felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the scene. "The rumors are true," The rumors are true. How did Sky, Gord the Venerable One, and the others end up like this? Horror, fear, disbelief, and all kinds of emotions grew in the hearts of the cultivators. The way they looked at Ning Chi had undergone a drastic change. They were no longer the hunters looking at their prey, but the prey looking at the hunters. You can go now. Ning Chi looked at the proud dragon manic blade and smiled. He raised his hand and swung the blade. The huge dragon head of the proud dragon manic blade was separated from its body. There was a hint of reluctance and confusion on his face. Ding! Congratulations on completing the advancement mission. Chapter 1310. Condense the Dharma idol seeing Ning Chi beheading proud dragon berserk blade. The nearby cultivators gasped. Many of the Transcendence Realm cultivators who had chased after Ning Chi earlier were now filled with fear and lingering fear. If Ning Chi had displayed such strength before, they would have been the ones who had their heads chopped off. Junior sister, this guy has been pretending to be weak all along. Sikong transmitted his voice with a terrified expression. He had no choice but to be afraid. Proud dragon manic blade's cultivation was higher than his. He was a half-step, great perfection realm cultivator. If he fought with proud dragon manic blade, he would definitely lose within 100 moves. However, such an existence had been beaten by Ning Chi from beginning to end and even beheaded in the end. In Sikong's eyes, Ning Chi was no longer a small eternal life realm cultivator. Wang Lan's expression flickered. Never could she have imagined that Ning Chi would be this strong. However, her mental state was much better than Sikong's, and she quickly calmed down. Looking around, she sneered inwardly. So what if he killed proud dragon berserker? It was impossible for Ning Chi to escape in this situation. Thinking of this, Wang Lan looked into the distance. The abandoned disciple of Nine Nether Sect and Jian Shilai were fighting fiercely. With these two present, Ning Chi could forget about getting away with it. This guy is so strong. Wang Guoqiao stood beside his father, who was the master of the Diwu Grotto Heaven. He looked at Ning Chi excitedly, his eyes filled with battle intent. However, his rationality told him that he was no match for Ning Chi. He could only use Ning Chi as a goal to surpass. Long Rong's expression was extremely ugly. The strength Ning Chi had displayed today made him feel despair. He would probably never be able to avenge his previous hatred in this lifetime. Proud dragon manic blade won't die so easily, right? Someone had a look of disbelief. As a Transcendence Realm cultivator, his vitality was hundreds of times stronger than an Eternal Life Realm cultivator's, let alone a half-step Great Perfection Realm cultivator. Moreover, he was the sacred son of the proud Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's vitality was tenacious. Apart from the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether Sect and Jian Shilai, no one present, including Kuan Pong Wu, dared to say that they could kill proud Dragon Manic Blade. There's no aura of life. He's really dead. Kuan Pong Wu scanned Ao Long Quang Dao's corpse with his divine sense. After that, his eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. He couldn't sense any trace of life from the corpse. The Azure Dragon Roll experts from the Immortal Realm noticed this as well, and looks of disbelief appeared in their eyes. Yang Yi and the other 8 roared and flew up into the air above Ning Chi. Pure Yang 9 killing array. Waves of scorching hot power of laws radiated from the 9 of them. The power of laws was fusing with each other, and a strange pattern appeared above their heads. It was a formation formed from the power of laws. Let's join forces and suppress this kid. Another half-step perfected cultivator who was in the top 20 of the Azure Dragon leaderboard roared and also attacked brazenly. For a moment, apart from a few people, all the experts on the Azure Dragon leaderboard responded. They were afraid. The strength that Ning Chi had displayed was incredible. Even Tian Gord and the others were beaten up like children. If he were to defeat them one by one, who would be a match for him? Joining forces to suppress them was the best choice right now. Let's go too. Wang Lan shouted and attacked Ning Qi together with Si Kong. Ning Qi's body gradually returned to its original size. The effect of reverse origin had disappeared. He looked coldly at the group of people who were charging at him and thought to himself, "Begin the advancement." Boom! A terrifying immortal Qi appeared in Ning Qi's sea of consciousness out of thin air. It was like a monstrous flood, and his vision darkened slightly. In the next moment, a phantom formed by celestial spiritual energy appeared on the surface of Ning Qi's body. This phantom was like a shield of light, protecting Ning Qi within it. Yang Yi and the others' attacks also collided with the phantom at this time, but it was like a stone falling into the sea. There wasn't even a ripple before it was eliminated. How is this possible? The faces of Yang Yi and the others were filled with shock. They were well aware of how powerful their pure Yang 9 kills array was. Even a half-step consummate existence would be slightly injured if they did not dodge. However, the light shield around their opponent had directly nullified their attacks, as well as the attacks of dozens of experts on the Azure Dragon list. Even if the proud dragon manic blade came back to life, it would not be able to do this. Is this a defensive, supernatural power? Everyone looked at this scene, dumbfounded. Their expressions were a little ugly. Just as they looked at each other and thought about how to suppress Ning Qi next, the light shield shadow on Ning Qi's body began to gradually change. The shadow formed by the immortal Qi began to stretch. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it became a faint, half-transparent figure. It sat cross-legged on the ground and overlapped with Ning Qi's figure. At the same time, the nomological power in Ning Qi's body began to boil. 9 million nomological laws surged out from his cells and merged with this shadow. He is breaking through to the Dharma characteristic realm. Seeing this scene, everyone finally knew what was going on. Breaking through in the middle of battle? Is this guy crazy? A trace of surprise flashed in Kun Pengwu Yu's eyes. No matter how strong Ning Qi was, how could he dare to condense his Dharma power in front of so many Dharma characteristic realm experts? He was afraid that before the Dharma power was condensed successfully, it would have been destroyed by others. When Kun Pengwu Yu condensed his Dharma power, it was the great sage Kun Peng who personally protected him. No one dared to disturb him. He's already so terrifying before breaking through to the Dharma characteristic realm. If he breaks through to the Dharma characteristic realm, a trace of fierceness flashed in Yang Yi's eyes as he said to everyone, "Everyone, we can't let this kid break through to the Dharma characteristic realm. Indeed, we can't let him break through. Attack his Dharma power. Don't let him condense it. Attack!" In an instant, all the experts on the Azure Dragon Roll looked at each other and made a decision. They all started to attack the embryonic form of Ning Qi's Dharma power. Colorful attacks landed wildly on the shadow formed by the celestial Qi. Boom! 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 The shadow was constantly bombarded. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, it seemed like it was going to dissipate. When everyone saw this, their eyes lit up and they continued to attack with all their might. When the mid and early stage transcendence realm cultivators saw this, they hesitated for a moment before some of them joined in as well. "Let's go too." Long Rong wanted to go over, but was pulled back by Long Cheng. Long Cheng looked at him coldly. "You're just an early stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator. Why are you going?" "Father, Long Rong's expression was a little ugly. Chapter 1311. Chapter 1311. Blood-sucking. Oh no. Ning Qi's eyes were tightly shut. In the beginning, everything was still normal. The immortal Qi continued to gush out from his sea of consciousness, along with the Qi, blood, and power of the laws in his body, as they surged towards the embryonic form of the Dharma power outside his body. However, when he was attacked by Yang Yi and the others, the speed of the immortal Qi power could not keep up. In order to prevent the embryonic form of the Dharma power from collapsing, the qi, blood, and power of the laws in Ning Chi's body automatically sped up. Then, the nomological powers weren't enough. Then, the blood essence that Ning Chi had been condensing for many years was being sucked away by the Dharma outside his body. Almost instantly, Ning Chi's life force was depleted. He was on the verge of death. Will I be the first cultivator to be sucked dry by the Dharma? Ning Chi laughed bitterly in his heart. Just as his consciousness was about to fade away, the evil Shura's essence, which had been spinning slowly in his sea of consciousness and would normally only release a small amount of energy to nourish Ning Chi, suddenly erupted. A mysterious energy that was hundreds and thousands of times more powerful surged out. This energy surged directly towards the embryonic form of the Dharma power outside his body. With it, Ning Chi's blood essence was no longer being absorbed. I didn't expect the evil Shura's essence to save me. The evil Shura's essence contains extremely terrifying power. It shouldn't be a problem to form a Dharma, right? Thinking of this, Ning Chi gradually entered a meditative state. Outside, the cultivators were helpless against Ning Chi's Dharma. The Dharma that was about to collapse was becoming more and more condensed. Although the embryonic form of the Dharma power was still very blurry and only had a rough shape, no matter how Yang Yi and the others attacked, including the combined attacks of thousands of early and middle Dharma plane cultivators, Ning Chi's embryonic form of the Dharma power only rippled and dimmed slightly. Then, it immediately became full again, as if there was an endless stream of power being injected into it. What grade of Dharma is this kid trying to form? Even if it's a mystic low-grade Dharma, it can't withstand our combined attacks. A mid-Dharma realm cultivator couldn't help but say with a face full of fear. The experts on the Azure Dragon list looked at each other. After a short pause, Wang Lan said loudly, "No matter what he has up his sleeve, as long as we work together, we can definitely destroy his Dharma." Miss Wang is right. Yang Yi nodded. Seeing this, everyone started to attack the embryonic form of Ning Chi's Dharma power again. Kuan Peng Wu, you was the only one on the Azure Dragon list who did not attack. Kuan Peng Saint, why aren't you attacking? The person who spoke was a gloomy young man. His face was pale, as if he was suffering from tuberculosis, but his aura was very strong. He was an expert ranked 18th on the Green Dragon leaderboard. In the Green Nether Wonderland, he was known as the sickly young master. It was said that when he was born, he was attacked by a mysterious power, causing his body to be weak. Even after his cultivation reached half a step into the Transcendence realm, he was still tortured by this mysterious power. It won't be too late to make a move after he has condensed his Dharma power. Kuan Peng Wu, you said lightly. The sickly young master sneered. I didn't think that you, as a member of the Rock Clan, would be so pedantic. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Kuan Peng Wu and exerted his full strength to attack the embryonic form of Ning Chi's Dharma power. However, the result was the same as most people. He was unable to destroy Ning Chi's embryonic form at all. I don't believe it. Raging flames burning the heavens. Watch my mountain chasing and ocean chasing dominate the 9 provinces. Thunderous strike. The frenzied attacks lasted for several months, but they were still unable to destroy the embryonic form of Ning Chi's Dharma power. Looking at Ning Chi, who was wrapped up by the embryonic form and had become a bag of bones, many people secretly gnashed their teeth in hatred. Little junior sister, I'm afraid we'll have to invite the great sage Xianjin to destroy his embryonic form. Sikong said in a low voice. No. Wang Lan's expression changed slightly, and she said telepathically, this time, the great sage Xianzhen was deterred by the other 6 sages. That's why the 7 sages of the central ancient city gathered and issued the decree. If the news of the pagoda of Kungsu didn't spread, this wouldn't have happened. The great sage Xianzhen would have personally captured this kid. But now, this kid can even kill the proud dragon manic blade. With such talent, I'm afraid that the great sage Xianzhen's presence will have the opposite effect. That's true, Sikong suddenly understood. Then he looked gloomily at Ningqi, who was sitting calmly despite being attacked by everyone. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. I don't know what kind of magical power he used. Thousands of cultivators can't destroy his embryonic form. If he successfully condenses it, I'm afraid he will become a profound class Dharma in one go. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2 years. If 2 years doesn't work, then 3 years. Condensing a Dharma takes at least a few decades. He can't always be in such a state. Wang Lan was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground and adjusting her breath. At this moment, the power of law in her body had almost recovered. She slowly stood up and walked coldly toward Ningqi. Over a few months, more than 100,000 cultivators had gathered here. Those cultivators at the Qi refinement realm, Do Dan realm, and eternal life realm could only watch from afar. They didn't dare to come within 100 miles of Ningqi. Otherwise, they would be affected by the aftermath. With their strength, they would be seriously injured. Ancient Central City. This city wasn't under the jurisdiction of the 7 sages. It was a holy land for rogue cultivators. It was built by a rogue cultivator millions of years ago. That rogue cultivator ruled the Azure Dragon continent for millions of years. In the end, when he broke through to the Creator realm, he failed to pass the tribulation and was struck by lightning. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the rise of the 7 sages. When discussing some important matters that required the presence of the 7 sages, they would usually choose this place. After all, this way, they wouldn't have to be in the other party's territory to avoid being ambushed. At this moment, ancient Central City's conference hall. Xuanjin Great Sage and the other 6 sat in a circle. In front of them, there was a faint shadow. This shadow showed the scene of Ningqi being besieged. Proud Dragon Great Sage's face was very ugly. From time to time, he looked at Xuanjin Great Sage with eyes full of murderous intent. He saw Proud Dragon Manic Blade being killed by Ningqi. At that time, he wanted to rescue him. However, because he had made a heavenly Tao oath, the 7 of them couldn't participate in this matter. He had to watch Proud Dragon Manic Blade die under Ningqi's blade. At that time, he swore in his heart that after the matter, he would definitely take revenge. Even Xuanjin Great Sage couldn't stop him. Xuanjin Great Sage, where did this son of Feng Jiu come from? Why does he have such magical power? Although Tian Gourd Venerable's cultivation isn't high, his Heaven Gourd Dharma form is the same as our Dharma form. It's of the middle grade. How could it be beaten like a child by this kid? And now, the embryonic form of the Dharma form that he condensed can actually condense and not disperse under the siege of thousands of cultivators? Chapter 1312. Victory or defeat Green Abyss Great Sage's appearance was very ordinary, like a middle-aged scholar, but no one present dared to underestimate him. If Xianzhen Great Sage's battle prowess was first among the 7 sages, then Green Abyss Great Sage could be ranked second. The remaining 5 people's cultivation was about the same, with only a small difference. However, Proud Dragon Great Sage was ranked 7th on the Azure Dragon list. The other 5 sages looked at the Great Sage of Mystic Truth, waiting for his answer. I do not know. Great Sage Xuanjin said faintly. He looked at the scene of Ningqi being besieged in front of him. An undetectable sharpness flashed in his eyes. Great Sage Xianzhen, my son died in his hands. You have to give me an explanation, right? Proud Dragon Great Sage said coldly. A handsome cultivator in his 20s standing to the right of Mystic Truth. Great Sage smiled. What explanation do you want? Have you forgotten our previous order? You can hunt him down and snatch the pagoda of Kungsu, but it's normal for you to be killed by him. Great Sage of the Central Plains, the one who died wasn't your son, so naturally you won't feel any pain. Proud Dragon Great Sage looked coldly at that cultivator. The Xuanjin Great Sage said faintly, "If you insist on breaking the rules we set before, then I won't hold back." Proud Dragon Great Sage, you can try. Humph. Proud Dragon Great Sage's expression changed several times. Finally, he snorted coldly and said no more. The Pure Sun Great Sage and Hegemin Great Sage narrowed their eyes when they saw this. Although the conference hall seemed to be divided into 7 factions, in fact, Xuanjin Great Sage and Central Land Great Sage were both from the human tribe. Proud Dragon Great Sage and Tyrant Great Sage were both from the dragon tribe, and Pure Sun Great Sage was a half-dragon and half-human existence. As for Qing Ming Great Sage and Rock Great Sage, both of them were from the demon tribe. They were basically divided into 3 camps. The dragon tribe camp was slightly stronger than the demon tribe camp, but both sides were suppressed by the human tribe camp, led by Xuanjin Great Sage. Since we've already made a heavenly Tao blood oath, then we'll abide by it. No matter how things develop, it's up to the will of the heavens. Great Sage Proud Dragon, it's not like you can't take revenge for your son. Have you forgotten that Jian Shi and the abandoned disciple of the 9 underworlds are also there? Kuan Peng Great Sage smiled. With that, he gently waved his hand, and the image in front of him changed. 2 figures, one white and one black, appeared. The white figure was Jian Shilai. He stepped on a lotus flower and held a sword in his hand. On the other hand, there were many wounds on the body of the abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether. His face was gloomy, and he seemed to be in a slightly sorry state. No one knows the origins of Jian Shilai. Qing Ming, Great Sage, frowned slightly. When his gaze fell on the lotus flower under Jian Shilai's feet, he muttered, "His white lotus law seems to have improved again. Yes, it should have advanced to the transcendent level, just like us." Kuan Ping Great Sage smiled and nodded. The black, fiend, demonic art of the abandoned disciples of the 9 Nether has already reached the greater mastery, and the law of the Netherworld has also advanced to the superior grade. These 2 people will be able to reach the transcendence realm in the future. Should we find a time to eliminate these 2 people? Pure Sun Great Sage, who had been silent all this while, said faintly. Hegemin Great Sage and Proud Dragon Great Sage nodded in agreement. But Qing Ming Great Sage and Kunping Great Sage had a trace of mockery in their eyes. Among the 7 sages, only Pure Sun Great Sage's principles were the same as when he was young. If he felt that someone would threaten his position, he would try his best to eliminate that person. So what? Let's not talk about when they can break through to the Great Perfection Realm. There are no less than 10 people in the Great Perfection Realm who walked out of the forbidden ancient desolation this time. Pure Sun Great Sage, I heard that the Glass Dragon Great Sage went to Tianhong City. Did you send your disciple, the Heavenly Devil Fairy, to suppress him? Central Earth Great Sage laughed lightly and looked at Pure Sun Great Sage with a faint smile. I just wanted to invite Master over for a chat. I didn't expect Master to misunderstand me. Pure Sun Great Sage's expression changed slightly as he snorted. Speaking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Xuanjin Great Sage. His disciple, the Heavenly Devil Fairy, was also beaten into a child by Ningqi and was taken away by the Glass Dragon Great Sage. She was not much better than Proud Dragon Great Sage. In the beginning, he even suspected that all of this was Xuanjin Great Sage's plan. However, thinking of the 2 brothers, Wang Yan and Wang Shi, this suspicion disappeared. It was impossible for Xuanjin Great Sage to use 2 Transcendence Realm late-stage cultivators to set up this plan. After losing these 2 people, the vitality of the Wang family had been greatly damaged. When the Glass Dragon Great Sage and the others recover their cultivation, the Azure Dragon Continent will begin to be chaotic. As for Jian Shilai and the abandoned disciples of the 9 Nether, we don't need to pay attention to them for the time being. Xuanjin Great Sage said faintly. When Pure Sun Great Sage heard this, he sneered in his heart, but on the surface he nodded. After a moment of silence, everyone once again set their eyes on the virtual image and watched quietly. Time passed day by day. Qingming Immortal Realm Barbarian domain became more and more lively. Cultivators from the other 6 immortal realms kept coming over. They just wanted to witness the rumored supreme genius who resisted thousands of Transcendence realm cultivators with his own strength, Ning Beixian. In addition to Yang Yi Wanglan and the others, there were constantly Transcendence realm cultivators joining in. The cultivators who were watching the show retreated again and again. In the end, the closest group of people was only 500 miles away from Ningqi. With Ningqi as the center, the surrounding scene looked like the end of the world. There were potholes left behind by the aftermath of the battle. There were also many cracks that were dozens of miles long and countless miles deep. It's been a year. Ning Beixian's embryonic form of the Transcendence realm is no different from before. It's just a lot thicker. However, under the siege of so many experts, he didn't move at all. I think even Jian Shilai and the abandoned disciples of the Nine Nether might not have such means. An early-stage eternal life realm cultivator stood on top of a mountain and looked in Ningqi's direction. There were more than a dozen eternal life realm cultivators beside him. They were all his senior and junior brothers, so he didn't hold back when talking. Shil, lower your voice. The abandoned disciples of the Nine Nether and Jian Shilai are over there. They've been fighting for almost a year, but there's still no winner. A cultivator's eyes flashed with a trace of fear as he said in a low voice. Far away, Jian Shilai and the abandoned disciples of the Nine Nether were fighting fiercely. It seemed like they had entered the final stage of the battle. When they decide the winner, I'm afraid that Ning Beixian's embryonic form will instantly collapse. I'm really looking forward to it. A cultivator sighed. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out and the world shook. The winner has been decided. Everyone looked into the distance. Even Wang Lan and the others stopped to watch. They saw the abandoned disciple of the Nine Netherland beside them with a terrible expression. He was covered in injuries. Jian Shilai, on the other hand, came over on a lotus. He was extremely calm, and there wasn't even a trace of a battle on him. Chapter 1313. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Jian Shilai looked at Ningqi and the embryonic form of the Dharma idol that enveloped him. Everyone looked at him expectantly, thinking that he would make a move. A trace of doubt flashed through Jian Shilai's eyes. After waiting for a while, everyone realized that Jian Shilai had no intention of making a move. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. Jian Shilai, what do you mean? The abandoned disciple said in a hoarse voice. The other party had fought with him for an entire year, but now he wasn't going to make a move? Jian Shilai glanced at him indifferently, then closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. A strong killing intent flashed through the eyes of the abandoned disciple, but he was no match for Jian Shilai. He glared at him hatefully and sneered at Ningqi. He punched out, and the black gas condensed into hundreds of strange beasts that heavily smashed onto the embryonic form of the Dharma idol. The abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether has made his move. Perhaps he can defeat this kid's Dharma idol. It should be impossible. The combined attack of thousands of cultivators is definitely not weaker than the attack of the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether. There were still some cultivators who were more rational and did not think highly of the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether. However, more cultivators were confident that the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether was ranked 9th on the Azure Dragon list. Furthermore, the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether had a terrifying background. He came from the Nine Nether Demon sect of the Central Continent. It was publicly acknowledged that the Nine Nether Demon sect was good at killing and fighting. Boom! The attack of the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether landed on the embryonic form of the Dharma idol, causing a ripple. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Before this, Even an expert on the Azure Dragon list, who was ranked similar to Kuan Peng, Wu Yu would not be able to create such a ripple. The experts on the Azure Dragon list looked at the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether with fear in their eyes. From this, it could be seen that the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether was much stronger than them. The expression of the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether changed slightly, and a trace of disbelief flashed through his eyes. At this moment, he felt many mocking gazes, and anger rose in his heart. It was one thing to lose to Jian Shilai, but he couldn't do anything to a mere eternal life realm cultivator? Thinking of this, the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether began to attack crazily. At this moment, a Transcendence Realm cultivator saw this and made a move at the same time in excitement. To be able to fight side by side with the abandoned disciples of Nine Nether, it would be an extremely honorable thing in the future. Puff! That cultivator had just made his move when he was slapped away by the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether. The hoarse voice sounded again. I don't need anyone's help. Whoever dares to take a step forward will be killed without mercy. The other cultivators had wanted to help, but when they saw the cultivator fall to the ground and die with a single palm strike, they didn't dare to do anything. Grandmaster! Grandmaster! Several cultivators in the Eternal Life realm ran over in panic and found that their master ancestor was no longer breathing. They looked at the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether in horror and quickly took the body of their master ancestor and left the place in grief and indignation. As expected of the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether, for such a small matter, he would actually kill me. Fortunately, I did not provoke him. The nearby cultivators who saw this scene secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Gradually, the fear in everyone's eyes turned into mockery. Half a day had already passed, but the abandoned disciples of the Nine Serenities were still unable to cause any damage to the embryonic form of Ning Chi's Dharma power. The expression of the abandoned disciple of the Ninth Nether became more and more unsightly. With a loud roar, he used all his strength. He did not believe that, with his black, malevolent demonic arts, he actually could not destroy a mere embryonic form of a Dharma power. 10 days. 20 days. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, everyone was watching the performance of the abandoned disciple of the Nine Serenities. They saw many of the trump cards of the abandoned disciple of Nine Serenities and were also afraid of the power of these moves. But the most important thing was that he still could not destroy the embryonic form of Ning Chi's Dharma power. Ning Chi, who was so skinny that he looked like a skeleton, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Although he did not open his eyes, everyone could feel the silent mockery in Ning Chi's eyes. At this moment, the essence of the evil Shura in Ning Chi's sea of consciousness had been reduced by about 1%. Don't underestimate this 1% of power. The strength of the evil Shura was an existence that belonged to the level of a bug in this continent. Even the real celestial clan was killed by the evil Shura in one blow. In the forbidden ancient desolation land, the bowed corpses of hundreds of masters of creation were still vivid in Ning Chi's mind. This was the essence left behind by an existence that had surpassed the masters of creation. The embryonic form of the Dharma power was still madly absorbing the essence of the evil Shura. The abandoned disciple of the Nine Serenities frowned and looked at Ning Chi with a livid face. Suddenly he said to the crowd, "Attack with me." Compromised? A flash of mockery passed through everyone's minds, but then they attacked together with the abandoned disciple of the Nine Serenities. Ning Chi's embryonic form of the Dharma power had already frightened them. They could not let Ning Chi form it successfully. Otherwise, those who had attacked him would be killed one by one. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Time flew by quickly. From the time Ning Chi began to condense his Dharma idol until now, it had been a full 5 years. The barbarian desolation had also developed from a sparsely populated place with Ning Chi as the center. Many cultivators had grown impatient and entered the impassable mountain range to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures for their own cultivation. Naturally, a market had developed to be used for trading. Another 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. With Ningqi as the center, there were 7 giant cities built by the cultivators of the 7 immortal realms. Most of the disciples of the Wang family had also arrived. When they saw ancestor Bei Xian being surrounded by thousands of Dharma Plane cultivators, they had mixed feelings. Vaguely, they felt a little proud. Wang Lan stood in the air above the Xianjin city with an ugly expression. Behind her stood a dozen elders of the Wang family, including Wang Tong, whom Ningqi was familiar with. Behind the elders were Wang Shui's grandfather, Wang Hai, Wang Shan, and Jianlan. They looked at Ningqi, who was enveloped by the embryonic form of the Dharma power, with complicated expressions. Elders, no matter what, ancestor Bei Xian is still a member of the Wang family. Are we just going to let these people attack him? Someone said. Everyone looked up and saw it was Wang Zhong, who was known as the Dragon Slayer. Wang Lan's expression changed slightly. She glanced at him coldly and said, "This is the order of the 7 saints. Who dares to disobey?" Wang Zhong glanced at her and slightly lowered his head. He thought to himself, how could this woman be so vicious? No matter what, she and Ningqi were engaged. On the other side of the Xianjin city, there was a specially built observation deck. From there, people could clearly see the scene of Ningqi being surrounded. Dian Yi Zicheng and Yi Xilan stood side by side, dumbfounded. They had spent years to get here after receiving the news. Is it really the patriarch? Chapter 13-14. A monstrous rage. It should be the prefecture master, right? Even though Ningqi had become a bag of bones, Dian was sure that the prefecture master was the Wang family's patriarch Bei Xian. I didn't expect the prefecture master's cultivation to reach such a level in just a decade. When we first met in the Great Desert region, the prefecture master was only a Dan cultivator. Yi Zicheng said in disbelief. Dian nodded, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. More than a decade had passed, and their cultivation was still the same. But Ningqi was already forming the Dharma form. I heard that the prefecture master has been besieged here for more than a decade. The attackers were all Dharma manifestation cultivators and experts on the Azure Dragon role. Yi Xilan's face revealed a trace of worry. We can't help the prefecture master. Yi Zicheng sighed and sent a voice transmission. Even if they were Dharma manifestation cultivators, they wouldn't be able to help Ningqi. Yeah, this area has been sealed. We can only watch from here. We can't even get close. Dian smiled bitterly. After the appearance of the 7 giant cities, the area where Ningqi was had been sealed. Only Dharma manifestation cultivators could enter. Suddenly there was a commotion behind them. May I know your name? I am Lu Dongyin, a disciple of the mystic perfected immortal realm from the deer-chasing sacred land. May I get lost? Lady you, I'll kill you if you don't get lost. Everyone quickly looked behind them and saw a woman in a purple robe holding a horsetail whisk, looking coldly at a young cultivator who was at the mid-stage of the eternal life state. The purple-clothed woman was extremely beautiful, but her expression was as cold as ice. She exuded a faint transcendence, realm aura. The deer-chasing, sacred land cultivator was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect this young female cultivator to have such a cultivation level. When everyone saw the 2 young ladies standing on the left and right of the purple-robed woman, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Those 2 young ladies were even more beautiful than the purple-robed woman, and it was a soul-stirring sight to behold. When Zhang Xian met their eyes, he felt as though his mind was being stolen away. He stood rooted to the spot, unable to control himself. Even an honest man like Dian was stunned for a moment. The 3 women ignored the crowd and walked directly to the observation deck, looking in Ningqi's direction. Seeing Ning Qi's emaciated appearance as he endured the endless attacks of thousands of cultivators, the eyes of the two girls beside the purple-robed woman immediately turned red. They directly soared into the sky and flew towards Ning Qi. "How dare you? Who dares to trespass this place?" A cold shout was heard. On the viewing platform, everyone came back to their senses and looked at each other in horror. "Who may? It's definitely who may." Many female cultivators gnashed their teeth and cursed in a low voice. Even they were bewitched by the appearance of those two women. Several late-stage Eternal Life realm cultivators rushed into the sky and stopped the two girls who wanted to rush towards Ning Qi. "You're all bad guys." One of the girls with a slightly immature face gave a tender shout and joined forces with another girl to attack. The power of black and white laws instantly surged out and formed a huge Tai Chi diagram, which directly sent these late-stage Eternal Life realm cultivators flying. In the sky, Wang Lan frowned slightly. She seemed to have noticed the situation here. When she saw someone trying to fly towards Ning Qi, she moved and appeared directly in front of the two girls. The rest of the peak elders saw this and looked over curiously. On the viewing platform, Dian and the others were stunned. Then Yi Zicheng said with pity, "What's wrong with these two girls? Don't they know that they can't trespass here?" Wang Lan looked coldly at little Yu, and Zuoling, "Who are you? What's your relationship with Ning Beixian?" Just as Zuoling was about to speak, little Yu reached out and grabbed her. Then she looked coldly at Wang Lan. "It's none of your business. Get out of the way. A mere late-stage Eternal Life realm dares to ask me to get out of the way." A trace of disdain flashed in Wang Lan's eyes. "Look at you. Are you Ning Beixuan's confidants?" A sharp light flashed in her eyes. "We're not young masters." Zuoling's voice stopped abruptly because Wang Lan had already made her move. "You're indeed related to him. I'll capture you and kill you in front of Ning Beixian. Let's see what he'll do then." The sky suddenly darkened. The area where Wang Lan was instantly filled with a faint layer of black mist, causing her movements to slow down. Li Macho appeared next to Zuoling, and Wang Lan. She lightly patted their backs, and they were sent 100 miles away. Then Li Macho looked coldly at Wang Lan and said, "A high-level transcendence realm cultivator dares to attack two juniors. How despicable. You're also Ning Beixuan's confidant? This guy is quite a playboy." Wang Lan sneered, a look of dread in her eyes. The black mist in the sky was crazily attacking her body. She had already confirmed that the black mist was extremely poisonous, and the power of the laws in her body was frantically trying to counteract the poison of the black mist. She could tell from Li Macho's aura that she was at most in the early transcendence realm. However, the fact that the black mist could actually hurt her was the real reason why she was afraid. "Cut the crap. Do it," Li Macho said coldly. "Let's see how many moves you can take." Wang Lan sneered. In the distance, little Yu, and Zuoling, saw Li Macho and Wang Lan fighting. They gritted their teeth and directly flew towards Ning Qi. Coincidentally, the thousands of cultivators had all stopped to regulate their breathing. Even the abandoned disciples of Jiu, you couldn't take it anymore after attacking Ning Qi's embryonic Dharma power for more than 10 years. "Young master!" Little Yu, and Zuoling landed in front of Ning Qi's embryonic Dharma power. They wanted to enter, but were blocked by the embryonic Dharma power. Ning Qi's eyes that hadn't opened for more than 10 years suddenly opened when he heard the familiar voice. When he saw little Yu, and Zuoling, he was slightly stunned. A trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes, and he transmitted his voice. "Leave this place quickly. I'll be fine. These two are your confidants." The hoarse voice of the abandoned disciples of Jiu Yu gradually sounded. The nearby cultivators who were regulating their breathing all stood up and looked coldly at the two women. Don't you dare hurt young master. Zhuo Ling glared at the abandoned disciples of Jiu Yu angrily. Why are you so stupid? Ning Qi's voice was filled with a trace of anger. Young master, you are supposed to be high up and look down on everyone. How can these ants have the right to humiliate you? We can't watch young master get humiliated by them. Even if Ling and I die here today, young master will avenge us in the future. We're not afraid. Little Yu looked at Ning Qi and said slowly. Then she turned around coldly and looked at the abandoned disciples of Jiu Yu and the thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators. Hee, how loyal. Ning Beixian, if you destroy your own Dharma power, I won't kill them. The abandoned disciples of Jiu Yu laughed. At the same time, with a loud bang, a purple figure landed beside the two women. Li Macho's mouth was bleeding and she looked a little embarrassed. Sister Macho. The two women hurried to help her up. Ning Beixian, come out yourself or all three of them will die. Wang Lan looked at Ning Qi coldly. If anyone dares to harm a single hair on them, I will find you one by one, even if you go to the 9 heavens or the 9 hells. I will suppress you forever and never let you reincarnate. Chapter 13:15. Don't be so mean. Ning Qi's roar reverberated in the field, and even the cultivators in the 7 nearby giant cities could hear it. This was the first time in more than a decade that they had heard Ning Qi speak. The cultivators in the giant cities were shocked and rushed out. Originally, each of the giant cities had a group of eternal life realm cultivators guarding this place. But seeing so many cultivators flying out of the giant cities like locusts, they had no choice but to step aside and give way. Those 3 female cultivators are acquainted with the Manor Lord. Di Yan was slightly surprised. The Manor Lord is so talented. He's worthy of their stunning beauty. Yi Zicheng said enviously. Those 3 are Ning Beixian's confidants. They came at the wrong time. I'm afraid they are going to drag Ning Beixian into this. Seeing so many Transcendence Realm cultivators here, they still dare to come. They are really bold. I am not as good as them. If I can have such a soulmate, I can die without regrets. The cultivators of the 7 cities were filled with envy, ridicule, and schadenfreude. There were also some young geniuses. After seeing the appearance and temperament of Li Macho and the other 2 women, their eyes revealed a trace of amazement. It was as if their little hearts were being scratched by cats. They know ancestral patriarch Beixian? Wang Lan has gone too far. The elders of the Wang family stood in the air. They basically didn't participate in the attack on Ning Qi, but they also didn't stop Wang Lan. After all, this was the decree of the 7 saints. Wang Zhong saw how Wang Lan suppressed Li Macho, but he didn't know that Li Macho and the other 2 girls were people that Ning Beixian knew. When the peak elders heard Wang Tong's words, they silently pondered. Although Wang Lan's seniority was lower than theirs, he was the strongest in the Wang family aside from Xian Zhen and Wang Lin. What Wang Zhong said makes sense. Wang Lan is being too excessive. After a short while, Wang Tong spoke. He was the law enforcement hall's hall master. As soon as he spoke, everyone knew that he was extremely dissatisfied with Wang Lan. Seeing that no one responded, Wang Tong's mouth curled into a faint sneer. He looked at Wang Zhong and directly flew toward Ning Qi, breaking through the air. No matter what, he's Shue's husband. Although we haven't performed the full ceremony, we can't just stand here and watch. Wang Hai said indifferently. After he finished speaking, he followed Wang Zhong and Wang Tong and soared through the sky. Seeing this, Wang Shan and his wife looked at each other. They thought that if Wang Shui was here today, she would probably make the same decision as Wang Hai and Wang Zhong. For my daughter, Wang Shan snorted, and the 2 of them soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tong's group landed in front of Li Macho's group. Wang Tong looked at Wang Lan and coldly said, "This matter has nothing to do with them." "They came too?" Ning Qi was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Tong and the others. Subsequently, a trace of gratification flashed across his eyes. Wang Tong, this has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Wang Lan looked coldly at Wang Tong and the others. Her expression was a little ugly. She was the #1 genius of the Wang clan, but the other party had come out at this time. They were clearly not giving her any face. You talk too much. Since you guys want to protect the 3 girls, I'll kill you as well. Ning Beixian watched carefully. The abandoned disciple of 9 serenities sneered and slowly raised his hand. Ning Qi's heart trembled slightly. The anger in his eyes was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Although he could speak, he couldn't control the embryonic form from absorbing the evil Shura's essence. He couldn't retract the embryonic form at all. Just when everyone thought Wang Tong and the others were about to be killed by the abandoned disciple of 9 serenities, a sword Qi slashed horizontally. It directly slashed 100 miles long, 7 to 8 meters wide, and countless meters deep ravine in front of the abandoned disciple. Jian Shilai? What do you mean? The abandoned disciple of 9 serenities' expression was a little ugly. Jian Shilai, who had been silent all this time, slowly stood up and walked to the front. He glanced at Li Macho's group and said to the abandoned disciple of 9 serenities, "If you have the strength, then destroy his embryonic form. Don't do such a shameful thing for cultivators. If word gets out that an expert of the Azure Dragon ranking uses weak women and children to threaten a cultivator who is condensing the Transcendence realm, how will the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Continent, Black Tortoise Continent, and White Tiger Continent think of us?" Pedantic. The abandoned disciple of 9 serenities' eyes flashed with anger. However, he wasn't Jian Shilai's opponent. He dared to be angry, but didn't dare to move. A hint of joy flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Li Macho's group and Wang Tong's group. "Leave this place quickly. Even if the 7 sages come, they may not be able to destroy my embryonic Transcendence realm. When I condense the Transcendence realm, I will naturally pay them back for what they did today." Seeing that the 2 girls seemed to be unwilling, Ning Qi's tone became a lot more serious. "If you 2 don't listen to me, don't come to see me in the future." "Yes, young master." Little Yu, and Zueling had bitter expressions as they bowed to Ning Qi. Li Macho glanced at Ning Qi indifferently and said, "I will wait for you to come out. I hope you won't disappoint me this time." Ning Qi was slightly startled. Then he sent a voice transmission with a smile. "You definitely won't be disappointed this time." Li Macho nodded slightly and led the 2 girls, Wang Tong, and the others towards the direction of Xianzhen Giant City. Some cultivators seemed to want to stop them, but they didn't dare to do anything when Jian Shilai glanced at them indifferently. Jian, Wang Lan's face was livid. Just as she opened her mouth, a sword Qi swept through the tip of her hair. "As a woman, don't be so vicious." Jian Shilai's voice was indifferent. Wang Lan's face was filled with shame and anger. She secretly gritted her teeth and glared at Ning Qi with hatred. Then she threw a punch at the embryonic form of the Dharma. Seeing this, the rest of the cultivators joined forces to attack. The abandoned disciple of the 9 serenities attacked with anger. Every move he made the ground shake. The cultivators from the 7 cities nearby felt a trace of the aftershock and were amazed. Originally, even if they couldn't defeat Ning Qi's embryonic form in another 4 to 5 years, he should have succeeded. But in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Ning Qi's embryonic form had only become a little more solid, and its face was faintly discernible, but it still didn't look real. In the past 5 years, Zueling, and Little Yu were basically at the observation platform. Dian and the other 2 also announced that they were cultivators from the state capital of Qing under Ning Qi's command. They were allowed to stand at the edge of the observation platform with Li Macho and the others. The other cultivators didn't have the right to do so. If they dared to get close, Limacho would tell them to back off with a look. Sikong, who had been missing for years, suddenly came to Xianzhen Giant City. After he hurriedly found Wang Lan, she only asked one question. "Did you find Senior Lai Kong?" "No." Sikong shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Senior Lai Kong seems to have gone to the realm of void to find an opportunity to break through to the creator level." The realm of void. Chapter 1316. Two minor breakthroughs. It had been more than 20 years since Ning Qi had started forming his Dharma power. The evil Azura essence in his sea of consciousness had been reduced by a fifth. "Will it take 100 years?" A bright light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He couldn't even estimate the power of a Dharma formed in this way, but at the very least he would be able to kill whoever he wanted. Ning Qi slowly closed his eyes. This time he wouldn't wake up until his Dharma power was formed. With Jian Shilai around, he felt more at ease about the safety of Limacho and the other two women. Another 10 years passed. On a certain day, suddenly, a majestic power of laws shot into the sky from the mystic true giant city. A huge Tai Chi diagram enveloped the entire giant city. Everyone's attention was drawn to this primal chaos diagram. All the cultivators above the eternal life realm revealed looks of horror in their eyes. If they weren't wrong, someone was forming their Dharma power in the mystic true giant city. Who is it? The aura seems to be coming from the observation deck. Let's go take a look. All the cultivators rushed to the observation deck. It's them? Wang Lan frowned slightly. She had already guessed who it was when she saw the Tai Chi diagram. Her expression was extremely ugly as she walked toward the observation deck with Sikong. At this moment, the observation deck had already been cleared. Little Yu, and Zhuoling sat cross-legged with their backs to each other. The power of laws on their bodies had almost merged into one. There was a tornado-like pillar of laws connecting the two women to the Tai Chi diagram in the sky. When Sikong saw this, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. He cried out involuntarily, "Yin Yang Temple?" Yin Yang Temple. When the crowd heard these words, a look of doubt appeared on their faces. Could it be that these two women are also disciples of some powerful sects? But why had they never heard of the Yin Yang Temple? "Senior brother, you mean the Yin Yang Temple that was destroyed by our 9 Heaven Sword sect more than 1,000,000 years ago?" Wang Lan looked at Sikong in shock. Yes, there was no mistake. The ancient records in the sect stated that the Yin Yang Temple's cultivation method was very strange. Regardless of male or female disciples, they either comprehended the law of Yang or the law of Yin. When they were separated, they were no different from ordinary cultivators. But when the law of Yin and Yang gathered together, their power was extraordinary. Because if they were separated, the Yang law would at most be a high-grade law. But when they were combined, the Yin-Yang law would be a supreme law. The power of laws on these two women is the law of Yin and Yang. Sikong muttered to himself, "Don't let them break through." Wang Lan's eyes flashed. After hearing about the supreme law, she didn't hesitate to attack. In order to break through to the master of creation realm, there was a threshold, and that was to possess a supreme law. The supreme law was like the key to the master of creation realm. A hint of killing intent flashed through Limacho's eyes. Just as she was about to stop them, Wang Lan grunted and took 3 or 4 steps back. She looked at the sky in shock and saw Jian. She's standing under the Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram, looking at little Yu and Limacho. Jian Shilai. Him again? What did he want? Could it be that he's interested in these 3 women? Wang Lan bit her lips, and a hint of unwillingness flashed through her eyes. With Jian Shilai here, who would dare to act rashly? He was the strongest person below the 7 sages. They're not that old, right? TSK, they broke through to the transcendence realm at such a young age. They're indeed worthy of Ning Beixian. In the Middle Earth's giant city, Wan Qingyan, Wang Guachao Longrong, and dozens of prodigies from the grotto heavens and rogue cultivators all looked at the two women. Their eyes swept over the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram from time to time, and a hint of surprise flashed through their eyes. This power of law. It's indeed the yin-yang temple. I didn't expect the yin-yang temple to still have remnants. Hee, if the Nine Heaven Sword sect finds out, they'll definitely be restless, right? The abandoned disciple of Nine, Nether, looked coldly in the direction of the two women, and a hint of fierceness flashed through his eyes. Supreme laws! A hint of envy flashed in Kuan Peng Wuyu's eyes. His power of law had already been condensed to the superior grade, but there was still a long way to go before he reached the Transcendence Realm. Perhaps when he broke through to the Transcendence Realm, he would have a slight chance to comprehend it. The two young ladies in front of him had just condensed their Dharma forms, but their power of law was already at the ultimate grade. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Ancient Central City. The image in front of the seven saints was the scene of the two little ones forming their Dharma idols. These two girls don't have a master, do they? I'll accept it. The great sage of the Central Plains smiled faintly. My disciple was suppressed by Ning Beixian. These two should be mine. The pure sun, great sage, said sinisterly. You're a half-dragon, half-human. Can you teach the human race well? The great sage of the Central Plains gave him a mocking look. The pure young great sage was enraged. All right, these two are members of my Wang clan. Stop fighting. Great sage Xuanjin said faintly. The moment he opened his mouth, he had already determined the identity of Little Yu, and Zhuoling. I feel like I've seen their ultimate laws somewhere before. Great sage Qingming frowned slightly as if he was recalling something. I remember now. These are the laws of yin and yang. They cultivate the cultivation techniques of the yin-yang temple. Great sage Kunping suddenly said. Yin-yang temple. The pure yang great sage's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. He looked at great sage Xuanjin and said, Great sage Xuanjin, you said that these two girls are from your Wang clan. Who said that? Great sage Xuanjin was slightly stunned. He looked at the great sage of the Central Plains and asked, Did I say that? You didn't. The great sage of the Central Plains smiled faintly. Everyone cursed in their hearts. He was indeed an old fart with thick skin. After a full 10 years, the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram above the Xuanjin giant city finally began to shrink gradually. In the end, it was only a few feet wide and hovered above the heads of the two girls. Then, the white yang law entered the top of Little Yu. Er's head and the black yin law entered the top of Zhuoling, Er's head. The two girls slowly opened their eyes. The cultivators who were closer to the two girls were stunned. They saw that the pupils of the two girls had turned into a Tai Chi diagram that was exactly the same as the Dharma form just now. However, this vision quickly disappeared. At the same time, the innate charm of the two girls also disappeared. That charm seemed to be suppressed by some force. When everyone looked at them again, they were no longer as breathtaking as before, but they were still very stunning. Sister Macho, we have also broken through to the Dharma form realm. The two girls stood up from the ground happily. Li Macho nodded lightly. At this time, the two girls realized that countless eyes were staring at them. Their faces suddenly showed displeasure, but they ignored it and quickly looked in the direction of Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi's embryonic Dharma form was still as stable as Mount Tai, the two girls breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a few familiar figures appeared on the viewing platform. Temple Master Dongfang? Chapter 1317. Sister must be a good person. Those familiar figures were Meng Qingling, Dongfang Haojie, Li Minji, Niu Dazhuang, De Guzi, Duaning Jun Zhanglong, and Zhao Hu. When everyone's gazes fell on these 8 people, their faces were filled with shock. These 7 people all revealed a trace of the Transcendence realm's aura. What was shocking was not their cultivation. but the fact that they clearly knew Li Macho and the other two girls. They must have a close relationship with Ning Beixian. When did so many transcendence realm cultivators appear in the mystic true celestial realm? Some of the elders of the Wang family gradually became serious. They suddenly had a guess. Maybe Ning Beixian wasn't the only one behind him. This kid must have experienced something that we don't know, Wang Tong thought to himself. Temple Master Dongfang, you have also broken through to the transcendence realm? This, little Yu, was a little surprised. When they received the news and rushed to the green nether celestial realm with Li Macho, Dongfang Haojie and the others had just broken through to the early eternal realm. In just a few decades, they had broken through several levels and reached the early transcendence realm. They were even faster than the two of them. It's a long story. Dongfang Haojie smiled slightly. Meng Qingling glanced around, and her eyes fell on Ningqi, who was thousands of miles away. After a few moments of silence, she transmitted her voice. This time, we are not the only ones here. Little Yu's eyes moved slightly when she heard this. She lifted her eyes and looked around. She saw many familiar faces on the observation platforms of the other 6 giant cities. Among these people were Do Dan realm cultivators and Eternal Life realm cultivators. They were all disciples of the war god Hull. Even the clan heads and elders of the 9 great clans of Dongxian were present. We have already thought about it. If boss can't win, we will use our lives to buy him some time. Duan Ingjun grinned. After a few decades, his body was still very fat, but he looked much more mature. He was like a different person from before. Obviously, Duan Ingjun and the others must have experienced something in the past few decades. Otherwise, their cultivation would not have improved by leaps and bounds. Don't worry. As long as the young master condenses his Dharma power, these guys will all die. Little Yu smiled, but the killing intent in her eyes didn't dissipate. She coldly looked in the direction of Wang Lan. When their gazes met, little Yu's lips curled up in a provocative manner, and she made a throat-slitting gesture. Seeing this, Wang Lan and Sikong were instantly enraged. However, they only glanced at Jian Shilai fearfully and didn't do anything. Another round of attacks started. All sorts of Dharma images surrounded Ning Qi like gods. Colorful laws bombarded the embryonic form of Ning Qi's Dharma image, causing deafening explosions. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could feel the terrifying law energy. When the war god temple cultivators saw this scene, they couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. They memorized the names of the Transcendence realm cultivators who attacked Ning Qi. Days passed by. Spring passed and autumn came, and a few years passed. Not only did the siege on Ning Qi not weaken, but it also became more violent. Many cultivators were extremely afraid. The embryonic form of Ning Qi's Dharma image was gradually becoming more obvious. After being besieged for so many years, not only did Ning Qi's Dharma image not collapse, but it also became more solid. They couldn't help but be afraid. If Ning Qi really succeeded in condensing his Dharma image, he could defeat the venerable heavenly gourd with his eternal life realm cultivation. Perhaps all the cultivators present would face extremely terrifying revenge. Sister, are you a friend of the young master? One day, Zueling finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked Jian Shilai, who was standing in front of her. As soon as the sentence came out, the nearby cultivators immediately gasped with fear in their eyes. He's a man. Dongfang Haojie reminded her with a voice transmission. Zueling, eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. It was clearly a girl. How could it be a man? Little Yu's eyes moved slightly. She knew that Zueling had a sixth sense that was close to divine. Since she said that this person was a woman, then it was a woman. Just when everyone thought that Jian Shilai would fly into a rage, Jian Shilai turned around indifferently, glanced at Zueling and said, I'm not a friend of your young master. Hiss, Many cultivators gasped. Jian Shilai was actually so easy to talk to? Oh, then sister must be a good person. Zueling nodded. Jian Shilai frowned slightly. Those who attacked my young master were all bad guys. Sister, you're not. Zueling said with a smile. Jian Shilai smiled faintly and nodded at Zueling. He then turned around and looked at the Dharma image outside Ning Qi's body thoughtfully. Bastard. Don't run. A 15 or 16-year-old young man ran crazily through the mystic true giant city. Behind him, there were more than a dozen youths of the same age chasing after him while cursing. When the passers-by saw this, they all shook their heads and made way for them. Those youths were either disciples of the Grotto Heaven or disciples of the Wang family. Although their cultivation levels were not high, ordinary cultivators still did not want to cause trouble. The young man who was being chased revealed a trace of panic on his face. Like a headless fly, he rushed into the observation deck of the mystic true giant city. Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar, like thunder on dry land. When the young man heard the sound, he unconsciously stopped and looked over. The dozen youths who were chasing behind him were also attracted by the sound. They even ignored the young man who was right in front of them. Wang Zhen, I heard that that's your Wang family's patriarch. One of the youths suddenly said in a low voice. A trace of admiration flashed in the eyes of the tallest youth. He nodded and said, That's right, he's our Wang family's patriarch Bei Xian. I heard from my father that Patriarch Bei Xian has been here for nearly 100 years. One of the youths said suspiciously, At the very least, he was here when we were born. But I don't think it's been 100 years. Look, those seniors are all experts on the Azure Dragon roll. It's impossible for anyone to last 100 years under their attacks. A youth pointed into the distance and said, in the direction that he was pointing at, thousands of Dharma adepts were attacking Ning Qi's Dharma power, which had already taken shape. His facial features were extremely three-dimensional, and they were launching a fierce, yet useless, attack. Wang Lan, who had matured a little, was also among them. She followed the abandoned disciple of Juyu and kept using her strongest moves on Ning Qi, trying to destroy Ning Qi's Dharma image. Who said it's impossible? Chapter 1318. Flesh of God and bones of jade, who are you? The young man who was rebuked by the young man said with an ugly expression, Me. Everyone calls me Deguzi. The young man smiled and walked to the side of the young man who was being chased first. He looked him up and down and said, Alike, really alike. Deguzi? Haha, there are people with such names. The group of youths all laughed. Uncle, what do you mean? The youth who was called a bastard raised his head blankly and looked at Deguzi. You're very similar to me in the past. We were both bullied. Don't tell me you have a sister? Deguzi laughed. How did you know? The young man looked at Deguzi in surprise. Then his eyes showed a hint of vigilance, obviously thinking that Deguzi was a human trafficker. Really? Deguzi was slightly startled. Then, with a faint smile, he glanced at the group of youths behind him and said indifferently, Why are they chasing you? Hey, don't be a busybody. Do you know which family we are from? The group of youths saw that Deguzi seemed to want to meddle in other people's business and immediately exploded. My sister is sick. I wanted to ask a cultivator to treat her. When I was tired from walking, I accidentally fell asleep at the entrance of the Wang family's residence and dirted the floor. So the youth seemed to have sensed Deguzi's good intentions and said hesitantly, I can cure your sister's illness. As for these little guys, Deguzi lightly waved his hand, and the group of youths immediately became a mess, rolling down from the observation platform. They angrily stood up, loudly cursing at Deguzi, then turned around and ran, clearly going to call for reinforcements. Uncle, their background is very scary. You should run away quickly. At most, I will give them a beating. The youth immediately became anxious. Run? Why should I escape? When young master brought me to the beggar's sect to save little you. We clearly knew that the other party's background was the Huangfu clan's head steward, yet we never escaped. Moreover, young master's identity at that time was merely a bastard son of the champion marquis's estate. Deguzi lightly smiled as a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Unknowingly, the past gradually faded from his mind. Only the time in the dragon-slaying Marquis mansion was deeply remembered. Huangfu clan? Is it very strong? The teenager was curious. They can be considered very strong. To me back then, they were the same as the Wang clan now. Deguzi smiled. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, someone suddenly walked onto the observation platform. It was a middle-aged cultivator, and behind him was the young man who was beaten away by Deguzi. Ancestor, it was him. You dare to speak rudely to our Wang clan, and for a bastard child, you actually dare to attack us. Wang Zhen coldly pointed at Deguzi and said. The middle-aged cultivator coldly looked at Deguzi, his body emitting a faintly discernible aura of the peak of the qi refinement stage. When the young man saw this, he hid behind Deguzi in fright. Who are you? Do you know the name of this city? The middle-aged cultivator said coldly, Mystic True Giant City. Deguzi smiled. Don't tell me you don't know what Xianzhen represents. You dare to hit a disciple of my Wang clan here. Are you tired of living? The middle-aged cultivator sneered. For the sake of my young master, I only swept them lightly. Otherwise, do you think they would still be alive? Deguzi laughed lightly. Your young master? The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed slightly. He was confused by Deguzi's attitude. Could his young master be related to the Wang clan? May I know who your young master is? The middle-aged cultivator said with a vigilant expression. Ancestor, he's just scaring you. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just suppress him directly. Wang Zhen said angrily. A trace of awkwardness flashed through the middle-aged cultivator's eyes. Wang Zhen was a disciple of that branch. Although his seniority was much higher than Wang Zhen's, he had no choice but to give face to the other party's ancestor and help him vent his anger. You want to know who my young master is? Look, young master is over there. Deguzi smiled faintly and pointed towards Ning Qi's direction. Your young master is one of those Dharma-characteristic realm cultivators. The middle-aged cultivator was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. If that was the case, it would be hard for him to vent his anger. So what if he's a Dharma-characteristic realm cultivator? My ancestor Wang Hai just broke through to the middle stage of Dharma-characteristic realm and has become a peak elder. Wang Jin sneered. Wang Hai. Deguzi's eyes were a bit strange. Then he smiled faintly. The one being besieged is my young master. The one being besieged? The middle-aged cultivators and Wang Zhen's expressions suddenly changed. Their faces revealed a trace of disbelief as they looked at Deguzi in bewilderment. The body of the young man hiding behind Deguzi also clearly stiffened, raising his head in shock. You mean, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian is your young master? The middle-aged cultivator spoke with some difficulty, already using honorifics. Yeah, I thought young master would come out of seclusion soon, so I came to pick him up. Deguzi smiled faintly. At the same time, many figures flew across the sky and landed on the observation deck that had been deserted for a long time. When the middle-aged cultivator saw a few of them, his body couldn't help but tremble. Ancestral patriarch. Wang Zhen looked at Wang Hai in shock. Wang Hai glanced at him and seemed to be recalling something. You are... It was obvious that he had too many disciples under him, so he had no idea who Wang Zhen was. Wang Hai couldn't think of Wang Zhen's origin, so he didn't think about it. He smiled and cupped his hands at Deguzi. Deguzi, you came so early. If I didn't come early, how could I pick up young master? Deguzi smiled. At this time, the middle-aged cultivator and Wang Zhen completely believed De Guzi's words. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they didn't dare to say anything. The cultivators in the eternal life realm and above all felt that the aura coming from Ningqi's side was a bit strange. One by one, they rushed to the observation deck. The observation decks of the 7 giant cities were almost not enough. The rest of the people stood in the void and looked at Ningqi curiously. At the same time, the evil Shura's essence in Ningqi's sea of consciousness was only 1/10 the size of a rice grain. After the last few crazy absorption, the evil Shura's essence was finally exhausted. Ningqi's emaciated body gradually filled up. His skin was sparkling and translucent, and one could see the sparkling bones inside. Immortal flesh and jade bones? The expression of the abandoned disciple of 9 never changed slightly. In the depths of his eyes, there was an undetectable look of horror. The change didn't stop. Ningqi's body gradually became transparent. In the end, as if a gust of wind blew, his body turned into specks of starlight. Chapter 1319. Chapter 1319. Immortal Emperor's Dharma. What's wrong with young master? Zuiling. Ari's face was filled with fear. She watched as Ningqi's body dissipated into the world. It was simply terrifying. It'll be fine. Little you. I squeezed Zuiling, Oi's hand, and comforted her. However, there was also a hint of worry in her eyes. Could it be that something went wrong while Boss was condensing his Dharma? Duan Ingjun asked in confusion. That's not possible. Brother Ning has been disturbed by the outside world for the past 100 years or so while condensing his Dharma idol. It's impossible for him to make a mistake at the last step. Dongfang Haojia's eyes were filled with confidence. Based on his understanding of Ningqi, it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. Ha ha ha, his body has collapsed. Even if he condenses his Dharma, it'll be ownerless. Si Kong couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this. Wang Lan's lips curled up slightly. The abandoned disciple frowned as a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. The sickly prince, a supreme genius from the Qingming immortal territory, sneered and suddenly slashed at Ningqi. The sword aura tore through the sky and slashed at Ningqi's Dharma like lightning. In the end, his sword slashed through thin air. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The sickly prince's sword aura directly passed through the Dharma and slashed at the empty space behind it. The abandoned disciple immediately made his move. But just like the sickly prince, he couldn't hit Ningqi's Dharma at all. It was as if the Dharma was just an illusion. Illusory real. Jian Shilai frowned slightly. A look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. When the nearby cultivators saw Jian Shilai frown, many of them fell into a daze, staring blankly. Their faces revealed a look of intoxication. But in the next moment, they were suddenly awakened by the killing intent and did not dare to look at Jian Shilai again. What a monster! What's the point of looking at a man so good-looking? Many cultivators cursed in their hearts. Wang Lan and Si Kong didn't believe it, and they attacked Ningqi as well. This time, their attacks landed on Ningqi's Dharma, but a white light flashed, and the two of them were forced back dozens of steps, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Illusory real at times? What Dharma form is this? Look, someone cried out in alarm. The specks of starlight that Ningqi's physical body had turned into were gradually merging with the Dharma form. This scene shocked everyone. At this moment, the 7 saints who were watching from afar in the Middle Ancient City all looked at each other. Whether it was the 4 saints continent or the central continent, they had never heard of anyone who would discard their physical body and fuse it with their Dharma power when breaking through to the transcendence realm. To them, this was unbelievable. It had completely overturned the understanding of the cultivation world. "We can't let him succeed," shouted Wang Lan. Over the past 100 years, the hatred between her and Ningqi had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them died. If Ning Qi condensed his dharma, he would definitely not let her go. Wang Lan knew this very well. So, at this crucial moment, she directly reminded the group of Dharma plane cultivators. All of a sudden, the Dharma powers that blotted out the sky attacked Ning Qi. The originally translucent Dharma power was gradually solidifying. Everyone could already clearly see the Dharma power's facial features. It was a face that was exactly the same as Ning Qi's. The only difference was that this Dharma power wore a golden crown on its head and wore a black robe. Although the eyes between its eyebrows were still closed, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling. When everyone's attacks landed on it, the Dharma power had completely solidified. It was exactly the same as Ning Qi's, just a few sizes bigger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the early stage Transcendence realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for condensing the lower heaven level, primordial celestial emperor Dharma form. The system's notification suddenly sounded. In an instant, Ning Qi's eyes slowly opened. The moment he opened them, a domineering aura emanated from Ning Qi's body. Many cultivators who were attacking him were shocked by this aura and forcibly stopped in their tracks. At the same time, a series of strange phenomena appeared behind Ning Qi. There were jade palaces, shrouded in clouds and mist. There were strange beasts that the crowd could not recognize. There were sounds of praises. In the jade palaces, there were many figures that the crowd could not see clearly. They were all kneeling and worshipping Ning Qi from afar. At the same time, little six figure suddenly appeared beside Ning Qi. He looked at this scene in shock. How could this be? Little Six's eyes revealed a trace of fear. At this moment, the feeling that Ning Qi gave him was extremely terrifying. That aura seemed to be able to destroy this part of the world. The strange phenomena were still expanding. In the next moment, Little Six gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This mouthful of blood essence turned into a heavenly dragon in the air. Finally, it condensed into a simple and unadorned pattern that instantly imprinted on Ning Qi's body. At this moment, the strange phenomena behind Ning Qi gradually began to dissipate. Fortunately, that guy should not have noticed. Little Six looked up with a pale face. That mouthful of blood essence just now had cost him a lot. Then his figure disappeared again. Young Master! Hall Master! Figures broke through the air toward Ning Qi. There were at least 100 of them. Only then did the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether and the others react. However, they did not dare to attack these figures. First, they were afraid of Jian Shilai. Second, they were afraid of Ning Qi. Although the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether was unwilling to admit it, the feeling that Ning Qi gave him now was unfathomable. It was as if he had seen the seven saints. You are also in the Transcendence realm. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled into a faint smile as he looked at Dongfang Haojie and the others. When his gaze swept across Meng Qingling, Ning Qi was slightly startled. Then he smiled and nodded. Meng Qingling looked at Ning Qi and could not help but sigh in her heart. In just over 100 years, a little guy who was just a king fighter back then had grown to such an extent. It's been a long time. However, there are many things that we can talk about after I return to the War God Temple. Before that, I have something to do. Ning Qi said faintly. Everyone looked at each other and suddenly nodded. Then, the figures disappeared into the air in front of everyone's eyes. Even Jian Shilai, the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether, and other existences who were half a step to great perfection, as well as the seven saints who were watching in the middle of the ancient city, did not know how they disappeared. This scene brought great shock to the crowd. It's been more than 100 years. You guys have been fighting me for more than 100 years. After Limacho and the others returned to the War God Temple, Ning Qi's gaze fell on Wang Lan and the others. Pretending to be mysterious, he has just broken through to the Transcendence realm. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Let's attack together and suppress this kid, Sikong suddenly shouted. Yes, we have thousands of Transcendence Realm adepts and the experts on the Azure Dragon list. Are we not a match for him? Attack together! Instantly, a large group of people responded to Sikong's call. Just as they were about to make a move, Ningqi suddenly extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. A surge of immortal energy gushed out, and Sikong's body flew uncontrollably into Ningqi's hand. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Chapter 1320. The Power of One Punch. Sikong's jaw dropped as Ningqi grabbed him. His late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivation was useless at this moment. No matter how he mobilized the power of laws in his body, he couldn't break free from Ningqi's grasp. Ningqi's body wasn't big, but it was still more than 10 meters tall. He grabbed Sikong like he was grabbing an ant. Endless celestial qi flowed out of his palm. Sikong was suppressed by this celestial qi. The power of laws from before had been transformed into a new power along with Ningqi's body. Celestial qi. This was a power that only immortals could control. It was on the same level as Netherworld qi. Any last words? Ningqi smiled and looked down at Sikong. You bang! Ningqi clenched his fist, and Sikong's body was instantly crushed by the celestial qi. Sikong still couldn't believe that he would die in the Azure Dragon continent. Do you think I'll let you say your last words? Ningqi smiled to himself and then looked at Wang Lan. Wang Lan felt cold from Ningqi's gaze. It was as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Sikong died just like that? He's a late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator. This means, I'm afraid, he's no different from the Seven Saints. Another Feng Joshin, many of the Transcendence Realm cultivators who had surrounded Ningqi wanted to retreat, but none of them dared to run first. The one who ran first would definitely become the target of everyone and attract Ningqi's attention. Then they would die for sure. Ning Beixian, I don't believe you're so strong. Wang Lan roared. The black-class, low-grade diamond avatar instantly appeared in front of Ningqi. It was hundreds of meters tall, and Ningqi was as small as an ant before it. The diamond avatar roared and attacked Ningqi. Ningqi smiled and punched. A gust of celestial qi smashed the diamond avatar's head. Another punch. The diamond avatar's chest was also smashed. The third punch. Wang Lan's Vajradharma idol was completely destroyed, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without her Dharma idol, her cultivation base was dropping rapidly, and she looked at Ningqi in despair. Ningqi looked at Wang Lan mockingly. Actually, with his current strength, one punch from Wang Lan's Vajradharma was enough to shatter it. But he liked to watch Wang Lan fall into despair step by step. You can't kill me. Don't forget, I'm the supreme prodigy of the Wang family. Ancestor Zhan, won't let you kill me. Wang Lan's eyes finally filled with terror as he retreated step by step. When you used Macho and the others to threaten me, didn't you think that you would die? Ningqi said lightly. At this time, the peak elders of the Wang family saw that the situation was not right and hurried to come. One of them cupped his hands to persuade Ningqi. Beixian, for the sake that Wang Lan has the same blood as you, let her go. Our Wang family has already lost 2 ancestors, Wang Yan and Wang Shi. We can't afford another loss. Ningqi glanced at him coldly. Same bloodline? Did you show up when I was besieged? A look of shame appeared on the elder's face. Wang Lan suddenly hid behind Wang Hai. She knew that Ningqi had a close relationship with Wang Hai. Beixian, Wang Hai said hesitantly. Ningqi only looked at him for a second, and Wang Hai knew what Ningqi was thinking. At the same time, he was angry at Wang Lan for being so heartless, so he moved away. Today, if you want to protect Wang Lan, I'll kill you. If you want to protect her, you'd better be prepared. Ningqi said indifferently. While the peak elders were hesitating, the abandoned disciples of Nine Nether, the 9 servants of Pure Yang, and hundreds of other Transcendence Realm cultivators attacked Ning Qi at the same time. Hundreds of Dharma forms directly suppressed Ning Qi. Break! Ning Qi's figure broke through the air and he punched. Almost all the spiritual qi in the world was condensed by this punch. The terrifying celestial qi surged from Ning Qi's shoulder and finally into his fist. Boom! 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 Hundreds of Transcendence Realm cultivators, including the abandoned disciples of Nine Nether, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Their Dharma forms also turned into ashes under Ning Qi's punch. For a moment, the scene became extremely quiet. Even the sound of breathing seemed to be reduced. Destroying hundreds of Dharma forms with one punch? Half of them seemed to be experts on the Azure Dragon list. Even the Dharma forms of those who were half a step to Great Perfection Realm were destroyed. The cultivators in the nearby 7 giant cities who were watching the battle stood dumbfounded on the spot, watching this scene in horror. Whoosh! The figure of the abandoned disciple of Nine Nether suddenly turned into a black mist and instantly sped into the distance. Ning Qi glanced at him indifferently and did not choose to chase after him. His figure gradually returned to its original size, and he walked towards Wang Lan step by step. When the cultivators who were seriously injured by Ning Qi saw this, they followed suit. The cultivators who were secretly glad that they did not attack Ning Qi earlier also turned around and fled when they saw that Ning Qi did not seem to have any intention of killing them. In an instant, thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators at the scene had basically all fled, leaving only a few people. Among them were Kun Peng Wuyu and Jian Shilai. These people had not attacked Ning Qi in the past 100 years. They were confident that Ning Qi would not repay their kindness with enmity. Witnessing the power of Ning Qi's punch, the peak elders of the Wang family did not dare to speak at all. When they saw Ning Qi walking over, they all moved aside with a look of despair on their faces. It was as if Wang Lan was at the end of her rope. My master is a creator. If you kill me, you will definitely die. Wang Lan retreated step by step with fear in her eyes. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would show such a weak side to Ning Qi. You still dare to threaten me at this point? Ning Qi reached out, and Wang Lan was immediately wrapped in celestial qi. She walked uncontrollably toward Ning Qi, and before long, she was standing in front of Ning Qi. Many of the peak elders of the Wang family were good friends with Wang Lan. After all, her mother, Wang Shaoqing, was also a peak elder. It was just that she had disappeared recently. No, don't. Wang Lan had a pleading look in her eyes. I'll marry you. I'll marry you. Please don't kill me. With your looks, even if you throw yourself at me, I'll still kick you away. Ning Qi looked at Wang Lan with disgust and punched her in the head. Wang Lan's head instantly sank into her chest, and her chest swelled up. But at this time, she was not completely dead. Her legs were subconsciously retreating. When everyone saw this, they felt a chill run down their spines. A supreme genius of the Wang family, someone who had a high chance of becoming a great saint, had actually been reduced to this state. Ning Qi stared coldly at Wang Lan's headless body and clenched his fist. Violent immortal qi instantly tore her to shreds. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared next to Wang Lan, pulling her soul out of her body. Ning Qi saw this and punched out. The shadowy figure let out a miserable shriek as he and Wang Lan's soul turned to ash. However, apart from Ning Qi, no one else was able to see the scene. After doing all this, Ning Qi cupped his hands at Jian Shilai, Kunpeng Wuyu, and the others. Thank you for not attacking for the past 100 years. You're welcome. Kunpeng Wuyu smiled dryly and cupped his hands. He felt that he might not last more than 3 moves against Ning Qi. Jian Shilai didn't say anything. He just looked at Ning Qi indifferently. You want to chase after them? Of course, you want to escape after beating me for more than 100 years. Ning Qi grinned. Come back after killing them. I have something to tell you, Jian Shilai said indifferently. Huh. Chapter 13:21. Fine, I won't tell you. Ancient Central City. The 7 sages looked at each other. In the end, the gazes of the other 6 sages fell on Xuanjin, Great Sage. Although proud Dragon Great Sage lost a son this time, the Wang clan lost a total of 3 Transcendence Realm cultivators. Those who were originally suspicious of Xuanjin Great Sage gradually believed that this matter had nothing to do with Xuanjin Great Sage. What is this kid now? Dharma characteristic realm cultivator? The pure Yang Great Sage frowned. Dharma idol. The Great Sage of the Central Plains thought for a moment and said, This man has lost his physical body. That Dharma form is his physical body. I'm afraid it can no longer be called a Dharma form. She has just made a breakthrough, yet her battle prowess is already so terrifying. Even the abandoned disciples of the 9 Serenities are no match for her. I'm afraid that even if we were to take action to suppress her, it would still take a lot of effort. Could she be the second Feng Jiuxian? Proud Dragon Great Sage looked at Xianzhen Great Sage and sneered. The Great Sage Xianzhen looked at him coldly. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. He had already received news that Lai Kong had gone to the Void Realm. There's fortune in the Void. That place was a mysterious place that half-step to the Creation Realm experts loved to go to. According to rumors, there were all sorts of fortunes hidden there. As long as one could obtain one of them, it would be obtaining fortune, becoming a creation. When Lai Kong returned from the Void Domain, even if he didn't obtain any good fortune, as long as he heard about this matter, he would definitely personally kill Ning Qi. At that time, the Wang family would probably be implicated once again. Ning Qi really surprised Xuanjin, Great Sage, this time. He didn't expect Ning Qi's aptitude to be so terrifying. In such a short period of time, he could actually reach such a level. The Wang family had already lost 3 late Transcendence Realm cultivators. If Ning Qi could return to the Wang family, this deal wouldn't be too bad. Unfortunately, the relationship between Ning Qi and Lai Kong wasn't so easy to understand. I have such a son, but I can't use him. A trace of pity flashed in the eyes of Xuanjin, Great Sage. Great Sage Xuanjin, let's end this matter here. We don't want the pagoda of Kungsu anymore. However, it seems that this kid's killing intent has been aroused. In order to prevent the Azure Dragon Continent from being bathed in blood, it's better if you personally come out and bring this kid back to the Wang clan. The pure Yang Great Sage said coldly. Green Abyss Great Sage and Kunping Great Sage looked at each other and finally looked at Hegemonic Sage and Proud Dragon Great Sage. They had the same idea. Among the younger generation, no one was a match for Ning Qi. If they wanted to fight for the pagoda of Kungsu again, they would have to do it themselves. At that time, the great sages would fight to the death. No one was willing to go to that extent. If the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Continent, the Black Tortoise Continent, and the White Tiger Continent took advantage of the situation, the Azure Dragon Continent would lose everything. I will handle this matter. Great Sage Xian Zhan nodded lightly. However, we still have to let him vent his anger. Several great sages looked at each other, then nodded, tacitly agreeing. With Ning Qi's current strength, if they didn't let him kill a few people to vent his anger, could it be that they had to suppress him day and night? Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Green Abyss Wonderland, a black gas suddenly sprang out of the void, then condensed into a figure in the air. The abandoned disciple of the 9 Nether Seclusion looked coldly in the direction of the Green Abyss Wonderland and said coldly, So what if your cultivation is strong? When I return to the central mainland, I will tell the 9th Heaven Sword Master about the Yin-Yang Temple and the death of Sikong Wanglan. At that time, even the 7 sages won't be able to save you. The Yin-Yang Temple? What's the matter? A voice sounded behind the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Seclusion. How could it be? A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Seclusion. Then his stiff body slowly turned around and saw Ning Qi looking at him with a faint smile. How could he be so fast? What? Are you too excited to see me? Ning Qi looked at the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Seclusion with a faint smile. For more than 100 years, I haven't hurt you. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Although I am an abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Demon Sect, I am still a cultivator of the Nine Nether Demon Sect. If you kill me, it will only bring disaster to you and the Long family behind you. The abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Sect said calmly. Cultivators kill each other all the time. Why do we have so many scruples? So what if the Nine Nether Demon Sect destroys the Long family? As long as I don't die, I can destroy the Nine Nether Demon Sect in the future, and we'll be even. Ning Qi smiled faintly unmoved. After a pause, he asked, What did you mean by the Yin-Yang Temple? You want to know? As long as you don't kill me, how about this? I'll make a heavenly Tao blood oath. If you don't kill me, I'll tell you anything you want to know. I won't spread this information to the Central Continent. What do you think? If you don't want to tell me, then I won't. Ning Qi said, faintly. The abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Sect immediately felt an aura of death pressing down on him. In the next moment, he roared and countless strands of black qi surged out of his body. This was his Nine Nether Dharma idol. It was illusory and hard to distinguish. Nine Nether Demon Sect. Your aura is a bit similar to that of a cultivator of the Netherworld. But I can even kill a cultivator of the Netherworld. What do you think you are? Ning Qi's words shocked the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol. He killed a cultivator of the Netherworld? Before his Nine Nether Dharma idol could attack Ning Qi had already punched out. It was a very simple punch without any martial technique or divine ability. It was such a simple punch, but it directly blew up the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol. He turned into stars along with his Dharma idol. Even until death, the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol didn't have time to use all his trump cards. At this moment, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere. This time, it directly pulled out the soul of the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol. He looked around blankly, and when he saw the black shadow, his eyes were filled with extreme fear. A cultivator of the Netherworld? There really is a cultivator of the Netherworld. How is this possible? I'm a cultivator of the Dharma idol realm. Even if my body is destroyed, I can use my soul to rebuild it. Why is it like this? That's because your soul has already been destroyed by me. Right now, this is your most original soul, the soul that you had when you were immortal. Ning Qi's voice sounded in his ear. The black shadow was shocked and looked at Ning Qi. In the end, he saw a fist coming towards him. With a scream, this cultivator of the Netherworld, who didn't have a high cultivation, was beaten into ashes by Ning Qi, just like that. You really, the abandoned disciple of the Nine Nether Dharma idol, looked at this scene in disbelief. He didn't expect what Ning Qi said to be true. He really killed a cultivator of the Netherworld. If I had this kind of strength back then, our soul wouldn't have been taken away. Chapter 1322. Chapter 1322. Chapter 1322. Know what to do after killing the Nine Nether abandoned disciple. A white light entered Ning Qi's body. His immortal qi suddenly started to surge crazily. Sometimes it was fire, sometimes it was light, sometimes it was lightning, sometimes it was water. As long as Ning Qi willed it, his immortal qi could turn into any kind of law. He gently raised his hand, and 3 inches above his palm, a miniature Taiji diagram appeared. This was the law of yin and yang. Ning Qi's Dharma power instantly became more condensed, and it seemed to be developing towards the mid-grade heaven rank. As long as I know the power of the laws, I can create it. This is the terrifying part of the immortal qi. It's a power that only the immortal clan can use. It's really extraordinary. In this aspect, even the creators can't compare to me. It's just that the essence of the evil Azura is completely different from the immortal Chi. The power of this Dharma form is less than 100%. If the essence in my sea of consciousness was left behind by the immortal clan, I'm afraid my current strength would at least be at the creator realm. Ning Chi sighed regretfully. However, Ning Chi was already very satisfied. Without the essence of the evil Shura, he would have failed to condense the Dharma this time, and it was very likely that he would have lost his life. With my current abilities, I can even put up a fight against that old fellow Xianzhen. If I encounter Lai Kong, I won't be completely helpless. However, I'm still a little lacking if I want to kill Lai Kong. Ning Chi pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a towering tree in the distance. This tree had a faint, demonic aura. It was a tree that was about to become a spirit. Ning Chi arrived in front of the tree and waved his hand to cut it off. In less than a moment, the tree was cut into a pillar by Ning Chi, and the essence energy in its body was also sealed by Ning Chi. Such hardness and length are more than enough. Ning Chi smiled, carrying the big tree. He moved slightly and disappeared from the spot. When I return to Mount Luo Haishan this time, I must go into seclusion for 300 years. By then, this storm will definitely pass. A few early-stage transcendents, realm cultivators, walked side by side. After looking back with lingering fear, they looked at each other and told each other their plans for the future. I plan to go into seclusion when I return to the sect. Ning Beixian is too terrifying. Even the abandoned disciples of 9 serenities fled. I'm afraid not even Jianshilai is a match for him. Did you guys notice? His physical body is directly merged with his Dharma power, which is completely different from ours. It can be said that every single movement of his has the power to destroy the world. If we want to use our Dharma power, we have to endure the intense consumption of our Dharma power. We have no chance of winning against him. In addition, his power of law is also extremely strange. The power of law in my body seems to be afraid of him the moment he condensed his Dharma idol. Thinking of this, the cultivator's eyes were filled with fear. Luckily, they escaped quickly and weren't caught by Ning Beixian. I wonder how many of the abandoned disciples of the 9 hells have died. After this incident, the Azure Dragon leaderboard will definitely be reshuffled. One of the cultivators said gloatingly. Suddenly, he noticed that the others were silent and stopped in midair. The cultivator was confused and asked, "What's wrong with you guys?" Those people ignored him. They cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Ancestral Patriarch Beixian." Ancestral Patriarch Beixian? The cultivator, who hadn't yet found Ning Chi, felt a chill invade his body. He turned around and stared blankly at Ning Chi. 1,000 feet away from them, Ning Chi was holding a huge pillar with one hand and looking at them indifferently. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian? The cultivator was so frightened that his body began to tremble. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian. Hee, that sounds nice. Ning Chi smiled mockingly. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, we were deceived, and that's why we did such a thing. However, our cultivation is too low, and we can't hurt you. Please, Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, since we are mystic perfected celestial realm cultivators, please spare our lives. We'll do anything for you. A slightly older cultivator knelt and kowtowed to Ning Chi. The rest of the cultivators knelt and kowtowed. They were hoping that Ning Chi wouldn't remember what they had done. Unfortunately, although Ning Chi hadn't opened his eyes for more than 100 years, he was already very familiar with every cultivator. He knew who had cursed at him and who had hit him a few times. "You're Pu Lingdong. You've hit me 367 times. You're Zhou Yanhong. You've hit me 536 times. You've scolded me 18 times and mocked me 5 times. You're—" The few of them stared dumbfoundedly at Ning Chi. It was as if Ning Chi was counting his family treasures. Not only did he mention their names and origins, he even clearly counted how many times they had fought in the past 100 years. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. As if they knew that they were going to die today, they looked at each other and fled in all directions with tacit understanding. They were betting that Ning Qi wouldn't be able to kill them in one move. As long as one or two of them could escape, it would be worth it. These people had already made up their minds that after escaping today, they would immediately leave the Azure Dragon continent and lie low for a while, no matter what method they used. Ning Qi sneered. He used his hand as a knife and made a few slashes in the air. The cultivators lost their balance and flew forward. In the process, their heads were separated from their necks. Ning Qi waved his hand to kill the cultivators from the underworld who had suddenly appeared and wanted to take their souls away. He then hung their heads on the huge pillar in his hand. The Azure Dragon continent was in chaos. Whether it was Eternal Life Realm cultivators, Dodan realm cultivators, or even mortals, they could occasionally see a terrifying figure madly chasing those once high and mighty Transcendence realm cultivators. And that figure was holding a pillar in his hand, and there were already hundreds of heads hanging on it. Ning Qi had killed his way from the Green Darkness Immortal Realm to the Middle Earth Immortal Realm, the Lower Tyrant Immortal Realm, and the Pure Yang Immortal Realm. In just half a year, he had harvested hundreds of lives. Among them, the Middle Earth Immortal Realm had suffered the least losses. Dragon City and the other Grotto Heaven Masters had not attacked Ning Qi at all. Ning Qi was a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. Since he hadn't attacked, he naturally wouldn't kill innocent people. The Pure Yang Immortal Realm had suffered the most losses. Apart from the Pure Yang Nine Servants, the other hundreds of Transcendence realm cultivators had been found and killed by Ning Qi. Their heads were hung on the pillar. Chapter 1323. Chapter 1323. Chapter 1323. The Great Sage could no longer sit still. 5 years later. Ancient Central City. It's almost done, right? The Pure Yang Great Sage suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the mystic true Great Sage. If he still didn't make a move, the Pure Yang Nine Servants would probably be dug out by Ning Qi and killed. This time, the Pure Yang Immortal Realm suffered great losses. Great Sage Xuanjin, if you don't show up, how many Transcendence realm cultivators will be left in the Azure Dragon continent? Even if the lives of those early stage and mid-stage Transcendence realm cultivators are not worth mentioning, we have to protect the late-stage Transcendence realm cultivators on the Azure Dragon list, right? Otherwise, how will we compete with the other 3 continents in the future? Proud Dragon Great Sage said coldly. Great Sage Xianzhen slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "Where is he now?" "It's at the mystic true immortal realm, the deity seeking sacred land." Green Abyss Great Sage said with an ugly expression. The sickly young master was one of the most famous geniuses of his Green Abyss immortal realm and had a bit of a relationship with him. When he saw that the sickly young master was killed by Ning Qi, Green Abyss Great Sage had a trace of displeasure towards Ning Qi. From the beginning to the end, only the Great Sage of the Central Region and the Great Sage of Kunpeng were the calmest. In their fairyland, those who died under Ning Qi's saber were just a few small shrimps and small fish, not even a loss. The Great Sage of the Central Region glanced at the Kunpeng Great Sage with a faint smile. He did not attack because he had a good relationship with the Xuanjin Great Sage. The Xuanjin Great Sage could order people to kill his great-grandson, but he could not. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause people to hold a grudge. The Great Sage of the Central Earth had gritted his teeth and given up on the battle for the pagoda of Kungsi. That was why he had specifically ordered the geniuses and experts of the Central Earth Immortal Realm not to participate in the battle. Only a small number of early-stage Transcendence realm cultivators didn't know where he stood and attacked Ning Qi. Now, these cultivators had already lost their lives. But Great Sage Kunpeng was different. He did not attack this time, and in fact it was thanks to his son, Kuanpung Wuyu. A hint of admiration flashed in the eyes of the great sage of the Central Plains. Compared to Kuanpung Wuyu, proud Dragon Manicblade was several levels lower. Whether it was in terms of temper or personality, he could not be compared to Kuanpung Wuyu. Although Kuanpung Wuyu was a demon, he was one of the few great sages of the Central Plains that was more noble than humans. Mystic true, immortal realm. It was time to pay tribute again. The 10 major sects under the deer-chasing sacred ground brought a huge batch of cultivation resources under the leadership of their respective geniuses. The people from Xianling's sect were Sunset Autumn Cicada and Wu Wei. In the past 100 years, Sunset Autumn Cicada's cultivation had reached the peak of eternal life late stage, and her power of law had been condensed to the extreme. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before she could start trying to break through to the transcendence realm. In this regard, even Wu Wei couldn't compare to her. Wu Wei's cultivation was still the same as 100 years ago. He hadn't made any progress at all. "Miss Mu, why didn't your master come this time?" When Sunset Chiu Cicada and Wu Wei arrived at the deer-seeking sacred land, Lan Qinsong enthusiastically came out with a group of elders to welcome them. When the geniuses of the other sects saw this, they couldn't help but show jealousy in their eyes. However, they couldn't envy Sunset Chiu Cicada for receiving such treatment. Rumor had it that when the Wang family first came here, when he was still an eternal life realm cultivator, he had already become a palace lord under Xianling's sect. Later on, he became an alchemy master of Xianling's sect. At that time, Sunset Chiu Cicada had specially set up a mountain to commemorate Ning Qi. However, because of the decree of the Seven Saints, the mountain was taken back, and Xianling's sect didn't allow their disciples to mention Ning Qi's name. However, in just a short 100 years, the situation in the Azure Dragon continent had changed. Ning Qi had actually condensed his Dharma power under the siege of thousands of Transcendence realm cultivators. He had brazenly attacked and killed hundreds of Transcendence realm cultivators on the spot. Many of them were experts on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. This news only gradually spread to this place after 2 or 3 years. Since then, Xianling's sect had directly set up a mountain, and once again announced that Ning Qi was their alchemy master. Because of this, the sects that originally had many grudges with Xianling sect no longer dared to offend Xianling sect. Elder Lan, master, has been in seclusion for many years. This time he still hasn't come out, so he asked me to come. Twilight Chiu Cicada smiled and cupped her hands. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. That figure seemed to have noticed Twilight Chiu Cicada looking at her, and quickly hid in the crowd. Twilight Chiu Cicada sneered in her heart. That person was none other than Lan Qinsong's granddaughter, Lan Dai. Ning Qi had beaten Feng Wudao into a child, and Lan Dai had been chased back to the deer-chasing sacred land by Feng Wutian. Twilight Chiu Cicada already knew about this. Not long ago, she had even seen Feng Wudao, who had grown up again, and his cultivation had already recovered to the late stage of eternal life realm. However, that feeling no longer existed. Feng Wudao, who had been reborn, could never be compared to that person in Twilight Chiu Cicada's heart. He wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Bitch! Lan Dai secretly stared at Twilight Chiu Cicada, and a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes as she cursed in her heart. Looks like Brother Meng's cultivation is going to increase greatly. He hasn't shown himself for more than 100 years. Lan Qinsong smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to call Lan Dai to enter the deer-chasing sacred land, a sudden rumble came from the sky. A few black dots were approaching from afar, and they were flying towards the deer-chasing sacred land at an extremely fast speed. Ning Beixian, don't push it too far. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, I know I was wrong. Can't I destroy my own cultivation? Do you really have to be so ruthless? We are experts on the Azure Dragon roll. Are you not going to give us any face? Ning Beixian, I have a backer in the central mainland. If you kill me, you won't feel good either. 1,000,000 azure dragon crystals. By my life. If not, I'll give you 3 supreme-grade Dharma artifacts. The few figures seemed to be exhausted, and they stopped above the deer-chasing sacred land. The lord of the deer-chasing sacred land, Yun Qingqi, seemed to have heard the commotion. He flew out and landed next to Lan Qinsong. At this moment, everyone, including the tens of thousands of cultivators from the deer-chasing sacred land, looked up at the sky with their mouths agape. At the same time, Twilight Chiu Cicada, Wu Wei, and the prodigies of the various sects saw this terrifying scene because they had come to the deer-chasing sacred land to pay tribute. Ning Qi was holding a bloody pillar with thousands of fresh human heads hanging on it. In front of him stood 7 experts who were half a step away from the Transcendence realm. It's Ning Beixian. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. When they saw the thousands of heads on the pillar, even Clear Cloud Pool couldn't help but tremble. With just a glance, they saw a few familiar faces on top of it. Chapter 1324. Come out if you're here, after taking in the few of you. Apart from those who escaped from the Azure Dragon continent, there aren't many left. Ning Qi smiled faintly as he supported the bloody pillar and looked at the 7 experts of the Azure Dragon list with different expressions on their faces. All of them were ranked in the top 20, and before the 7 saints' decree, they had all been in closed-door cultivation. They had never thought that they would end up like this after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Is there really no way out? You've killed so many Dharma Plane cultivators this time. The 7 saints won't just sit by and watch. They might be here to kill you already. The cultivators begged for mercy. The cultivators on the Azure Dragon Roll are so humble in front of him. Wu Wei was dumbfounded as he watched this scene. Back then, Ning Qi was just an ant in his eyes, an existence that he could kill with a wave of his hand. If I had killed him back then, there might not be the mystic North Patriarch today. A strange thought flashed through Wu Wei's mind. It's him. Twilight Autumn Cicada looked at Ning Qi in a daze. Decades ago, she had gone to the barren region. At that time, Ning Qi was just skin and bones, like a skeleton. She almost couldn't recognize him. She didn't expect that in just a few decades, Ning Qi, who was at a disadvantage and surrounded by others, would raise his butcher's knife and kill all the Dharma Plane cultivators who besieged him back then. Mystic North Patriarch, hearing the way the experts on the Azure Dragon list addressed Ning Qi, Yun Qingqi, Lan Qinsong, and the others all recalled the scene of Ning Qi being suppressed by Feng Wudao when he was in the Divine Land. As for the fate of the profound Netherpill sect, they had already heard of it more than 100 years ago. This guy won't let us go. Why don't we work together? There are 7 half-perfected cultivators. Why should we be afraid of him? I don't believe that he has the same divine power as the great saints when he just formed his Dharma form. A cultivator muttered in despair. All right, let's work together. Immediately, the 7 of them exuded a majestic aura of laws. When their Dharma idols appeared, all the cultivators in the Zhilu sacred land could not help but take a few steps back. Even a mid-transcendence realm cultivator like Yun Qingqi was no exception. This showed how powerful the 7 of them were. Just as everyone thought that there would be a fierce battle, Ning Qi smiled and said, "Forget it. I've been chasing you for more than a month, and I'm a little annoyed. I'll kill all of you soon. I'll go to the pure yang immortal realm and find those 9 cowards. This matter should end here. In 5 years, he had killed thousands of people. The anger in Ning Qi's heart had already been vented. He was only waiting for the remaining few hiding fellows to be beheaded. Then he was ready to temporarily stop this journey of killing. As soon as Ning Qi finished speaking, a majestic celestial qi surged out of his body. With just one punch, he directly shattered the dharma of one of the experts on the Azure Dragon Roll. Uft, uft, uft. After 7 punches, the 7 experts on the Azure Dragon Roll fell heavily towards the Zhilu sacred land. They fell in front of Yun Qingqi and the rest, scaring them into retreating a few dozen feet. They looked at Ning Qi in fear. Using his palm as a knife, he took off the heads of the 7 people. At this moment, 7 rays of white light flew into Ning Qi's body. His Dharma idols were condensed again. It would not be long before they broke through to the mid-heaven realm. Ning Qi hung them on the pillar, then stuck the pillar into the ground. He smiled faintly and greeted Twilight Chiu Cicada, Senior Sister Mu. Bei Xian. Twilight Chiu Cicada was slightly shocked. She did not expect Ning Qi to call her Senior Sister Mu. She was immediately overwhelmed by the favor. Coupled with her excitement, she actually stuttered. Wu Wei's face revealed a humble expression of flattery. When Ning Qi came over, he even bowed his body. Yun Qingqi and the rest also looked at Ning Qi with flattery. When the geniuses of the 9 sects saw this, they finally believed that Twilight Chiu Cicada indeed knew this killing god. In the past 5 years, some people had begun to call Ning Qi Killing God Ning. Ning Qi had long been ranked 8th on the Azure Dragon Roll, but that was because he had not fought with the 7 sages. As for Jian Shilai, who was originally ranked 8th, he had become 9th, because it was still unknown whether the abandoned disciple of 9 Nether was dead or alive. He was still ranked 10th. Senior Sister Mu, may I know where Senior Meng is? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Meng Tianshu had taken the pagoda of Kungsu, and he was the scapegoat. Although there had been a deal beforehand, Ning Qi still wanted to know what level Meng Tianshu's cultivation had reached after taking the pagoda of Kungsu. In the past 100 years, he had never seen Meng Tianshu appear. Master is in seclusion. Does Bei Xian want to see him? Twilight Chiu Cicada was slightly startled. Seclusion? Forget it. If there is a chance in the future, I will find Senior Meng again. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He glanced at Yun Qingqi and the others, and his gaze fell on Lan Qinsong. Lan Qinsong hurriedly smiled and stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Qi cupped his hands at Twilight Chiu Cicada. I still have important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Bei Xian, you are leaving now? Twilight Chiu Cicada's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. When Wu Wei saw this, the flattering smile on his face did not change, but he was somewhat angry in his heart. Yes, there are still a few people whose debts have not been settled. Ning Qi nodded faintly, although this sentence seemed calm. When everyone's gaze fell on the pillar, it was enough to imagine how bloody this calm sentence was. Those who could become cultivators were not good people, but they had never seen someone like Ning Qi, who had crazily killed thousands of Transcendence realm cultivators in 5 years. Even Feng Jiuxian had only taken over 100 lives back then. Just when Ning Qi was about to leave, his body froze for a moment. He then turned around and stared at the void in the distance. Old man, since you're here, come on out. Why are you hiding your head and showing your tail? Trying to sneak an attack on me? Who dared to sneak an attack on Ning Beixian? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction Ning Qi was looking at, only to see a figure slowly appear in the void over there. When everyone saw the appearance of this figure, their faces immediately revealed a trace of shock. Great Sage Xuanjin. We greet Great Sage Xuanjin. Tens of thousands of cultivators, including Yun Qingqi and the others, bowed in unison. Only Ning Qi looked at Great Sage Xuanjin indifferently, without any intention of bowing. You vented enough of your anger. You can stop now. Great Sage Xuanjin looked at Ning Qi indifferently. What if I don't stop? Are you going to suppress me with your own hands? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yes. Great Sage Xuanjin nodded. Your battle power is indeed very strong. Even the weakest of the 7 sages, proud dragon Great Sage, may not be able to suppress you. But in front of me, you are still lacking. What? Chapter 13:25. One move, you're still lacking? Ningqi smiled. He rose into the air and looked at Xuanjin from afar. Old man, everyone says that you're the strongest in the Green Dragon sect. I'd like to see how strong you are. If you're really the strongest in the Green Dragon sect, why can't you protect your granddaughter? Hiss! The cultivators of the deer-chasing sacred land gasped. They didn't expect someone to speak like that in front of Xuanjin, even though he also had the bloodline of the Wang family. It seems like his relationship with Xuanjin isn't too good, Yun Qingqi and the others thought to themselves. At the same time, they were worried. If Xuanjin and Ning Beixian were to fight here, the deer-chasing sacred land would probably be torn to pieces. Han Tian City was the best example. It was a huge city that wasn't any weaker than the deer-chasing sacred land, but because of Ning Beixian it was razed to the ground. Xuanjin's expression changed slightly. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. After looking at Ning Qi for a while, he suddenly said, "You still hate me because of Wang Shui." Ning Qi looked at Xuanjin and said indifferently, "If it wasn't for the bloodline that flows in my body, you'd be in the top 3 on my kill list. You're still young and don't think things through. I'll pretend that I didn't hear that. No matter what, you have to call me great-grandfather. Wang Shui's incident was an accident. If you insist on keeping it in your heart, I'll wait for you at the Wang family when you can kill me. But for now, you have to go back with me." Great Sage Xianjin said slowly after a moment of silence. "Why would I go back with you? Aren't you afraid that your Wang family will be in trouble because of me? Aren't you afraid of Lai Kong?" Ning Qi's lips curled into a faint smile of mockery. "I have a way to protect you, but you have to go back with me. Otherwise, when Lai Kong returns from the Void Domain and hears that your cultivation has improved, he'll definitely not let you go." Xuanjin said coldly, "He might not be able to kill me. Going back to the Wang family is not a problem. But before that, I have to do what I need to do." Ning Qi said indifferently, "Who else do you want to kill?" Xuanjin, Great Sage, glanced coldly at the bloody pillar, then looked at Ning Qi solemnly and said, "Let me calculate." Ning Qi stretched out a finger and pointed at them one by one. "Pure Yang 9 servants. These 9 people beat me up so much back then. I must kill them. Also, that group of dragons from Proud Dragon Immortal Realm, they seem to be brothers of Proud Dragon Berserk Blade. Although his cultivation level isn't high, he deserves to die for insulting me. Also, I heard that one of the 9 great geniuses of the Hegemonic Immortal Realm is the grandson of Great Sage Hegemonic Immortal Realm. You deserve to die." After pausing for a while, Ning Qi revealed a bright smile and looked at the Great Sage Xianjun. "That's all. The rest are already hanging here. That's not a lot, right?" "Not much? Isn't that a lot?" When the cultivators of the deer-chasing Holy Land heard this, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Every time they looked at the bloody pillar, they felt an incomparable chill in their hearts. There were transcendence, realm, existences hanging on it. There were probably 60 to 70 people on the Azure Dragon roll hanging on it. Thinking of this, Wu Wei couldn't help but look up at the lifelike head with its eyes still open. His body couldn't help but tremble. "Don't touch these people. I won't hold it against you for killing Wang Lan," the Great Sage Xianjun said indifferently. After pausing for a while, he said with a strange expression, "Where did you throw Wang Shi?" "Won't hold it against me. Didn't Wang Lan deserve to be killed? Wang Shi insulted me as a bastard, so I let him be a bastard. After more than 100 years, if he wasn't eaten by beasts, he should have died of old age, right? Or maybe he was lucky and started cultivating again. He's an eternal life realm cultivator now, right?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. The Great Sage Xianjun sighed faintly. Then his expression turned serious. "If you still refuse to realize your mistakes today, don't blame me for not showing mercy." When the cultivators of the deer-chasing Holy Land heard this, They had already fled from the deer-chasing Holy Land in panic. They hid hundreds of miles away. Yun Qing-chi and the other elders of the deer-chasing Holy Land did the same. However, they had a bitter smile on their faces. When the king of hell fought, the little ghost suffered. "Make your move," Ning-chi said indifferently. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a giant golden foot had already stomped down on Ning-chi from the cloud. Everyone gasped when they saw the Dharma form. Has the Vajra Dharma form of the great sage Xian Zhan advanced to the upper mystic level? How can it be so huge? Everyone could only see the calf of the foot, but this calf was already hundreds of feet tall. How big was the entire Vajra Dharma form? Your Dharma form is indeed more terrifying than the rumors say, but this is far from enough. Ning-chi's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't panic at all when facing this guy, who was even bigger than Wang Lan's Vajra Dharma idol. His body expanded, and in the blink of an eye he had already become a 3,000-meter-tall giant. He stomped down on the deer-chaser's sacred land, crushing 2 mountains beneath his feet. At the same time, Ning-chi's fist, which was filled with immortal spiritual energy, directly smashed into the soul of the calf. The shockwave from the collision caused the cultivators hundreds of kilometers away to be unable to resist it. Boom! The power of the nomological laws on the Vajra Dharma form instantly disintegrated when it came into contact with the immortal chi. With a loud boom, the calf exploded and turned into dust. The eyes of the great sage Xian Zhen, who had been very calm all this while, revealed a look of horror. He couldn't believe it and said, "A heaven-level Dharma form?" From the beginning, he had never guessed how high the level of Ning-chi's Dharma form was. In his opinion, a lower mystic-level Dharma form was already considered a genius. However, the scene before him shocked him. As the #1 person in the Green Dragon mainland, he had once been fortunate enough to see a heaven-level Dharma form in the central mainland. Although the aura of that Dharma form was completely different from Ning-chi's, it gave great sage Xianzhan the same feeling. "If you want to fight to the death with me, then continue." Ning-chi glanced coldly at great sage Xianzhan. He returned to his original size, lifted the bloody pillar, and flew away. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at great sage Xianzhan. "This old guy has some skills," Ning-chi muttered to himself. Ning-chi murmured in his heart. That punch just now seemed simple, but in fact it consumed a full 10% of his celestial chi to block it. If he really had to fight to the death with the great sage Xianzhan, it would probably be an extremely difficult battle. However, after Ning-chi displayed his strength, he knew that with the old guy's character, he probably wouldn't attack again. Ning-chi's guess was right. Great sage Xianzhan just stood there and watched Ning-chi leave. He didn't attack again. After his expression changed a few times, he flew away. The Holy Land has become like this. Chapter 1326. Chapter 1326. Chapter 1326. The law is enforced by words 3 months later. There were a few dozen more heads on Ning-chi's human skull pillar. However, more than 5 years had passed, and there were bound to be some people who had escaped from the Azure Dragon continent. He could only wait until he had the chance to meet them in the future before settling the score with them. Pure Yang Immortal Realm, the place where the Pure Sun Great Sage resided, was called the Pure Sun Sacred City. From afar, one could see a huge mountain shrouded in thick fog towering over the Pure Sun Sacred City. This mountain was the cultivation ground of the Pure Yang Great Sage. It was shrouded in a thick fog, which was a special forbidden technique. Without the permission of the Pure Yang Great Sage, anyone who approached the mountain would be confused by the fog. The unlucky ones might even get lost for hundreds of years and die of old age. More than 5 years? I heard that the 9 prodigies of the Basha Dragon clan were all killed by that killer. How could this be? Didn't the great sage stop him? I don't know the specifics either. It was a good friend who sent me a message saying that this death god will very likely come to our pure sun sacred city to find the honorable envoy and the others. How audacious! With the pure young great sage here, would he still dare to act recklessly? A few cultivators were sitting at a tea stall, drinking tea while chatting. This killing god has been killing for more than 5 years. He probably isn't afraid of the pure young great sage, right? A cultivator hesitated for a moment before saying, without waiting for the others to speak. A few figures suddenly walked in front of the cultivator and looked at him coldly. When the cultivators nearby saw the 3 blazing suns on their chests, their expressions changed. 3 blazing suns meant that these people were inner sect servants of the pure young great sage. The pure young great sage only had 1 disciple, and that was the heavenly devil fairy. After that, all the disciples he took in were servants. Many people couldn't guess the reason for this, but a few people knew that the pure young great sage only took in 1 disciple because he was afraid that he would repeat the same mistake as the glass dragon sage. Inner sect servants were no different from inner sect disciples. They received guidance from people like Yang E all year round. In the outside world, they were all geniuses. Greetings, heaven's favorites. The cultivators at the tea stall hurriedly stood up and saluted. Their cultivations were similar to the other party. They were all in the eternal life realm. However, the other party's status was much higher than them, a group of rogue cultivators or cultivators from small sections. If they did not salute, it would be difficult to move an inch in the pure sun sacred city. You said that Ning Beixian isn't afraid of the pure sun great sage? One of the youths with a stern expression stared coldly at the cultivator who had just spoken. This is only my guess. It can't be taken seriously. The cultivator smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that their joke would be heard by an inner sect servant. The young man with a cold expression seemed to be about to make a move. Right at this moment, the owner of the tea stall hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled. Lung Tianjiao, my tea stall is for idle people to chat casually. Give me some face and don't make a fuss about it, right? Lung Tianjiao? All of a sudden, someone's expression changed as he recognized the young man. Lung Ao, who had cultivated for less than 40 years, was already a late-stage eternal life realm cultivator. He was known as one of the most likely pure sun immortal realm cultivators to become supreme geniuses in a few hundred years. So it's Lung Tianjiao. I was rude. Please forgive me, Lung Tianjiao. The cultivator hurriedly apologized. Lung Ao glanced at him indifferently, then looked at the owner of the tea stall and snorted coldly. Before he could speak, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. It seemed that many people were rushing towards the city gate. Leng Ao was slightly taken aback. He exchanged glances with several other senior and junior brothers, then ignored the cultivator and flew directly towards the city gate. The cultivators at the tea stall saw this and ran away. Only the people of the pure sun great sage could fly in the pure sun sacred city. As for the others, whoever dared to fly would have their legs broken by the law enforcement team. At the city gate, thousands of cultivators stood on the city wall and looked ahead in horror. The cultivators guarding the city looked at each other, caught off guard. One of them hurriedly flew in the direction of the giant mountain, apparently to deliver a message. When Lung Ao and the others arrived, they saw a young man carrying a bloody pillar and walking in the direction of the pure sun sacred city. The pillar was full of human heads that were as dense as grapes. That killing god is here. The cultivator who had just been threatened by Lung Ao saw Ning Qi, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously glanced at Lung Ao and saw that Lung Ao's face was a little pale. He sneered gloatingly in his heart. You were so arrogant just now, but now you're scared out of your wits. Ha ha ha, enemy attack! Enemy attack! Come, stop right there. Finally, the leader of the cultivators guarding the city saw that everyone was looking at him. He gritted his teeth and summoned his courage to shout at Ning Qi. However, his tone was very weak and he did not dare to be tough. In his heart, he clearly thought that Ningqi could not possibly be a match for the Pure Sun Great Sage. However, he was still very afraid because of that bloody pillar. Ningqi did not stop and walked step by step to the front of the city gate. With a loud bang, he inserted the pillar into the ground and the human heads on it swayed with the wind. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but almost all the heads were facing the direction of the city wall. Pairs of silent eyes stared at the thousands of cultivators, sending chills down their spines. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. I need 9 more heads on this pillar. If you can't produce them, I'll slaughter the entire city. Ningqi looked at the thousands of cultivators and said lightly. The thousands of cultivators were shocked when they heard this. Is this guy crazy? He actually wants us to hand over the honorable envoy and the others? If they don't, he'll slaughter the entire city? Anger surged in Leng Ao's eyes as he roared at Ningqi angrily. How dare you, Ning Beixian? This is the cultivation place of the Pure Sun Great Sage. How dare you slaughter the entire city? Aren't you afraid that the Pure Sun Great Sage will personally suppress you? When the senior and junior brothers beside Leng Ao saw this, they glanced at him in shock and anger and subconsciously took a dozen steps back. Damn it, it's not like they haven't heard of this god of slaughter. Even if he's talking nonsense, it should be the honorable envoy and the others who deal with him. What's a mere inner sect servant doing? They were all angry at Leng Ao for overestimating himself because Leng Ao's actions were likely to get them killed. This guy is really bold. The cultivator at the tea stall looked at Leng Ao with a dumbfounded expression, his face full of disbelief. Ningqi glanced at him indifferently and suddenly reached out to grab him. Leng Ao flew uncontrollably from the city wall towards Ningqi. Lie down. Chapter 13:27. Chapter 13:27. Chapter 13:27. Ask the great sage to take action. When the cultivators of the Pure Sun Sacred City saw Leng Ao struggling in humiliation under Ningqi's feet, a chill ran down their spines. If what Leng Ao said was true, the Pure Sun Sacred City would definitely turn into a bloodbath if the Pure Sun Great Sage did not show up in 3 days. I must kill him. You must. Leng Ao felt thousands of pairs of eyes looking at him mockingly. An unparalleled sense of humiliation rose in his heart, and his entire face was flushed with blood. As the #1 genius in the eternal realm of the Pure Sun Sacred City, ordinary early transcendence, realm cultivators had to be polite when they saw him. Since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such humiliation. But today he was restrained by someone and couldn't move at all. This made Leng Ao's heart, which had always been high and mighty, shatter like glass. His mind was filled with the scene of him torturing and killing Ningqi. In the huge mountain of the Pure Sun Sacred City, in a large hall, Yang Yi and the others stood in front of the Pure Sun Great Sage. Their faces were filled with disbelief and confusion. Great Sage, you said that he went to the Tyrant Immortal Realm and fought with Great Sage Tyrant before killing the 9 geniuses of the Tyrant Dragon Tribe right in front of him. Yang Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only that, but the Great Sage Xianjin also fought with him, and they ended in a draw. The Pure Sun Great Sage said lightly, Impossible. He has only just condensed his Dharma power. How can he be this powerful? Yang Yi was in a daze. The remaining 8 of them exchanged glances, and their eyes flashed with sharpness. One of them said, Great Sage, since this kid dares to come to our Pure Sun Sacred City, why don't the 9 of us set up the Pure Sun 9 killing formation and let the Great Sage kill him personally? The Pure Yang Great Sage glanced at them. After a few moments of silence, he nodded and said, That's good too. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Yang Yi and the others. Just now, they were afraid that the Pure Sun Great Sage would not be willing to stand up for them in order to protect himself. If that was the case, they would have to sacrifice the entire Pure Sun, sacred city. As for this place, they did not believe that Ning Qi could fight his way in. Even if the other great sages took action, they would not be able to break the restrictive technique here. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators tried to escape this place, but without exception, they were all killed by Ning Qi on the spot. They couldn't even fly more than 100 meters away. After more than 100 cultivators died, everyone's faces were filled with despair. They knew very well that if the 9 honorable messengers didn't show up today, they would be the scapegoats and die in the hands of this god of death. Resentment, anger, fear, trembling, all kinds of emotions grew in the hearts of the cultivators of the Pure Sun, sacred city. Even the guy who had been gloating over Lung Ao's misfortune was now terrified. He was afraid that he would be killed by Ning Beixian because of Yang Yi. From the looks of it, they don't plan on coming out and are going to abandon you. Ning Qi smiled faintly as he looked at Lung Ao under his feet. No, impossible. The great sage and the honorable envoy are not afraid of you. You murderous maniac. Lung Ao lost control and roared at Ning Qi. His eyes were bloodshot. He, who had always been high and mighty, had been humiliated by Ning Qi for 3 whole days. When Lung Ao saw many female cultivators he once knew looking at him with pity and heartache, Lung Ao's mentality had already collapsed. There's still half an hour left. Ning Qi smiled faintly. His smile was extremely evil in the eyes of the cultivators of the Pure Sun sacred city, as if he was a demon. When they met Ning Qi's eyes, they subconsciously thought that when the time came, would they also become an ornament on that bloody pillar? A human head ornament? Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. Time passed by, and finally, when everyone was in despair, a loud voice came from the sky. At the same time, Yang Yi and the other 8 appeared and surrounded Ning Qi. The honorable envoy is out. I told you, the honorable envoy will not abandon us. That's great. No matter how strong this killing god is, I think the honorable envoy's Pure Sun 9 killing array can deal with him. The great sage should be here too, right? That's for sure. The great sage must be hiding in the void, ready to give this killing god a fatal blow. This time he made a mistake by coming to our Pure Sun sacred city. The cultivators of the Pure Sun sacred city heaved a sigh of relief, and their faces revealed elated smiles. However, only they knew how much of this smile was faked out of fear. Honorable envoy, Lung Ao saw Yang Yi and the others, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Yang Yi ignored him and looked at Ning Qi with a frown. Ning Beixian, that day the 7 saints ordered us to act. Since you've already condensed your Dharma form, there's no need to be so overbearing, right? Am I being overbearing? Is that why you stayed in the barbarian region for more than 100 years and attacked me no less than 10,000 times? Ning Qi looked at the 9 of them with a faint smile. Since you're unwilling to turn a big problem into a small one, the 9 of us don't have to be polite with you anymore. Yang Yi snorted coldly, and the next moment, the aura of the 9 of them changed drastically. Pure Sun 9 killing array. When the cultivators of the Pure Sun sacred city saw the arrangement of the 9 people, as well as the changes in their auras, they immediately recognized the array formation. Streams of drifting power of laws flowed out from the bodies of the 9 people, fusing together, forming a runic array formation above Ning Qi's head. Kill! A fierce shout came from the 9 of them, and a majestic aura of laws surged out from the array. Pure Sun 9 killing array. A total of 9 killing intents. Ning Qi looked at this scene indifferently, and his body suddenly expanded. Lung Ao, who was under his feet, was instantly stomped into the ground and fainted. At the same time, 9 killing intents landed on Ning Qi. This killing intent was enough to make a half-step, perfected existence flustered. But when it landed on Ning Qi's body, it did not even cause a ripple. Seeing Ning Qi's incomparably huge fist blasting towards them with surging immortal spirit chi, Yang Yi immediately shouted, "Great Sage, please make a move!" The Great Sage is going to make a move. The cultivators of the pure sun sacred city looked up at the sky excitedly, seemingly looking for the whereabouts of the pure sun Great Sage. Boom! Ning Qi's fists were like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, killing several people on the spot. He intentionally left their heads intact. As for Yang Yi before he died, a look of understanding appeared on his face. He looked off into the distance, and Ning Qi killed him on the spot. At this point, all 9 of them were dead. As for the pure sun Great Sage, he still did not appear. When the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city saw this scene, they could not help but swallow their saliva in horror. They did not understand. Since Yang Yi had shouted this, there was no reason for the pure sun Great Sage not to make a move, right? Chapter 13:28. The last person. When the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city heard Ning Qi's words, they looked at the void where Ning Qi was looking. The pure sun Great Sage was there? If he was really there, why did he watch Yang Yi and the others die in Ning Qi's hands? With a fluctuation in the void, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city saw the face of the figure, they bowed in unison excitedly. Pure sun Great Sage. They did not think about why the pure sun Great Sage did not help Yang Yi and the others. In their hearts, no matter what decision the pure sun Great Sage made, it was always reasonable. Ning Beixian. The pure sun Great Sage looked at Ning Qi lightly. Pure sun Great Sage. Ning Qi smiled. After the 2 of them looked at each other for a few seconds, the pure sun Great Sage waved his hand and said, "You have already killed them. You can leave now." No wonder the glass dragon sage was tricked by him. Ning Qi thought to himself. Although the glass dragon sage had not said anything before, he was already very sure that the glass dragon sage's trip to the ancient desolation forbidden land had something to do with the pure sun Great Sage. Otherwise, the pure sun Great Sage would not have sent the heavenly fiend fairy to capture him as soon as he returned to the pure sun celestial realm. Ning Qi did not even dare to show his face. In addition, this time, Yang Yi and the others died in front of him, but he did not even have the intention to help. Ning Qi already knew what kind of person the pure sun Great Sage was. He was cold, cold-blooded, cunning, vigilant, and perhaps a little timid. Such an existence can actually become one of the 7 sages and be on par with that old guy Xianjin. It's really... Ning Qi smiled mockingly, lifted the pillar, and turned to leave. When the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city saw this, they opened their mouths in surprise. They watched Ning Qi disappear from their vision and could not help but look at the pure sun Great Sage in confusion. Ning Beixian. The pure sun Great Sage squinted his eyes slightly, then his figure gradually faded. He did not even look at the cultivators of the pure sun sacred city. After he left, someone came through the air and fished Lung Ao out of the ground. Junior brother Lung, junior brother Lung. Lung Ao slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked around listlessly, then said, "Where's that demon? The demon has left. The demon is gone?" Were they chased away by the honorable envoy? Lung Ao was extremely excited, his eyes revealing a look of ecstasy. The 9 venerable envoys are already dead. Pooh! When Lung Ao heard that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Even the vermilion bird continent, the black tortoise continent, and the white tiger continent had heard of the bloodshed in the azure dragon continent. Many cultivators rushed to the azure dragon continent just to take a look at Ning Qi. They wanted to see what kind of existence Ning Qi was, and whether he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, how could the dignified azure dragon continent be massacred by a cultivator who had just broken through to the transcendence realm? Did you hear? The pure young 9 servants are also dead. The 9 great prodigies of the lower tyrant immortal realm have also been killed. This is too terrifying. Stop talking. Guys, look. In a certain small city, the recent topics were basically related to Ningqi. When most cultivators gathered together, they chatted about where Ningqi killed which cultivator. These cultivators in their mouths were once legendary existences, but now they were all turned into human heads and hung on the pillar known as the Skull Tower. Suddenly, many cultivators noticed something strange in the sky. Some of the patrolling cultivators in the city saw that someone dared to fly above and immediately rushed up. Before they could scold him, they were stunned on the spot with dull expressions. The reason for that was because they saw a graceful young man. However, that young man was holding a bloody pillar in his hand. Numerous heads were hung on the pillar. Ever since Ningqi shed his original physical body and condensed the primordial immortal Emperor Dharma form, his face gradually became younger from his 30s. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. At first glance, he looked very young, but as long as they knew who he was, no one dared to doubt what kind of extraordinary means were hidden under this young face. Patriarch Bei Xian, the patrolling cultivators, hurriedly bowed to Ningqi. Ningqi glanced at them indifferently. Is there a cultivator called Gu Qing hiding here? Patriarch Gu? Not only the patrolling cultivators, but even the cultivators in the city were shocked when they heard Ningqi's words. Then they fell into deep fear. Patriarch Gu was involved in this matter? Wasn't this harming people? Ask Gu Cheng to come out himself. Otherwise, slaughter the entire city. Ningqi said indifferently. Patriarch Bei Xian, Gu Qing is a mid-stage Dharma phase cultivator. We are just small cultivators at the eternal life state. How would we know where he is? What do you think? A cultivator said bravely. I don't have too much time to waste. If Gu Qing doesn't come out in half an hour, slaughter the entire city. Ningqi said indifferently. This guy was the last cultivator he could sense. Counting the number, there should be 300 or 400 people who had escaped from the Azure Dragon continent. This matter would come to an end after killing this person. Patriarch Bei Xian, we are innocent. Go to the Gu family and ask Gu Qing to come out and die. The cultivator who spoke first gave Ningqi a wry smile, then looked at his subordinate and scolded. The subordinate looked at Ningqi in panic, then turned and flew towards the largest house in the small city. At this moment, the disciples of the Gu family also saw Ningqi. An old man was saying something with a gloomy face. After I die, the position of the family master will be passed to you. You have to manage the Gu family well. There was a large group of disciples standing next to the old man. There were at least 300 or 400 men and women. In front of the old man, a middle-aged cultivator nodded angrily and said, Patriarch, I understand. The old man nodded. After looking at the crowd, he suddenly said, One more rule for the Gu family. Don't offend Ning Bei Xian in the future. Do you remember? Patriarch, we will. The disciples of the Gu family quickly nodded. All right, I've told you everything. What's bound to come will come. The old man laughed bitterly and flew directly in Ningqi's direction. He was the Gu clan's old ancestor, Gu Cheng. In the Azure Dragon continent, he was not considered a famous existence, but because of a trace of greed in his heart, he got involved in this mess. The cultivator who wanted to find Gu Cheng was dazed when he saw Gu Cheng flying towards him. Then there was a trace of joy in his eyes. He was relieved and flew towards Ningqi with Gu Cheng. Patriarch Bei Xian. Chapter 1329. Chapter 1329. Chapter 1329. Fei Yuding Ningqi looked at Gu Cheng indifferently. Do you want to kill yourself, or do you want me to do it? It's my honor to be able to die in the hands of Grand Patriarch Bei Xian. Please grant me death. Gu Qing smiled bitterly. The cultivators nearby couldn't help but feel a sense of coldness in their hearts. The dignified patriarch of the Gu family, the strongest existence here, was begging someone to grant him death today. He didn't even dare to say a word. It was obvious that he was considering the lives of the cultivators here and the disciples of the Gu family. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless figures flew out of the Gu family and stopped 100 feet away from Ningqi. Among these people, there were old people, strong people, children, men and women. They all looked at Gu Cheng with sadness in their eyes. "What are you doing here? Go back!" Gu Cheng's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. He didn't know if this god of death would kill him on a whim. "Patriarch, we're here to send you off," the disciples of the Gu family said with grief and indignation. Ning Qi smiled lightly. "You have a family to feed, so you should focus on cultivating. Why do you want to get involved in this mess?" Gu Cheng was slightly startled and sighed softly. "Patriarch Bei Xian, I have been in the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm for too many years. If there is no opportunity, I am afraid I won't be able to break through to the late stage of the Transcendence realm. That's why I was distracted by greed and made such a mistake. Senior Bei Xian, can you let my patriarch go? I will die for him, is that okay?" Suddenly, an 11 or 12-year-old child flew in front of Ning Qi and pleaded. The disciples of the Gu family were shocked when they saw this. Gu Cheng was no exception. He quickly pulled the child over and begged Ning Qi for mercy. "Patriarch Bei Xian, he is still young. Please don't blame him." Ning Qi looked at the child indifferently, then looked at Gu Cheng. After a few moments of silence, he slowly said, "I said that I will kill all those who attack me. So today you will die without a doubt. However, I will not touch your family. If they come to seek revenge one day, I will deal with them as well." Gu Cheng nodded. "Thank you, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian." After saying that, he gently pushed the child. Suddenly, the child's parents held him tightly in their arms. Gu Cheng closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of death. After several breaths of time, he discovered that Ning Qi still hadn't moved. He opened his eyes in puzzlement and found that a figure had appeared in front of him. When he saw the appearance of this figure, his face lit up with shock and excitement. "Big sister! Big sister?" The disciples of the Gu clan also revealed looks of surprise. Ning Qi sized up this beautiful middle-aged woman who had suddenly appeared, and a trace of suspicion flashed through his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt a trace of a very familiar aura from her. When Ning Qi heard Gu Cheng call this woman big sister, he knew that her intention was to protect Gu Cheng. "Gu Cheng, you are such a fool." The middle-aged woman stared at Gu Cheng coldly. "Big sister." Gu Cheng thought that the middle-aged woman was referring to his current predicament because he had offended Ning Qi. A trace of sadness suddenly flashed in his eyes. He was afraid that even the big sister would not be able to save him. The middle-aged woman ignored him and looked at Ning Qi. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and she reached out to touch Ning Qi's face. SSS, the cultivators nearby gasped and looked at the middle-aged woman in disbelief. How dare she take the initiative to attack the god of death? Big sister. No. Gu Cheng was scared out of his wits. If he angered the woman, it was likely that all the cultivators here, including the disciples of the Gu clan, would be killed. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly, but he didn't feel a trace of malice from the woman. The woman's expression also made Ning Qi feel a little strange. He let the middle-aged woman's hand fall on his face. Really, the middle-aged woman murmured to herself. Big sister, what are you doing? Gu Cheng finally realized that something was wrong. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Big sister, do I know you? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Big sister? The middle-aged woman was awakened by this title. She looked at Ning Qi dotingly and said, You have to call me Grandma. Grandma, Gu Cheng's mind seemed to be struck by lightning. Everyone knew Ning Beishuan's identity. He was the son of Feng Jiuxian and Wang Yuding. His big sister suddenly wanted Ning Beixian to call her grandma. Didn't that mean she was Wang Lin's wife? One of the 4 great elders of the Wang clan? How was this possible? Gu Cheng looked at the middle-aged beauty in disbelief. When he was still very young, he went out to explore the world. Because he accidentally offended a very powerful cultivator, he was hunted down. In the end, it was this big sister in front of him who saved him. Later, the 2 of them wandered together for 7 or 8 years. But after that, they rarely saw each other. The last time they met was 300 or 400 years ago. You are... Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. I thought I would never see Mu Ting and Feng Jiuxian in this life. I didn't expect to see their child after a few hundred years. Fei Yuding looked at Ning Qi with red eyes. Are you really, Grandma? Ning Qi glanced at Fei Yuding's attributes, but he couldn't see any information related to Wang Lin or Wang Yuding. He still wasn't sure of Fei Yuding's identity, but the familiar feeling lingered. It seemed that the other party didn't lie to him. Thinking of this, Ning Qi laughed at himself. Now in the Azure Dragon Continent, who would dare to pretend to be his grandmother in front of him? Silly child, of course it's me. It's all Grandma's fault that I didn't stay in the Azure Dragon Continent. Otherwise, how could I let those people besiege you? As Fei Yuding spoke up to hear, her eyes suddenly flashed a sharp light. She glanced at the head on the pillar and suddenly felt very relieved. When Gu Cheng heard this, he finally understood why Fei Yuding said he was stupid. He actually attacked his big sister's grandson? Big sister, I was wrong. Gu Cheng lowered his head in shame. You know you were wrong. Fei Yuding looked at him coldly, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. But soon this trace of anger gradually dissipated. You don't have to be ashamed. Who told you not to know my true identity? After a pause, Fei Yuding looked at Ning Qi. Good grandson, for Grandma's sake, can you spare him this time? When the Gu family's disciples saw the situation develop like this, their eyes were full of expectation. The way they looked at Fei Yuding was even more grateful. Gu Cheng was slightly startled. He didn't expect Fei Yuding to plead for him. Ning Qi looked at Gu Cheng, then looked at Fei Yuding and nodded lightly. Fine, I'll spare him this time. Gu Cheng's heart suddenly relaxed. The Gu family's disciples' eyes were filled with ecstasy. Their ancestor was finally not going to die. He can be spared from death, but he can't escape punishment. Chapter 1330. Aunt Jen. After Gu Cheng flew back a few thousand feet, he immediately flew back to Fei Yuding. He lowered his head and didn't say a word, but everyone could feel that his aura had become very weak. It was easy to imagine how powerful Fei Yuding's palm was. The Gu family's disciples all looked at their ancestor with worried expressions. Are you convinced? Fei Yuding looked at Gu Cheng and said lightly, Eldest sister, if you're still angry, hit me a few more times. Gu Cheng whispered, If you hit me again, you'll die. Fei Yuding coldly snorted. If it wasn't for the past, even if my good grandson didn't make a move, you would have died in my hands. Gu Cheng looked ashamed, but in his heart, he didn't have any anger toward Fei Yuding. He had long heard that even the pure Yang Great Sage couldn't protect Yang Yi and the others. But today, Fei Yuding was willing to plead with this killing god for him. Such kindness was something Gu Cheng would never be able to repay. Good grandson, your grandfather has returned to the family, but something unexpected happened. Why don't you come back with me? Fei Yuding looked at Ning Qi. Something unexpected happened. Ning Qi was slightly startled. Wang Lin had gone to the mysterious eastern land with his cultivation. How could something unexpected happen there? There were only a few Dao Dan realm cultivators there, and the number of eternal life realm cultivators could be counted on one hand. Could it be that something happened to the mysterious eastern land because of the continent merging? Grandma, let's go. Ning Qi nodded, but the word grandma didn't come out smoothly. Green netherworld, wonderland. Savage, desolate territory. It had been more than 5 years since Ning Qi defeated hundreds of Transcendence Realm cultivators with a single punch. Not only did the number of cultivators not decrease, but it was also increasing. The number of cultivators who came to the savage, desolate territory had also increased, turning the desolate, savage territory into a hot spot in the green netherworld wonderland. Mysterious, true giant city. Outside a house, a tall young man stood. Vermilion bird continent's Tang Xiaoyin has come to see brother Jian. In the distance, some cultivators who were watching the show pointed at the young man with pity in their eyes. Sure enough, there was no movement from the house. The young man named Tang Xiaoyin frowned slightly. Feeling that he couldn't put down his pride, he directly walked towards the house's entrance, intending to enter by himself. Another reckless fool. How many young talents have come to see Jian Shilai, only to return resentfully? When the nearby cultivators saw that Tang Xiaoyin seemed to want to enter on his own, the corners of their mouths curled into a mocking smile. Before Tang Xiaoyin could reach the gate, an aura came from inside the house and instantly locked onto Tang Xiaoyin's body. Tang Xiaoyin's expression stiffened. Scram! An indifferent voice came from within the house. I've been rash. Tang Xiaoyin cupped his hands with a pale face, turned around and quickly left the door. He felt as if his mind had been stolen, as if he would be killed on the spot if he took another step forward. As expected of Jian Shilai, ranked 8th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. No, he should be ranked 9th. If even the 9th is so strong, how strong would Ning Beixian be? Tang Xiaoyin thought to himself. He did not seem to have come alone. He had 3 to 5 companions. Seeing that Tang Xiaoyin had returned in failure and did not see Jian Shi, his companions immediately revealed gloating expressions. Jian Shilai is waiting for the Beixian ancestral patriarch. Even if the Wang family's elder came to see him, he would be turned away. You guys should stop looking for trouble. Someone mocked. Just at this moment, a figure walked over. He was the same as Tang Xiaoyin, walking directly towards the entrance, as if he didn't even have the intention to introduce himself. Everyone looked at this figure with ridicule. When Tang Xiaoyin saw this, he hurriedly went forward and said, Brother, Jian doesn't see guests. Oh, Ning Qi looked at Tang Xiaoyin and smiled, nodding to indicate that he understood. Tang Xiaoyin smiled. Just as he thought that he was going to help this young man regain some face, the young man still walked towards the gate of the house. Sai Yu! Tang Xiaoyin felt that his good intentions had been taken as a joke. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He wanted to stop Ning Qi, but for some reason his vision blurred and the young man had already appeared at the gate. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoyin did not stop him anymore. He just sneered and shook his head. Since the young man was looking for trouble, there was no need for him to be a busybody. While everyone was laughing and waiting to see Ning Qi make a fool of himself, Ning Qi gently pushed the door open and entered. Then the door slowly closed. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy actually entered the courtyard where Jian Shilai was. SSS. That's the Beixian ancestral patriarch. Suddenly, a cultivator gasped. He recognized Ning Qi. The rest of the cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. The young man was the Beixian ancestral patriarch who used the skull tower to kill all the cultivators around him. The god of slaughter, Ning Beixian? Are you saying that the man just now is Ning Beixian, ranked 8th on the Azure Dragon roll? Tang Xiaoyin looked at the cultivator who recognized Ning Qi first, dumbfounded. It must be the Beixian ancestral patriarch. I can't be wrong. It's normal that you can't recognize him. After all, the Beixian ancestral patriarch looked different from now. His flesh wasn't as full as it is now. But I was one of the first cultivators to arrive here, and I saw the Beixian ancestral patriarch when he first formed his Dharma form. He must be the Bei Xian ancestral patriarch. The fact that Senior Jian Shilai allowed him to enter is proof, the cultivator said without any hesitation. So it's him. It's him. I must spar with him. Tang Xiaoyin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had already forgotten that Jian Shilai, who was ranked 9th on the Azure Dragon roll, had frightened him with just a wisp of his aura. Not to mention Ning Qi, who was ranked 8th. Ning Qi looked at Jian Shilai indifferently. His expression didn't change, but he had already started cursing in his heart. How could there be such a beautiful man in this world? This guy couldn't be gay, could he? After a few breaths, Ning Qi smiled and said, Brother Jian, you asked me to come back and find you after killing people. Do you have something to tell me? If it wasn't for Jian Shilai, little you, and the others would have been killed by Wang Lan, the abandoned disciples of Nine Nether, and the others. Ning Qi felt a little grateful to Jian Shilai. It took you 5 or 6 years to kill a few people. Compared to your father, you're still lacking. Jian Shilai's words made Ning Qi frown slightly. He wasn't unhappy, but judging from Jian Shilai's tone, he seemed to know his father. Brother Jian, Ning Qi said. Jian Shilai extended her hand to interrupt Ning Qi. After glancing at Ning Qi indifferently, her figure suddenly changed. The Adam's apple on her neck gradually faded, and her chest slowly bulged. Call me Aunt Jian. Chapter 1331. Chapter 1331. Quarrel, Aunt Jian? She's a woman? Ning Qi was slightly startled, and looked at Jian Shi with a strange expression. From this form of address, he was sure that Jian Shi definitely knew his parents. You, do you know my parents? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Jian Shilai lightly nodded his head. Yes, I do know your parents. Otherwise, do you think that 100 years ago I would have protected you? Confidant? At this point, the corner of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. She sized up Ning Qi from head to toe and said, You are the same as your father. No, you are even more affectionate than your father. With so many confidants, can you handle them? You misunderstand. Ning Qi lightly smiled and shook his head. From Jian Shilai's words, he could hear a special meaning. Is there a misunderstanding? Jian Shilai's expression clearly did not believe Ning Qi's explanation, but she did not intend to pursue the matter. Instead, she hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, Your father! How are your mother now? I was fostered since I was born, and I have never seen them before. I don't know if they are well or not, but I know that they are definitely still alive. Ning Qi said, Yes, he won't die that easily. A trace of disappointment flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes, but he nodded his head, agreeing with Ning Qi's speculation. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. My grandmother is still waiting for me outside the city. Ning Qi smiled. Your grandmother? Fei Yuding? A cold glint flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes. You know her too? Ning Qi was curious. Not only do I know her, I haven't seen her in a long time. Let's meet her this time. After saying that, she took the lead and walked out of the door. Seeing Ning Qi standing there in a daze, she turned around and said with a frown, Why aren't you leaving? When the cultivators outside saw Jian Shilai take the lead to walk out of the door, their eyes revealed looks of worship. A few male cultivators even revealed looks of love. Seeing this scene, Ning Qi's heart immediately turned cold, because at this moment, Jian Shilai's Adam's apple appeared again and turned into a man's characteristic. So, a few figures tore through the air and landed in front of Ning Qi and Jian Shilai. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled and said, Hall Master Wang Tong. Wang Tong sighed as he looked at Ning Qi. He smiled bitterly and said, Just call me by my name. How would I dare to call myself Hall Master in front of you? The two people beside Wang Tong were also early-stage Transcendence realm cultivators. They were the Wang family's deacon elders. They looked at Ning Chi with complicated gazes with all sorts of strange emotions. It really is Ning Bei Xian. I didn't expect to see such an existence with my own eyes today. This is the strongest person under the great sage. You're wrong. Your news is outdated. Just a few months ago, he killed the pure Yang 9 servants in front of the pure Yang great sage. The pure Yang great sage didn't dare to make a move. I think his cultivation has long surpassed the great sage. At least, the pure Yang great sage and the hegemonic underworld great sage are no match for him. The nearby cultivators whispered among themselves, but they weren't stupid enough to say it out loud. Instead, they used voice transmissions to express their shock and understanding. When someone heard that even the pure Yang great sage didn't dare to make a move against Ning Chi, the expressions of those cultivators became extremely interesting. They even subconsciously bowed slightly. Ning Chi smiled at Wang Tong and said, "Hall Master Wang Tong, your seniority is higher than mine. How would I dare to call you by your name?" Hearing this, Wang Tong was very pleased, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. According to his original character, he would never be so superficial, but the person standing in front of him at this moment was someone who had rampaged through the Azure Dragon continent for several years, and was known as the god of killing. This battle record had already surpassed his father, Feng Jiuxian. At first, people called Ning Chi the son of Feng Jiuxian. Now, people said that killing god Ning's father was Feng Jiuxian. It seemed the same, but in fact, the meaning was very different. "Bei!" Wang Tong was just about to ask if Ning Chi was planning to return to the Wang family, when Jian Shilai's gaze swept over them. A chill made Wang Tong and the other two shut their mouths and looked at Jian Shilai. "Fei Yuding has been waiting for a long time. Let's go." Jian Shilai said lightly, "Hall Master Wang Tong, I have something to do. I'll leave first." Ning Chi cupped his fists. "Take care." Wang Tong nodded again and again. When he saw Ning Chi and Jian Shilai fly away together, a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. How did Jian Shilai know Fei Yuding? Outside the profound, true giant city, Ning Chi and Jian Shilai landed beside Fei Yuding. The skull tower was still inserted into the ground, and even after nearly 6 years, the head on it was still lifelike. "It's you? What are you doing here?" After Fei Yuding saw Jian Shilai, her eyes became cold. Ning Chi was already sure that the relationship between Jian Shilai and Fei Yuding was very bad. Otherwise, the two sides wouldn't have met like this. "Can't I come?" Jian Shilai looked at Fei Yuding lightly and asked, "Good grandson, let's go. Don't worry about this fox spirit. She wanted to take your father away from your mother. If she had succeeded, would you still be here now?" Fei Yuding immediately looked at Ning Chi. Sure enough, Ning Chi had a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Fei Yuding and then at Jian Shilai. If he had known earlier, he would have directly returned to the Wang family's ancestral city. "Fei Yuding, if it weren't for you, Lai Kong wouldn't have forced the ninth spirit couple to almost die because of this matter hundreds of years ago." Jian Shilai looked at Fei Yuding coldly, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. "I caused trouble? You're the one who's complaining first." Fei Yuding was furious, and the aura on her body flickered, as if she was about to attack. Ning Chi's expression was a little awkward. On one side was his grandmother, and on the other side was Jian Shilai, who had helped him before. Furthermore, he seemed to have a close relationship with his father. If they were to fight, he would probably only be able to stand by and not help either side. The one who's complaining first? At that time, I had already discussed a plan with Mu Ting. We would secretly delay for time, and when Lai Kong reacted, the three of us would have already left the Azure Dragon continent. With the ninth spirit's talent, she would have been able to kill her way back in less than 100 years. But you tricked me into leaving this place. In the end, when I returned, the ninth spirit and the others had already been personally forced into a corner by your father. If it wasn't for his tough life, Would he still be alive today? In the end, Jian Shilai pointed at Ningqi. Fei Yuding's expression changed slightly. Weren't you the man who stole my daughter at that time? Instead, you guys discussed it? Jian Shilai looked at Fei Yuding coldly, not saying a word. A trace of anger flashed in Fei Yuding's eyes. Who knows if what you're saying is true or false? Perhaps your idea at that time was to get rid of my daughter. You and Feng Juxian will be together. Jian Shilai's eyes moved slightly. Seeing this, Fei Yuding revealed an expression of as expected. Chapter 1332. Chapter 1332. Chapter 1332. Wang Lin is seriously injured. Wang Lin is seriously injured. Jian Shilai was startled, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. During this time, the 7 saints were all in the ancient city, and most of the experts on the Azure Dragon ranking were hanging on the Skull Tower. Who else could injure Wang Lin? Fei Yuding coldly snorted at Jian Shilai. I have something to do. The next time I see you, I'll definitely teach you the law of the White Lotus. Are you a match for me? The corner of Fei Yuding's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, Ningqi sighed and came out to persuade them. Fei Yuding gave Ningqi face and finally shut up. Why are you following us? After flying for hundreds of kilometers, Fei Yuding noticed Jian Shilai following the two of them. She stopped with an unfriendly expression and shouted at him. Wang Lin was injured when he went to find the 9th spirit couple? Maybe I can help with this matter. Jian Shilai said calmly. Ningqi thought that Fei Yuding was going to quarrel with Jian Shilai again, but Fei Yuding only pondered for 3 breaths of time before silently agreeing to Jian Shilai's actions and allowing him to follow them. Wang family ancestral city. After more than 100 years, this place didn't seem to have changed at all. Ningqi felt a bit emotional. He saw the tea stall he used to go to when he first came here. The owner of the tea stall was still the same, and his cultivation level seemed to have improved a little. That is his. When the cultivators in the Wang family ancestral city saw the skull tower in Ningqi's hand, they all sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at Ningqi in shock. Wherever Ningqi's group of 3 passed, a large number of cultivators stopped to look at them. They all wanted to see for themselves if this killing god who had dominated the Azure Dragon continent for many years and killed thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators really had 3 heads and 6 arms. Ningqi had seen this kind of gaze many times over the years and was used to it. It was Jian Shilai who seemed a bit displeased, but he didn't say anything. The 3 of them entered the Wang family unimpeded. Some of the Wang family disciples were planning to ask them about their origins, but when they saw the bloody pillar in Ningqi's hand, they stopped in their tracks in fear and bowed to Ningqi. Boom! Ningqi heavily stuck the skull tower in front of the gate of the Wang family and waved at a Wang family member who was looking at him in fear. The Wang family member was slightly dazed until someone reached out and pushed him. Only then did he react. Patriarch Bei Xian, that Wang clan disciple, stood in front of Ningqi in a panic. Stay here and watch this pillar. You can only admire it, but you can't touch it. If anyone dares to touch it, I'll kill his entire family. Do you understand? Ningqi said lightly. The killing intent in those words caused that disciple of the Wang family to be incomparably terrified. However, he soon came to his senses. There didn't seem to be a need for him to be afraid, right? Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian asked me to do something. Why should I be afraid? Not only do I not have to be afraid, but this is also my opportunity. He finally figured it out and was overjoyed. He bowed to Ningqi and said, Don't worry, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. I will kill the entire family of anyone who dares to touch this pillar. Fei Yuding seemed to feel that Ningqi's killing intent was a bit too strong. She sighed, and on the other hand, Jian Shilai had a flash of approval in his eyes. When the 3 of them entered the Wang family's residence, the Wang family members nearby walked up to the pillar and looked enviously at the guys that Ning Qi had casually called over to guard the pillar. "Stop, you all heard it." Ancestral patriarch Bei Xian said that you can only admire it but not touch it. Stand further away. If you accidentally touch it, I don't want to kill each other. What a scoundrel, everyone murmured in their hearts. But because of Ning Qi, they didn't dare to show their dissatisfaction. They only looked up curiously to find familiar faces. "That's the pure Yang 9 servants. That's our arcane, perfected celestial realm's old ghost by M.O. TSK, a mid-stage Dharma plane cultivator is only left with a head." That's more and more descendants of the Wang family rushed to the front of the pillar and began to introduce the identity of the owner of the head as if they were counting their family treasures. Ancestral patriarch Bei Xian is back. Ancestral patriarch Bei Xian is back. The news spread through the entire Wang family. A handsome young man was cultivating in the mountain where Wang Yan used to live. Suddenly, one of his subordinates ran over. Ancestral patriarch Wang Yan, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian is back. Wang Yan's subordinate was terrified. He knew that ancestral patriarch Bei Xian had a conflict with Ning Qi, which was why he was beaten up like a child. In the past 100 years, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian had only recovered to the early stage Dharma plane. He wouldn't be able to return to his peak state without 500 or 600 years. Wang Yan was slightly startled. He had heard of this name ever since he could remember. When he was 15 years old, someone had personally told him everything that had happened back then. Wang Yan knew that he was once one of the 4 great elders of the Wang clan, a late-stage transcendence realm expert, and also had a place on the Azure Dragon Roll. But because he had offended Ning Qi, he was beaten back to his original state. His cultivation, memory, and even his age had been wiped clean, and he had to start anew. Wang Yan couldn't bring himself to hate ancestral patriarch Bei Xian. Instead, he was curious to see what Ning Qi looked like. Most importantly, he knew that he had a brother, Wang Shi, who was taken away by Ning Qi. He wanted to ask about Wang Shi's whereabouts. No matter what kind of feud they had, since Wang Shi's memory was gone, it should be gone. "Where is he now?" Wang Yan asked. His subordinate whispered. Ancestral patriarch Bei Xian came back with ancestral patriarch Fei Yuding. They should be at the leisure garden. "The leisure garden, huh? Come with me, let's go take a look," Wang Yan said. When his subordinates heard this, a trace of horror flashed in their eyes. They were going to see that god of death? Who knew if he would go crazy and kill him and Wang Yan again? Even an elite like Wang Lan was killed by that god of death. He didn't care about the feelings of the Wang family members, and he wasn't afraid of Xuanjin, great sage's punishment. The main courtyard, the leisure garden. This place was a maze-like garden formed by 4 mountain ranges. This was where Wang Lin and his wife cultivated. Aside from a few servants, no one dared to enter this place. Even Wang Yan and Wang Shi had to inform them before they could enter. Ning Qi was led by Fei Yuding to Wang Lin. At this moment, Xuanjin Great Sage was sitting cross-legged behind Wang Lin. His hands gradually moved away from Wang Lin's back.